Now, today, we're going to see, what if Harry Potter was married with cute goddess Artemis? Part 3. Join Patreon for early access of super op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. The gap is more than 150 points. The winning team earns 3 bonus points. A 100-point win margin earns 2 points, and a 50-point win margin earns 1 extra point. Then in each group, the top teams qualify for the World Cup. Remus picked up where Sirius left off. So, the 16 qualified teams are ranked according to the number of points won in the qualifying stage. The matchups are decided in such a way that the team with the most points plays against the team with the least, then second highest to second lowest, and so on and so forth. Bianca chipped in. So, who do you think's going to win? Remus sagely replied, it's got to be Ireland. They flattened Peru in the semifinals. Sirius argued back, nah, it's going to be Bulgaria. They got Victor Crumb. Jackson asked, hey, isn't Crumb Dash? He was interrupted by Remus arguing back. Crumb's just one decent player. The Irish have a more well-rounded team. Wish it could have been England in the final. Mom, they were massacred by Transylvania, 390-10. According to one of my mates who watched the Football World Cup, the footballers were at least a little more competent. Meanwhile, Wales lost to Uganda and Scotland got a drubbing from Luxembourg. By late evening, they all pulled into a parking lot and disembarked. Sirius straightened his coat. Right, we've got to meet him, Mr. Roberts. He's non-magical, so let's be careful about what you say. From there, they began the long trek to find Mr. Roberts. Before long, they found their man and got through with no problem. Though, the party after them were not exactly subtle in hiding the fact that they were wizards. That led to poor Mr. Roberts getting his memory wiped. Annabeth simply mumbled, wouldn't it have been far easier to get someone who knows about magic? Sirius snorted. Yeah, I agree with you there, but wizards and witches have grown so used to defying logic that they have forgotten that it even exists. Finally, they found the Weasley clan and Hermione. The brunette immediately rushed over and tackled Harry in a hug. Ron also ran up and gave him a bro hug. Together they walked over to the tents when Harry stopped dead in his tracks and stared at the assorted tents in disbelief. Most looked almost ordinary, as their owners clearly tried to be inconspicuous. However, the images were ruined by the addition of chimneys, or bell pulls, or weather vanes. However, here, and there was a tent so obviously magical that Harry could hardly be surprised that Mr. Roberts was getting suspicious. Halfway up the field stood an extravagant confection of striped silk like a miniature palace, with several live peacocks tethered at the entrance. A little farther on they passed a tent that had 3 floors and several turrets. And a short way beyond, that was a tent that had a front garden attached, complete with birdbath, sundial, and fountain. The Weasley tent looked a bit ordinary, until Harry stuck his head inside. When he came back out, he looked furious. Αυτό δεν είναι καθόλου κάμπινγκ. Το κάμπινγκ υποτίθεται ότι έχει να κάνει με το να έρθετε κοντά στη φύση. Μόλις αντιγράψατε το εσωτερικό μιας έπαυλης. All of the wizards looked confused, and even the demigods were surprised at the rant. He stormed away, and Mackenzie ran after him to calm him down. Then, understanding dawned on Annabeth's face when she peeped inside the tent. The blonde girl shot the group an apologetic smile. You'll have to forgive Harry. He's a little bit upset because he's been camping all his life. Forgive my language, but this is a bit of a bastardization of camping, so Harry's taking it a little personally. He said, no. It doesn't work like that. This is not camping at all. Camping is supposed to be about getting close to nature. You've just copied the interior of a mansion. Percy Weasley shot her a curious look. You understood all that? She sheepishly laughed. Hey, yeah. Harry has a tendency to accidentally slip into ancient Greek when he's upset. Don't worry, he'll calm down in a bit. Mr. Weasley, I'm terribly sorry to undo all of your hard work, but when he gets back, we'll show you how real camping is done. Luckily, the man was very understanding, and in a few minutes had packed the tents away. After a good 10 minutes, Mackenzie returned with Harry, who was looking visibly calmer. They managed to bump into Katie along the way, and they returned with her. Katie ruffled Harry's hair. Come on, let's show them how it's really done. Good thing that you brought a lot of spares. In about 30 seconds flat, one tent was up. Then the three of them slowed down to show the Weasleys how to set up a non-magical tent. Mackenzie then sprinted off and returned 5 minutes later with an armful of fist-sized rocks. With his shoe, Harry scuffed up a circular area, and the demigods arranged the rocks on the edge of the circle. Then Nico and Bianca went and brought several logs and twigs. Harry fetched a few flint stones, which took a while to search for. With a few deft movements, he managed to get a fire started. Once he was done, Harry proudly exclaimed, "And that's how you set up a real camp." It took 10 minutes before everyone's tents were up. From there, they decided to wander around. As they walked, Harry had to fight down his anger as he saw all the luxury tents sprawled out. He could be heard muttering, "I'd love to see how they would survive in real camping conditions. We need to establish a Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts group to teach these idiots how to really survive in the wild." Soon, Harry, Ron, and Hermione walked into a patch of tents that were all covered with a thick growth of shamrocks, so that it looked as though small, oddly shaped hillocks had sprouted out of the earth. Grinning faces could be seen under those that had their flaps open. Then, from behind them, they heard their names. Harry, Ron, Hermione. It was Seamus Finnegan, their fellow Gryffindor fourth year. He was sitting in front of his own shamrock-covered tent with a sandy-haired woman who had to be his mother, and his best friend, Dean Thomas, also of Gryffindor. "Like the decorations?" said Seamus, grinning. "The Ministry's not too happy." Why shouldn't we show our colors?" said Mrs. Finnegan. "You should see what the Bulgarians have got dangling all over their tents. You'll be supporting Ireland, of course," she added, eyeing Harry, Ron, and Hermione beadily. When they had assured her that they were indeed supporting Ireland, they set off again, though, as Ron said, like we'd say anything else surrounded by that lot. After a while, they returned to their own campsite and had begun cooking eggs and sausages. Suddenly, Mr. Weasley jumped to his feet, waving and grinning at a man who was striding toward them. He said, "The man of the moment. Ludo." Ludo Bagman was easily the most noticeable person Harry had seen so far. He was wearing long Quidditch robes in thick horizontal stripes of bright yellow and black. An enormous picture of a wasp was splashed across his chest. He had the look of a powerfully built man gone slightly to seed. The robes were stretched tightly across a large belly he surely had not had in the days when he had played Quidditch for England. His nose was squashed, but his round blue eyes, short blonde hair, and rosy complexion made him look like a very overgrown schoolboy. "Ahoy there!" Bagman called happily. He was walking as though he had springs attached to the balls of his feet and was plainly in a state of wild excitement. "Arthur, old man," he puffed as he reached the campfire. "What a day, eh? What a day! Could we have asked for more perfect weather? A cloudless night coming and hardly a hiccup in the arrangements. Not much for me to do." Behind him, a group of haggard-looking Ministry wizards rushed past, pointing at the distant evidence of some sort of a magical fire that was sending violet sparks 20 feet into the air. Percy hurried forward with his hand outstretched. Apparently, his disapproval of the way Ludo Bagman ran his department did not prevent him from wanting to make a good impression. "Yes," said Mr. Weasley, grinning. "This is my son, Percy. He's just started at the Ministry. And this is Fred." "No, George, sorry, that's Fred, Bill, Charlie, Ron, my daughter, Ginny and Ron's friends, Hermione Granger and Harry Potter. Of course, you know Sirius Black and Remus Lupin. These are their wards, Annabeth, Grover, Nico, Bianca, Talia, and Percy Jackson." Mr. Weasley turned to the group. "Everyone, this is Ludo Bagman." Bagman beamed and waved his hand before leaning towards Arthur. He eagerly said, "Fancy a flutter on the match, Arthur." On cue, he jingled what seemed to be a large amount of gold in the pockets of his yellow and black robes. "I've already got Roddy Ponder betting me Bulgaria will score first." I offered him nice odds, considering Ireland's front three are the strongest I've seen in years. And little Agatha Timms has put up half shares in her eel farm on a week-long match. "Oh, go on then," said Mr. Weasley. "Let's see, a galleon on Ireland to win? A galleon?" Ludo Bagman looked slightly disappointed, but recovered himself. Very well. Very well. Any other takers?" Arthur nervously laughed. "They're a bit young to be gambling. Molly wouldn't like dash." "We'll bet 37 galleons, 15 sickles, 3 nuts," said Fred as he and George quickly pooled all their money. that Ireland wins, but Victor Crumb gets the snitch. Oh, and we'll throw in a fake wand. You don't want to go showing Mr. Bagman rubbish like that, Dash, Percy Weasley hissed, but Bagman thought otherwise. His boyish face shone with excitement as he took it from Fred, and when the wand gave a loud squawk and turned into a rubber chicken, Bagman roared with laughter. Excellent. I haven't seen one that convincing in years. I'd pay 5 galleons for that. Boys, said Mr. Weasley under his breath. I don't want you betting. That's all your savings. Your mother, Dash. Don't be a spoil sport, Arthur, boomed Ludo Bagman, rattling his pockets excitedly. They're old enough to know what they want. You reckon Ireland will win, but Crumb will get the snitch? Not a chance, boys, not a chance. I'll give you excellent odds on that one. We'll add 5 galleons for the funny wand then, shall we? Mr. Weasley looked on helplessly as Ludo Bagman whipped out a notebook and quill and began jotting down the twins' names. Cheers, said George, taking the slip of parchment Bagman handed him and tucking it away carefully. Bagman turned most cheerfully back to Mr. Weasley. Couldn't do me a brew, I suppose? I'm keeping an eye out for Barty Crouch. My Bulgarian opposite number's making difficulties, and I can't understand a word he's saying. Barty'll be able to sort it out. He speaks about 150 languages. Any news of Bertha Jorkins yet, Ludo? Mr. Weasley asked as Bagman settled himself down on the grass beside them all. Not a why bird, said Bagman comfortably. But she'll turn up. Poor old Bertha, memory like a leaky cauldron and no sense of direction. Lost, you take my word for it. She'll wander back into the office sometime in October, thinking it's still July. You don't think it might be time to send someone to look for her? Mr. Weasley suggested tentatively as Percy handed Bagman his tea. Barty Crouch keeps saying that, said Bagman, his round eyes widening innocently. But we really can't spare anyone at the moment. Oh, talk of the devil. Barty, a wizard had just operated at their fireside, and he could not have made more of a contrast with Ludo Bagman, sprawled on the grass in his old wasp robes. Barty Crouch was a stiff, upright, elderly man, dressed in an impeccably crisp suit and tie. The parting in his short gray hair was almost unnaturally straight, and his narrow toothbrush mustache looked as though he trimmed it using a slide rule. His shoes were very highly polished. Harry could see at once why Percy idolized him. Percy was a great believer in rigidly following rules, and Mr. Crouch had complied with the rule about muggle dressing so thoroughly that he could have passed for a bank manager. Harry whispered to Sirius, "Who's Bertha Jorkins?" He had an uncomfortable look on his face. "We'll let you know later." The adults talked among themselves, though Crouch and Sirius were a little cordial with each other. Afterwards, Crouch and Bagman left, and the group began to make their way to the stadium. They walked through a wooded area for 20 minutes, talking and joking loudly, until at last they emerged on the other side and found themselves in the shadow of a huge stadium. Apparently, Arthur pulled a few strings and got his family and Hermione's seats in the top box. Sirius had a similar pull and got the same seats for Harry, Mackenzie, Katie, Jackson, Annabeth, Talia, Grover, Bianca, and Nico. There was a tense moment when Draco Malfoy showed up, along with a woman, who Harry assumed was his mother. Malfoy scowled, but the group ignored him. Finally, after much fanfare, the game began. Somewhere nearby, Ludo Bagman whipped out his wand, directed it at his own throat, and said "Sonorous," and then spoke over the roar of sound that was now filling the packed stadium. His voice echoed over them, booming into every corner of the stands. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome to the final of the 422nd Quidditch World Cup." The spectators screamed and clapped. Thousands of flags waved, adding their discordant national anthems to the racket. The huge blackboard opposite them showed Bulgaria 0, Ireland 0. Bagman's voice boomed again. "And now, without further ado, allow me to introduce the Bulgarian national team mascots." The right-hand side of the stands, which was a solid block of scarlet, roared its approval. "I wonder what they brought," said Mr. Weasley, leaning forward in his seat. "Ah!" He suddenly whipped off his glasses and polished them hurriedly on his robes. "Vila?" Harry asked. "Veal?" But 100 figures were now gliding out onto the field, and Harry's question was answered for him. Vila were women. The most beautiful women Harry had ever seen, except that they couldn't be, human. His mind began to fog a little until he slammed down his occlumency shields and he was able to think clearly. The girls were not as badly affected, but the boys were squirming. Meanwhile, Grover had to be restrained. And now, roared Ludo Bagman's voice, kindly put your wands in the air for the Irish national team mascots. Next moment, what seemed to be a great green and gold comet came zooming into the stadium. It did one circuit of the stadium, then split into two smaller comets, each hurtling toward the goalposts. A rainbow arced suddenly across the field, connecting the two balls of light. The crowd gasped in wonder, as though at a fireworks display. Now the rainbow faded and the balls of light reunited and merged. They had formed a great shimmering shamrock, which rose up into the sky and began to soar over the stands. Something like golden rain seemed to be falling from it. And now, ladies and gentlemen, kindly welcome the Bulgarian national Quidditch team. I give you Dimitrov, a scarlet-clad figure on a broomstick, moving so fast it was blurred, shot out onto the field from an entrance far below, to wild applause from the Bulgarian supporters. Ivanova, a second scarlet-robed player, zoomed out. Zograf, Levski, Volchanov, Volkov, Aeon Crumb. Ron went ballistic, and Harry soon spotted Crumb. Meanwhile, Bagman introduced the Irish team. Connolly, Ryan, Troy, Mullet, Moran, Quigley, and Lynch. And here, all the way from Egypt, our referee, acclaimed chair wizard of the International Association of Quidditch, Hassan Mostafa, a small and skinny wizard, completely bald but with a luxurious mustache, wearing robes of pure gold to match the stadium, strode out onto the field. A silver whistle was protruding from under the mustache, and he was carrying a large wooden crate under one arm, his broomstick under the other. Harry watched closely as Mostafa mounted his broomstick and kicked the crate open. 4 balls burst into the air. The scarlet quaffle, the 2 black bludgers, and the minuscule, winged golden snitch. With a sharp blast on his whistle, Mostafa shot into the air after the balls. Theory OFF, screamed Bagman. And it's Mullet, Troy, Moran, Dimitrov, back to Mullet, Troy, Levski, Moran. This was unlike any Quidditch match that he had played. The speed of the players was incredible. The chasers were throwing the quaffle to one another so fast that Bagman only had time to say their names. His sharper eyesight spotted the Hawk's Head attacking formation that soon evolved into the Porskoff ploy. Then, Ireland drew first blood, courtesy of Troy. The Irish chasers were like a well-oiled machine, and they scored 2 more goals in the span of 10 minutes. The match became still faster, but more brutal. Volkov and Volchanov, the Bulgarian beaters, were whacking the bludgers as fiercely as possible at the Irish chasers, and were starting to prevent them from using some of their best moves. Twice they were forced to scatter, and then, finally, Ivanova managed to break through their ranks, dodge the keeper, Ryan, and score Bulgaria's first goal. Mr. Weasley bellowed, "Fingers in your ears." However, Harry, Annabeth, and Percy had better ideas. They quickly dug out the candle wax from their Sea of Monsters quest and stuffed their ears. Annabeth signed to him, "Glad you convinced us to hang onto the plugs." This time, the Vila celebrations did not affect him. Suddenly, Crumb and Lynch plummeted like stones, rapidly approaching the ground. "They're going to crash," screamed Hermione next to Harry. She was half right. At the very last second, Victor Crumb pulled out of the dive and spiraled off. Lynch, however, hit the ground with a dull thud that could be heard throughout the stadium. A huge groan rose from the Irish seats. Charlie hollered, "Whoa, that's the Wronski feint." Just then, Harry spotted the snitch, but it did not seem like anyone else had. This snitch was moving much faster than the ones at Hogwarts. When Ireland retaliated, it was their chasers who did so, with 10 goals in 15 minutes. Then the game evolved into a dirty one. All the stops were out. Meanwhile, the snitch was fluttering all over the place, and Harry's eyes never left it. Before long, Lynch was looking in the same direction that Harry was and shot off like a bullet. Crumb caught on quickly and chased after him. The two drew level and dived towards the ground yet again. Once again, Lynch lost the battle, and Crumb pulled back up with the struggling snitch in his hand. The scoreboard was flashing Bulgaria 160, Ireland 170 across the crowd, who didn't seem to have realized what had happened. Then, slowly, as though a great jumbo jet were revving up, The rumbling from the Ireland supporters grew louder and louder and erupted into screams of delight. "Ireland wins!" Bagman shouted, who, like the Irish, seemed to be taken aback by the sudden end of the match. "Crumb gets the snitch, but Ireland wins. Good Lord, I don't think any of us were expecting that." Harry murmured, "Oh, bloody Nora! He's not going to be happy." A while later, the exhausted group staggered back to their camp and in their sleeping bags. Harry slept, dreaming of the match and perfecting the Wronski feint. Then suddenly, he found himself being shaken awake. He was so startled that he nearly seized his hunting knife from under his pillow. Jackson reeled back to avoid getting stabbed, and Harry's mind focused. He heard Mr. Weasley frantically yelling at everyone to wake up. He quickly dressed and grabbed his bag, his wand, and his wand holster. He could hear screams and the sound of people running. By the light of the few fires that were still burning, he could see people running away into the woods, fleeing something that was moving across the field toward them, something that was emitting odd flashes of light and noises like gunfire. Loud jeering, roars of laughter, and drunken yells were drifting toward them. Then came a burst of strong green light, which illuminated the scene. Hermione and Ginny came hurrying toward them, pulling coats over their night dresses, with Mr. Weasley right behind them. At the same moment, Bill, Charlie, and Percy emerged from the boys' tent, fully dressed, with their sleeves rolled up and their wands out. Jackson, Grover, and the demigods also came rushing up and looking ready for a fight. "We're going to help the Ministry," Mr. Weasley shouted over all the noise, rolling up his own sleeves. "You lot get into the woods and stick together. I'll come and fetch you when we've sorted this out." Bill, Charlie, and Percy sprinted after their father, Sirius and Remus, while the rest of the group ran for the woods. The crowd thronged, and Harry felt himself getting buffeted about by several bodies. Harry continued running, but suddenly tripped and he blacked out. When he finally came to, he found himself alone. He hollered, "Ron, Hermione, Mackenzie, where are you lot? Annabeth, Jackson." There was no answer. He was well as truly alone. Harry drew his wand and began looking around him, moving slowly and carefully. Suddenly, there was a rustle of leaves somewhere to his right, and he spun around, facing that direction. He didn't see anything, but he didn't relax in the slightest. Another rustle sounded, and it came from behind him. Once again, he spun around and saw nothing. After a tense minute, he had a bad feeling and suddenly ducked as something swiped the air where his body used to be. He rolled and found himself facing a massive creature that had a man's face, a lion's body, and a scorpion's tail. Said tail launched a projectile, which Harry dodged. He rolled away, trying to put some distance between them. In an instant, he turned his wand into a sword, parrying away another projectile. The now identified manticore slowly and steadily circled him and spoke in a thick French accent. "Bonsoir. I am Dr. Thorne." "Hello, Harry Potter. I know who you are. My client paid good money for this. I trust you've seen my distraction? What delicious chaos those people have." Sown. Another projectile launched from his tail, and Harry dodged yet again. He kept trying to get the manticore to talk, trying to buy himself time. Then an idea struck him. He pointed his sword at the monster, before turning it skyward and shooting out red sparks. Suddenly, his right shoulder exploded in pain as a projectile buried itself there. Gritting his teeth, he pulled it out and staggered away, his legs getting heavier with each step. Thorne tailed him, looking like he was in no hurry. He coolly said, "Don't worry, Mon Ami, this will not kill you. My client thinks that you are much more valuable than that." Harry kept staggering and slowly shucked off his backpack. He then spotted Ron in the distance as he fumbled through the bag. The redhead spotted him, and his eyes widened at the sight of the manticore. That was the only thing preventing Ron from running to his aid. Harry's hand then closed around the object he was looking for and flung it towards Ron with his last remaining strength. Finally, his vision turned black, and he crumpled to his knees and fainted. Ron stared, absolutely frozen in terror, as he saw the scorpion-like monster use his tail to scoop up the unconscious Harry and make off with him. So he did the next best thing. He hollered at the top of his voice, "Help! Harry's been kidnapped. Harry Potter's been kidnapped." He then rushed forward and picked up the object that Harry threw in his direction. It was a hunting horn, and the redhead knew immediately what he had to do. He raised the horn to his lips and blew a loud, long blast. So this chapter is a little longer than I would have liked. I know I usually switch to the PJO storyline immediately after finishing the HP storyline, but adding the Quidditch World Cup scenes from Goblet of Fire was crucial to kickstart the Titan's Curse arc, especially since Nico and Bianca were rescued way earlier than usual. Chapter 46. Back in the forest, Dr. Thorne continued walking forward, carrying an unconscious Harry on his back. After a while, he stopped and then transformed into his human guise. In the process, Harry's limp body now found itself draped over one shoulder. Thorne continued on until he reached a clearing and stopped. Then, there were multiple loud cracks as 10 figures in dark robes and masks appeared to surround the man and his hostage. One Death Eater stepped forward and took off his mask, revealing the face of Lucius Malfoy. The blonde-haired man had a wicked grin on his face as he removed a rather full-looking bag from his robes. Excellent work, Mr. Thorne. Our little distraction worked perfectly. I have waited a full year for my revenge on the boy who lived. Damned brat tricked me into freeing my slave and landed me in Azkaban. Took a lot of grease palms to sneak myself and the others out without that buffoon of a minister finding out. You're lucky that I managed to scrounge out 1,000,000 galleons to pay you. All those favors, damn, near cleaned out my Gringotts bank account. Thorne had his own sinister grin before turning and walking in a different direction. Lucius Malfoy's smirk was wiped off. Hey, where do you think you're going? You dare renege our deal? Which fool would pay you more than me? Do you know I am? Us Malfoys are the richest family in Wizarding Britain, just beating the Blacks. You should be fortunate that I painstakingly parted with 1,000,000 galleons to hire you. Thorne stopped and turned his head back and nonchalantly said, I am very sorry, mon ami, but I have another client who paid me 1,000,000 drachmae for the boy. Unfortunately for you, where I come from, 1 drachma is equal to 10 galleons. In essence, my other client paid me 10,000,000 galleons. I am just a mercenary after all. I just follow whoever has deeper pockets. Malfoy was fuming. I am so close to my revenge. You dare deny me? He and the other Death Eaters raised their wands threateningly. Lucius snarled Avada, only to be cut off as a sharp projectile embedded itself in his neck. With wide eyes, he gurgled as blood poured out from the wound, and Malfoy collapsed, breathing his last. The other 9 Death Eaters quickly followed him on their one-way trip to the fields of punishment. Thorne retracted his tail, adjusted his grip on the unconscious Harry, and sniffed. Wizards. So arrogant. They would have made excellent allies for the Crooked One if they were not so high and mighty. With that, he transformed back into his real form and bounded away with his hostage, for parts unknown. In his wake, he left 10 black, robed corpses bleeding out on the forest floor. Back with Ron, he picked up Harry's sword, which he turned back into a wand. Pocketing it, the redhead bolted back the way he came, his mind in full-blown panic mode. He kept running and running before going smack into Ginny, sending them tumbling to the ground. She sat up indignantly, ready to tell him off, when she saw the terrified look on his face. The girl grabbed his arms and hollered, Ron, it's me, Hermione. I found Ron. Any luck finding Harry? There were multiple footsteps, and they were soon joined by Hermione, Mackenzie, Katie, Fred, George, Bill, Charlie, the 2 Percys, Annabeth, Talia, Grover, Nico, and Bianca. A few seconds later, Arthur, Sirius, and Remus joined them, and Arthur hugged his youngest son. Are you all right? Breathing heavily, Ron babbled, Harry, monster. Taken. Help! Sirius grabbed Ron and covered his mouth before calmly speaking, Ron, breathe, calm down, and take a deep breath. Now what happened? Everyone's in full-blown panic mode. Fudge is trying to bury everything as usual. Now, tell us what happened. Ron took a deep breath. We were running to the forest like you asked us to do. Then we realized that Harry got separated from us in the confusion. So, Hermione, Ginny, Mackenzie, the twins, and I split up to look for him. While searching, I saw some red sparks coming from somewhere and went to investigate. Then I saw Harry fighting off some kind of monster. Annabeth jumped in. What did the monster look like? He paused and shuddered. It had the face of a bloke, body of a large lion and a tail curved upwards, like a scorpion. Talia cursed, de immortals. That's a manticore. Those things are pretty nasty, Ron continued. Harry got hit by one of the spikes from its tail, and his movement kind of slowed. He saw me nearby, and I think he had just enough strength to throw me his hunting horn. Obviously, I blew it, and then the manticore went off with Harry. Just then, there was a sound of a hunting horn, a clear, piercing sound. Annabeth cried, "The hunters," Talia grumbled. "Oh, wonderful." The Hunters of Artemis came running out of the woods and gathered before their group. Zoe stepped forward and demanded, "We had heard Harry's distress horn sound earlier, but we do not see him. Where is my brother?" Ron hesitantly stepped forward and knelt with his head bowed. "Miss Zoe, he was kidnapped by a manticore. He fought bravely, but he got hit and taken somewhere. I'm sorry. I couldn't do anything to stop the monster." Then, Artemis stepped out from the group and crouched low. She placed a gentle hand on his chin and made him look her in her silver eyes. The goddess spoke, "Ronald Weasley, do not despair. You tried your best, and I am sure that he is still alive." Then she straightened up and turned to Zoe. "Zoe, you and the hunters shall stay here. I shall find my son and bring him home. Mr. Black, I trust that you shall open your home to my hunters." Sirius bowed low. "It shall be done, my lady." She sighed. "I feared that this was soon going to come to pass. Things are stirring that I have not hunted in millennia. Pray so old, I have nearly forgotten. I had heard rumors about a great stirring. There was even talk of a monster that will bring about the downfall of Olympus. I will hunt down this monster and save my son, if it is the last thing I do. I must do this alone." Zoe looked like she wanted to protest, but eventually bowed a little stiffly. "Yes, my lady." Artemis stood up and broke into a run. Before long, she had disappeared into the woods. Then, Zoe turned to Sirius. "Mr. Black, may we have the address of thy abode?" He was a little taken aback with the old way of speaking, before he said, "Number 12, Grimmauld Place, Borough of Islington, London." She gave him a short nod. "Very well. We shall meet thee over there." Just like that, the hunters had all gone, running off into the woods in a different direction than the goddess. After they left, Bill let out a low whistle. Merlin's beard. I never thought in my wildest dreams that I'd ever meet a goddess. I could feel her power from here. Before long, the group spotted Cornelius Fudge, Ludo Bagman, and Barty Crouch Sr. bustling towards them. Before the group met them, Sirius grabbed Percy Weasley's shoulder. "Remember what I said. Not a word about Harry's demigod status. Not even to Crouch or the minister." Fudge called out, "Is everyone all right?" Terribly dreadful business. Bunch of drunk wizards somehow thought that it would be a fine idea to play a practical joke by dressing up as Death Eaters. Even heard rumors of the dark mark being cast in the sky. Sirius snapped. "Minister, with all due respect, this was no practical joke. My godson, Harry Potter, was kidnapped in the confusion." He spluttered. "Surely not. All the Death Eaters are safely in Azkaban. You know who is dead and gone. I will not have a panic on my hands." Sirius was close to losing his temper when a random witch came running over. She cried out, "Minister Fudge, I think you should see this." Everyone hurried off deep into the forest until a sickening sight greeted them. Lying on the ground, with a Death Eater mask loosely clutched in one hand, was Lucius Malfoy. There were 9 others with Death Eater garb and masks on. Fudge looked like he was about to go catatonic. He stammered. "But she said that he had been imperious. She lied about it." The minister staggered away and took a minute to calm himself. Then, with a deep breath, he turned to Crouch. "Barty, would you be so kind as to find Madame Bones? Tell her to get her best orders to find the boy who lived." With that, he operated away, and after a few more minutes, Bagman and Crouch followed suit. A few tense days later, there was still no word from Artemis at all, not even of Harry's whereabouts. As the agonizing wait continued, the demigods often gathered in a large room and used it to hone their skills. Arthur decided to stay at Grimmauld Place for a while, and Molly also popped in. 1 week later, Ron woke up feeling absolutely miserable. He kept kicking himself because Harry was right there, and he froze up and allowed that monster to get away with his best mate. He trudged down for breakfast, but his heart wasn't in it anymore. He glanced at Percy Jackson, who looked like he had seen a ghost. He asked in a low voice, "You all right?" That got the group's attention, and Percy flushed a bit under the attention. He stammered, "I had a dream last night about Harry. He was somewhere on a dark hill shrouded with fog. He was kneeling on the ground, and the inky blackness was thicker around him. It was as if some kind of cave ceiling was crushing him. I saw Luke too. Harry was swearing up a storm and telling him that once he's free, he'll rip out his spine and beat him to death with it. Is that even possible?" Sirius snorted. "Yeah, he's definitely Lily's son. She had quite the temper, and she was pretty vicious. When Snape called her a slur, she just lost it right there and laid into him. I also remember when she accidentally got caught in one of our pranks and her hair was dripping slime. That night, she snuck into our dorms and shaved all 4 of us bald. Everyone guffawed, which immediately died when Zoe stumbled in, looking freaked out. She slumped down in shock, and everyone looked at her nervously. The immortal hunter breathed. My lady is in trouble. I had a nightmare. It is possible that she may be lost, or worse, kidnapped." That got the hunters to cry out in shock, and everyone else to shout frantic questions. Hermione exclaimed, "But she's a goddess. Who would have the power to do that?" There was dead silence before Jackson growled, "Kronos. Him and Luke." Suddenly, there was a sound of flames shooting out from the fireplace. The group turned to see a shell-shocked Albus Dumbledore step out of the green flames, brushing off some soot off his robes. He came forward and spoke to the group quietly. "Something odd just happened a few minutes ago. The divination professor, Sybil Trelawney, had just popped over into my office after breakfast, and we were talking for a bit. Then, some green mist overtook her, and some of it entered her mouth. Then she said, 'Eight shall go find the goddess and child in chains. One shall be saved in the land without rain. The bane of Olympus shows the trail. Divinity and arcane combined prevail. The Titan's curse must one withstand, and one shall perish by a parent's hand.' Then Zoe stood up. 'Tis clear to me. Whoever has absconded with Harry has also somehow managed to capture my lady. We must rescue them. You shall go, Kropka." Jackson stood up as well, with Annabeth, Talia, and Grover following suit. "Count us in." Bianca also stood up. "I'm coming too. I owe it to Harry. If he hadn't bumped into us at the Lotus Casino, who knows how long we would have been stuck there." Finally, Ron and Hermione got up. "We're coming too. Harry is our friend." At that moment, Molly Weasley decided to voice her objections. She loudly snapped, "Absolutely not. You all are too young. Leave this to the adults. I'm sure the Aurors will find Harry." Zoe faced her. "Mrs. Weasley, I understand thy concerns. However, I am older than I look. I've been alive for nearly 2 millennia, and have only remained youthful thanks to my lady's blessing. As for my companions, Perseus, Annabeth, Talia, and Bianca have been training to fight for most of their lives. Grover is a satyr and is well versed in tracking. As for Ronald and Hermione, my brother has trained them to the best of his ability. I do not doubt him at all. They are more than ready," Grover helpfully said. "Also, I may not look it, but I am technically in my mid-40s. Satyrs age a lot slower than normal people." Hermione also quipped, "Also the prophecy says divinity and arcane. By divinity, I'm assuming demigods, and arcane is just another word for magic. So we have to go and do this together. Besides, I don't think any Auror will be able to face off against a monster." Ron also stepped up. "Mum, I need to do this. You don't understand. I was right there when Harry was taken. I could have, I don't know, hex that monster and bought time for Harry to defeat it or get him away. I failed him. And don't give me the excuse about the trace on our wands. It's an open secret among many at Hogwarts that the Ministry can only detect magic in areas where there is not much magic, particularly in Muggle-dominated areas." "Oh, Ron." Bianca sympathetically pat his back. However, Hermione was outraged. "What? So if I tried practicing magic at home, I could be in trouble with the law. But any pureblood would practice magic as much as they want and get away with it? That is so unfair." Arthur Weasley sighed wearily. "Yes, unfortunately, that is the case. This was a law introduced by some strict purebloods around the time of the Wizarding War against you-know-who. Sadly, no one has ever had a chance to repeal it, and any attempts have often been blocked." Zoe spoke up again. What worries me the most is the line about the bane of Olympus. Lady Artemis mentioned that there is talk of a monster that would be the downfall of Olympus. Hermione piped up, "And what is this thing about the Titan's curse?" Zoe had an uncomfortable look on her face, but no one noticed. Then Dumbledore clapped his hands. "So have we decided then?" Zoe nodded. "We have." Suddenly, Annabeth got up. "Guys, we need to head to camp and get some supplies." Talia swore. "Damn, you're right. I left my spear and shield in my cabin." Sirius said, "Here, you can all use my fleur. I've connected it to the big house's fireplace." One by one, they fled to the big house and informed Chiron and Mr. D about the situation. The Centaur immediately approved of the quest, though Dionysus couldn't care less. Before they left, Nico grabbed Bianca's hand. "Sis, promise me one thing. Please come back alive. You're the only one I've got, please." She knelt and stroked his hair. "I promise, Nico. Be good, and I'll come back with Harry. I'm sorry if I've been sidelining you with the excuse that you're too young. When I come back, we'll include you more often and step up your training, okay?" Soon enough, they were kided up and Ron's spear and Hermione's dagger were given upgrades. Then they were on their way in a minivan with Zoe driving. Since she was the oldest, it would have been a lot less suspicious. The van zoomed down the streets of Manhattan, weaving through the traffic. As they drove, Jackson settled down for a small nap. He would later regret that decision, as he immediately drifted off into dreamland. Jackson was back in that barren cave, the ceiling heavy and low above him. Harry was down on one knee, nearly buckling under the weight of a dark mass like a pile of boulders. He was far too tired even to cry out. As he continued to support the invisible burden, his legs trembled. Safe to say, Percy was seriously worried about his friend running out of strength and the cavern ceiling collapsing on top of him. "How is our mortal guest?" An unfamiliar male voice boomed. This voice sounded nothing like Kronos. Kronos' voice was raspy and metallic, like a knife scraped across stone. That voice never failed to haunt Jackson's dreams as it taunted him. Meanwhile, Luke emerged from the shadows. He walked up to a struggling Harry and crouched in front of him. "Hey Harry, I got to admit, you're stronger than I thought. Don't worry, help has arrived. I'm not cruel, like the gods. You've earned a nice break." Then the deep voice chuckled, and then a large meaty hand thrust a familiar figure into the light. Artemis, her hands and feet bound in celestial bronze chains. Her silvery dress was torn and tattered. Her face and arms were cut in several places, and she was bleeding ichor, the golden blood of the gods. The goddess' eyes fell on her son, and they flashed in anger. She snarled, "How dare you? How dare you torture my son like this?" Luke spoke softly. "I take no pleasure in this either. Fortunately, he can be saved. You can help save him." Artemis did not hesitate. "Free my hands." Luke complied with a quick slash of his sword, backbiter. Now free from her shackles, she rushed forward to Harry, who was straining under the burden. Artemis took the burden off his shoulders, and he promptly collapsed and began twitching. The man in the shadows chuckled. "You are as predictable as you were easy to beat, Artemis." "You surprised me," the goddess grunted, straining under her burden. "It will not happen again." "Indeed it will not," the unknown man said. "Now you are out of the way for good. I knew you could not resist coming to the aid of your firstborn child." Artemis groaned. "You know nothing of mercy, you swine." He chuckled darkly. "On that we can agree. Luke, you may kill the boy now." Artemis shouted. Luke hesitated. Sorry, may it be useful, sir." "Further bait." The other man snorted. "Bah, you truly believe that?" "Yes, General. They will come for him, I'm sure." The now named General Sked. "Very well, assign a guard for him here. Assuming the demigod spawn does not die from his injuries, you may keep him alive for a little while longer. After that, if her sacrifice goes as planned, his life will be meaningless. The lives of all mortals will be meaningless." Luke came close to pick up Harry's body, which had stopped twitching. Suddenly, the son of Hermes reeled back as Harry's fist connected with his nose. After using the last of his strength, Harry slumped, and Luke tentatively carried him away from the goddess. As he was dragged away, Harry feebly groaned. "I waited 3 years to do that, you get. It was worth it." Struggling under the weight, Artemis spat. "You will never find the monster you seek. Your plan will fail." "How little you know, my young goddess," the man in the shadows chortled. "Even now, your darling attendants begin their quest to find you. They shall play directly into my hands. Now, if you'll excuse us, we have a long journey to make. We must greet your hunters and make sure their quest is challenging." The man's laughter echoed in the darkness, shaking the ground until it seemed the whole cavern ceiling would collapse. With that, Jackson woke up with a start and was breathing heavily. Next to him, Annabeth had a concerned look on her face. "You okay, seaweed brain?" He shook off his fear. "I'm fine, wise girl. Stupid dreams again. I think I know where Artemis is. She's with Harry, but both of them have been captured." Zoe's hands tightened to the steering wheel. "We shall get them back. I shall not fail my lady and dishonor her." Then Jackson looked outside the window. "Where are we anyway?" Hermione chipped in. "We passed New Jersey a while ago. We'll be reaching Maryland in about an hour or so. Made a couple of fuel stops on the way, though." After a while, they pulled into a service station for some more fuel and to stock up on food. As they waited, Grover got out a set of acorns and performed a small tracking spell. Hermione observed her surroundings. If I'm not mistaken, DC is about 60 miles away from our location." Zoe groaned. "We are wasting time like this. We should just go straight to the west. 'Tis what the prophecy said." Ron quipped. "Bloody hell, you're a pretty good driver. Much better than my dad with his flying car." Zoe replied, "I have been driving since the automobile has been invented. Come, let us go. The sooner we find Harry and my lady, the better." It took the better part of a day, but they finally reached Washington, D.C. Finally, Zoe parked outside a mall, and they all clambered out. From there, they split up to search for clues. Ron was with Annabeth and Grover by the main entrance when he suddenly froze. The other two looked at him questioningly, and he shakily pointed a finger. He quailed. "Tash, that's him. That's the bloke who took Harry." They gazed out and spotted a man with a gray military haircut. He was clad in dark-tinted shades and a black overcoat. The disguised manticore got out a cell phone and spoke into it. They moved out of sight and observed him as he ended the call and made his way inside the mall. Annabeth fished out her invisibility cap from her back pocket and whispered, "You two go warn the others. I'll follow him." The boys nodded and hurried off while she tailed him. Thorne walked across the mall and entered the Museum of Natural History. There was a big sign on the door saying that it was closed for a private event. She sneaked in behind him, making her way into a huge chamber full of mastodons and dinosaur skeletons. There were voices up ahead, coming from behind a set of closed doors. Two guards stood outside. They opened the doors for Thorne, and she barely made it in time before they closed again. Annabeth found herself in a huge round room with a balcony ringing the second level. At least a dozen mortal guards stood on the balcony, plus 2 Scythian Draceni. Standing between them was none other than Luke. She barely suppressed a gasp at his condition. His skin was pale, and his blonde hair looked almost gray, as if he'd aged 10 years in just a few months. The angry light in his eyes was still there, and so was the scar down the side of his face, where a dragon had once scratched him. But the scar was now ugly red, as though it had recently been reopened. There was even a black mark around his left eye. Next to him, sitting down so that the shadows covered him, was another man. All that Annabeth could see were his knuckles on the gilded arms of the chair, like a throne. "Well?" asked the man in the chair. His voice was just like the one I'd heard in my dream, not as creepy as Kronos's, but deeper and stronger, like the earth itself was talking. It filled the whole room, even though he wasn't yelling. Dr. Thorne took off his shades. His 2 colored eyes, brown and blue, glittered with excitement. He made a stiff bow, then spoke in his weird French accent. "They are here, General." "I know that, you fool," boomed the man. "But where?" "In the Rocket Museum." "The Air and Space Museum," Luke corrected irritably. Dr. Thorne glared at Luke and spoke acidly. "As you say, sir." "How many?" the general demanded. 8, General," Thorne said. "The satyr, Grover Underwood, and the girl with the spiky black hair and the punk clothes and the horrible shield." "Talia," Luke said. "A hunter, wearing a silver circlet." "That one I know," the general growled. "A girl with dark skin. I don't know her, but she has a powerful aura." "There is also," Perseus Jackson. The boy is a threat to us. Who else? The daughter of Athena. Luke looked a bit hopeful. Annabeth. The general growled again. You said 8, I count 6. Anyone else? 2 others. Girl with wild brown hair and boy with flame red hair. They have the scent of Hecate. Those 2 are of no significance. The figure relaxed very well. Carry on. Luke piped up. Let me take them. We have more than enough dash. Patience, the general said. They'll have their hands full already. I've sent a little playmate to keep them occupied. But dash, we cannot risk you, my boy. Yes, boy, Dr. Thorne said with a cruel smile. You are much too fragile to risk. Let me finish them off. No. The general rose from his chair, and she got her first look at him. He was tall and muscular, with light brown skin and slicked-back dark hair. He wore an expensive brown silk suit, but looked nothing like a Wall Street broker. The man had a brutal face, huge shoulders, and hands that could snap a flagpole in half. His eyes were like stone. I felt as if I were looking at a living statue. It was amazing he could even move. He snarled. You have already failed me, Thorne. Thorne begged. But General Dash, he roared back. No excuses. Thorne flinched and looked downright tiny compared to the general. He snapped. I should throw you into the pits of Tartarus for your incompetence. I send you to capture a child of the 3 elder gods, and you bring me of the firstborn of Artemis. Thorne began to whine. But you promised me revenge. A command of my own. He stood up sharply and looked absolutely imposing. I am Lord Kronos' senior commander, and I will choose lieutenants who get me results. It was only thanks to Luke that we salvaged our plan at all. Now get out of my sight, Thorne, until I find some other menial task for you. Thorne's face turned purple with rage. However, he swallowed his anger, bowed awkwardly, and left the room. With that out of the way, the general turned to Luke. Now, my boy, the first thing we must do is isolate the half-blood Talia. The monster we seek will then come to her. Luke haltingly said, the hunters will be difficult to dispose of. Zoe Nightshade Dash. That was clearly the wrong thing to say, because he thundered, do not speak her name. Luke barely resisted the urge to run away in fear. I apologize, General. The general silenced him with a wave of his hand. Let me show you, my boy, how we will bring the hunters down. He pointed to a guard on the ground level. Do you have the teeth? The guy stumbled forward with a ceramic pot and stammered, Yes, General, plant them. In the center of the room was a big circle of dirt. Annabeth watched with bated breath as the guard took large pointy white teeth out of the pot and pushed them into the soil. He smoothed them over while the general smiled coldly. The guard stepped back from the dirt and wiped his hands. Ready, General. Excellent. Water them, and we will let them scent their prey. The guard picked up a little tin watering can with daisies painted on it. He tipped it and poured out a dark red liquid. On cue, the soil began to bubble. The general chortled soon. I will show you, Luke, soldiers that will make your army from that little boat look insignificant. Luke clenched his fists and bit out. I've spent a year training my forces. When the Princess Andromeda arrives at the mountain, they'll be the best dash. The general boomed. I don't deny your troops will make a fine honor guard for Lord Kronos. And you, of course, will have a role to play, Dash. Luke turned pale than normal when the general said that. But under my leadership, the forces of Lord Kronos will increase 100-fold. We will be unstoppable. Behold my ultimate killing. Machines. Escolf. Venus ortif. Those foolish mortals don't even know when they have dragon teeth in their possession. And not just any dragon teeth. These come from the ancient Cyberus herself. They shall do nicely. Suddenly, a single skeletal hand shot out of the ground, grasping at the air. The general looked up at the balcony. Quickly, do you have the scent? Yes, Lord. One of the Dracini hissed. She took out a sash of silvery fabric, like the kind the hunters wore. Excellent, the general rumbled. Once my warriors catch its scent, they will pursue its owner relentlessly. Nothing can stop them. No weapons known to half-blood or hunter. They will tear the hunters and their allies to shreds. Toss it here. Then, more skeletons burst forth from the ground. There were 12 of them, one for each tooth the general had planted. These were growing flesh as she watched with growing horror, turning into men, but men with dull gray skin, yellow eyes, and modern clothes, skin-tight gray vests camo trousers and combat boots. Annabeth slipped out as fast as she could and exited the place. Fortunately for her, the guards were no longer at the doors. She kept running until she was well out of the Natural History Museum. Pausing briefly to whip off her cap, she sprinted once again, making a beeline for the Air and Space Museum. Chapter 47. As she ran, she saw her friends near the Apollo space capsule and screeched to a halt next to them. Talia looked over at her in concern. "What's the situation?" The blonde girl puffed as she caught her breath. "It's Luke, he's here. Along with the general and the manticore. I think his name is Dr. Thorne. We're in big trouble." "Where's Percy?" She had just noticed that Percy was not with the group. Bianca replied. Some big black Pegasus suddenly came down and told him something. "Now he's gone off somewhere, but he said he'll be back soon." Meanwhile, Zoe had other concerns as she stood ramrod straight. She sharply asked, "The general?" "He's here." Annabeth nodded frantically. "Yes, I saw him somewhat. But we've got bigger problems." Skeleton warriors dash. Talia froze. "What? How many?" 12. And the general also mentioned some kind of playmate. A monster. They were interrupted by a flapping of wings, and the group looked up to see Percy descending on the back of a jet black Pegasus. He hopped off and fed it a sugar cube before it flew off. He nonchalantly said, "Sorry about that." Blackjack said that it was an emergency. Some sea creature was stuck in a fishing net, and I had to free it. Took a while because it freaked out at the sight of my sword. "So what's up?" Annabeth filled him in on what she overheard from Luke's meeting with the general. Then Grover spoke up. "Lady Artemis was definitely here. There's a powerful monster scent, and she was probably tracking it." Suddenly, there was a loud growl, and everyone froze. Hermione muttered, "Ron, please tell me that that was your stomach and not what I think it is." His indignant response was cut off by a small child's excited squeal. "Kitty!" Talia risked a peek over her shoulder and swore. "Damn it. It just had to be the Nemean lion." Zoe took charge, separate on my mark. "Try to keep it distracted." "Until when?" Grover exclaimed. She snapped back. "Until I think of a way to kill it." "Go!" Everyone scattered, and Ron was the first to strike. He lobbed his spear at the creature's back, only for it to bounce off without making a scratch on the lion. To his dismay, the tip of the spear broke. Hermione's dagger was the next to bounce off it and break. Zoe's arrows didn't faze it either. Hermione screamed, "Why aren't our weapons hurting it?" Annabeth screamed back, "It's the Nemean lion. Don't tell me you don't know that legend." The brunette hollered back, "I never really read many mythology books. They sounded way too fantastical and made up to me." Ron half-heartedly teased. "And here I thought that you were a bookworm." Annabeth dodged a swipe and snapped, "Not the time, you too. Focus." Then, Talia leaped into the fray and brandished her shield in front of it. Seeing the visage of Medusa's face was enough to see the lion visibly recoil. The monster crouched as if it was preparing to leap at Talia. Suddenly, Percy charged at the beast and struck it with his sword. Predictably, the sword bounced off with a shower of sparks, but it did distract the lion from its target. The lion swiped at the son of Poseidon, ripping off a chunk of his jacket. Percy backed against the railing, and just as it sprang at him, he spun around and jumped off the railing. The boy landed on a life-size model of an old-fashioned silver airplane. It wobbled and leaned dangerously, almost pitching its passenger off. The lion also followed him by jumping on the plane. Knowing that it couldn't take the weight of both of them, Percy hopped onto another exhibit, prompting the lion to roar with fury. Annabeth yelled, "Guys, target the mouth!" The hunter promptly reacted, firing a few arrows. Unfortunately, they all missed, and then Bianca joined in. Apparently, she had borrowed Harry's rings, which meant that the only weapon that he had at the time of his kidnapping was his wand/sword. As she fired and missed, she grunted, "How does Harry make this look so easy?" Zoe hollered, "No clear shot. We need to get it to open its mouth wider." Percy looked around frantically before he finally spotted a gift shop. He broke into a sprint and barged inside, with Hermione tailing him. Annabeth yelled after him, "Seaweed brain, what are you doing?" Zoe also yelled, "This is no time for souvenirs." Hermione hollered from inside the shop, "We've got an idea. Keep that thing occupied." Percy raced over to the far wall and grabbed an armful of glittery silver packets. Hermione stuck around long enough to throw a wad of dollar bills and then ran out yelling, "Keep the change." The others kept it occupied, and things were looking all right until the lion swatted Talia like a cat toy, sending her flying into the side of a Titan rocket. Her head hit the metal, and she slid to the floor unconscious. Jackson flung his sword at the lion and yelled, "Hey, here, kitty, kitty, kitty." The combination of the sword bouncing off and the taunts got its attention. The Nemean lion snarled at him and pounced in his direction. He dodged and rolled, chucking a chunk of cellophane-wrapped freeze-dried strawberry parfait. The lion's eyes got wide, and it gagged like a cat with a hairball. In the background, Grover was frantically playing on his reed pipes, and people were running helter-skelter. Meanwhile, the beast choked down the strawberry parfait, but he was ready. He tossed 2 packets of ice cream and a spaghetti dinner. The lion's eyes grew wider. It opened its mouth wide and reared up, as if it was trying to get away. Percy yelled, "Now!" On cue, Zoe and Bianca fired several arrows into its maw. The lion thrashed wildly, turned and fell backwards. And then it was still. Grover and Annabeth helped up a recovering Talia, and they walked over. The lion's corpse appeared to melt until there was nothing left but its glittering fur coat, and even it seemed to be shrinking to the size of a normal lion's pelt. Zoe motioned to the pelt. "Take it. It is a spoil of war. It is rightly thine," he protested, "but you and Bianca killed it." She shook her head and smiled. "I think thy ice cream sandwich did that." "Fair is fair, Percy Jackson. Take the fur." As he lifted the pelt, it morphed into a full-length, golden-brown coat. Ron whistled appreciatively. "So, that is wicked." Then Grover warned, "We have to get out of here. The security guards won't stay confused for long." A minor confusion song. I played some Barry Manilow. It works every time, but it'll only last a few seconds. Everyone rushed to the van and made their escape. As they were crossing the Potomac, they heard a steady chopping sound. Ron looked up. "What's that sound?" Hermione replied, "Sounds like a helicopter. Military grade, if I'm not mistaken. I'd recognize that sound anywhere. My house is fairly close to a military base back in Great Britain." Zoe grit her teeth as she drove. "They know the van. We have to abandon it." Grover had a hopeful tone in his voice. "Maybe the military will shoot it down." Annabeth shook her head. "The military probably thinks it's one of theirs. How can the general use mortals, anyway?" Zoe spat out, "Mercenaries. 'Tis distasteful, but many mortals will fight for any cause as long as they are paid." Hermione asked, "But don't these mortals see who they're working for? Don't they notice all the monsters around them?" Zoe shook her head. "I do not know how much they see through the mist. I doubt it would matter to them if they knew the truth. Sometimes mortals can be more horrible than monsters." The chopper was steadily gaining on them when Bianca pointed. She exclaimed, "There! That parking lot! Trust me." Zoe shot across 2 lanes of traffic and into a mall parking lot on the south bank of the river. They ditched the van and followed Bianca down some steps. She hurriedly exclaimed, "Subway entrance. Let's go south. Alexandria." They quickly paid for their tickets and were soon aboard a southbound train. When the train finally came above the ground, they spotted the helicopter once again. Luckily, it was busy circling the parking lot. Bianca grinned. "I remembered that there was a subway station here. I guess a lot has changed in nearly 50 years." Talia, Grover, Ron, and Hermione looked at her in confusion. Then it clicked for Percy. "Oh right, I forgot that you weren't their G-Man. Back when Annabeth, Harry, and I were rescuing you and retrieving the lightning bolt, we happened to enter the Lotus Hotel and Casino. That place was a time trap. When you're doing something fun, time flies. Only that place took it way too literally. Bianca and Nico had been in there since the 1940s. It was only a stroke of luck that Harry happened to bump into them." Bianca nodded. "Yeah, anyway, as I was saying, when Nico and I lived here as kids, there was no subway. Just then, there was a familiar chopping sound, and it was getting louder." Exchanging looks of alarm, they got up from their seats and hurried down the train. They disembarked at the next station and boarded another train. The process of changing trains occurred twice in the span of half an hour until they finally lost the helicopter for good. Unfortunately, the way the world works was that good news was always followed by bad news. The bad news was that the last train they took dropped them off at the end of the line. The surrounding area revealed itself to be an industrial district. The location seemed to be nothing but warehouses and train tracks. Percy and the group wandered around the railway yard and saw nothing but freight cars for miles. They were also fairly alone, except for a homeless ragamuffin in front of a trash can fire. He beckoned the group over. "Hey, come on over. It's going to get dark soon, and trust me, nights can get rather chilly." The group was pretty miserable. Ron complained, "Bloody hell. This is just perfect. We're stuck out here in the middle of bloody nowhere, and we're no closer to finding Harry." The group were silent as the redhead continued to rant. Finally, the homeless man piped up. "I don't mean to pry, but I couldn't help but notice that you're in a bit of a pickle. You think you're alone and friendless, but that ain't further from the truth. You all need a train going west? There's one over yonder." They turned and noticed a new freight train, gleaming and chuffing. It was one of those automobile carrier trains with steel mesh curtains and a triple deck of cars inside. The side of the freight train said Sun West Line. Talia mumbled, "That's convenient." Percy shot her a dry look. "You really want to look a gift horse in the mouth? Come on, let's get on before it leaves without us." In 15 minutes, Zoe and Bianca were sleeping in a 1991 Lexus S140. Meanwhile, Grover and Ron were in a Lamborghini Diablo. Hermione was busy geeking out in a McLaren F1, and finally, Talia and Annabeth were in an SLK Mercedes. Percy joined the latter two in the Mercedes. Talia was busy headbanging to a heavy metal song, the name which had currently escaped his lips. The trio listened to the song in silence for a while. After it ended, Annabeth turned off the radio, a clear sign that they needed to talk. She said, "Listen, when I was eavesdropping on Luke and the General, they said that you two were the targets. Specifically Talia. Their plan was to isolate her so that this monster, whatever it is, would appear in front of her." The punk girl grumped, "Wonderful. I love being used as bait. What's worse is that the destination is most likely San Francisco." Annabeth made a face. It just had to be there of all places." He was puzzled. "Why? What's so bad about San Francisco?" Annabeth explained. "The mist is really thick there because the Mountain of Despair is so near. Titan magic, what's left of it, still lingers. Monsters are attracted to that area like you wouldn't believe." His confusion grew. "Mountain of Despair?" Talia raised an eyebrow. "You really don't know?" "Ask Zoe. She's the expert. What's your deal with her anyway?" Annabeth's eyes widened, and she shook her head furiously. Talia's eyes got dangerously bright, and Percy was mentally cursing his big mouth. After a fearful minute, she just sighed, "Fine, I guess you deserve to know. They tried to recruit me into their ranks. Luke, Annabeth, and I ran into them while we were on the run. Zoe tried to convince me, and I was almost sold on the deal. The only problem was that I would have to leave Luke. We got into a fight. She told me I was being stupid, that I'd regret my choice, and that Luke would let me down someday." He was about to speak up, but Annabeth shot him a warning look. So he changed his mind. "I'm going to go check on the others. See how they're holding up." Zoe and Bianca were asleep. Hermione left her McLaren and joined Ron and Grover. So he spent time with the three of them. The wizard, and which stared forlornly at their destroyed weapons as Percy told them that they were beyond repair. They talked for a while until Grover also went to sleep. They looked up at the night sky, and she asked, "Not going to sleep?" He grumbled, "Sometimes I hate sleeping. I'm scared of what I might dream of when I actually sleep." Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted them. It said, "Oh, don't be afraid of dreams." They whipped their heads to see the homeless guy from the railway yard. He was casually leaning against a support beam, and there was a dark-haired woman next to him. His jeans were so worn out they were almost white. His coat was ripped, with stuffing coming out. Meanwhile, she was more formally dressed. Ron scrambled to his feet. "Lady Hecate, what are you doing here? And who the bloody hell are you, and how did you get here? I thought that you were back in the train yard." The man ignored him. "If it weren't for dreams, I wouldn't know half the things I know about the future. They're better than Olympus. Tabloids." The man then threw up his hands dramatically. "Dreams like a podcast, downloading truth in my ears. They tell me cool stuff." Percy blurted, "Apollo." He put his finger to his lips and winked. "I'm incognito. Call me Lester." The demigod said incredulously, "A god named Lester?" He shrugged. "Well, Zeus insists on certain rules. Hands off when there's a human quest, and it's still less on the nose than catty, even when something really major is wrong. But nobody messes with my baby sister and my favorite nephew. Nobody, Ron asked. Can you help us then? He shot them a conspiratorial wink. Sure. I already have. Haven't you been looking outside? Hermione was taken aback. The train? How fast are we moving? Apollo chuckled. Fast enough. Unfortunately, we're running out of time. It's almost sunset. But I imagine we'll get you across a good chunk of America, at least. Percy asked, Lord Apollo, do you have any idea where Artemis is? The god frowned and his face darkened. I know a lot, and I see a lot. But even I don't know that. She's clouded from me. I don't like it. Same with Harry. Always liked that kid. He pressed further. What about the monster Artemis was seeking? Do you know what it is? He replied, no, but there is one who might. If you haven't yet found the monster when you reach San Francisco, seek out Nereus, the old man of the sea. He has a long memory and a sharp eye. He has the gift of knowledge that is sometimes kept obscure from my oracle. Then Hecate held out her hand. Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, may I see your wands? They silently handed their wands over and watched as she chanted in ancient Greek. A couple of bright flashes later, she smiled and handed them back. I have removed the trace from your wands. You, too, are free to use magic on this quest. I did the same for Mr. Potter much earlier, and I'll give you the same warning I gave him. Do not abuse this privilege. Additionally, your wands can also turn into your preferred weapons, and they are unbreakable. They both bowed. That you, Lady Hecate. Then Apollo straightened up. Well, we have to leave you. Good luck, and I expect a haiku about your journey. He snapped his fingers, and Percy felt his eyes close. When the group woke up early the next morning, the train was just pulling into the town of Cloudcroft, New Mexico. The group walked around for some time, and he filled everyone in on his conversation with Apollo. By the time they reached the city center, there was a bit of a dark mood hanging over the group. Talia scowled. Great. No taxis, no car rentals. We're screwed. Unless somebody knows how to hotwire a car. Fortunately, the grocery store clerk was very helpful. According to her, if they headed to Alamogordo at the bottom of the mountains, they could hail a taxi. After a while, they decided to get some breakfast outside a coffee shop. As she took a bite out of a bagel, Zoe spoke. Grover, can you perform that tracking spell of yours? The satyr chewed on his bran muffin, including the wrapper. I think I can. I just need to dash. Suddenly, he froze and everyone glanced at him in concern. Then they all felt something. Something akin to a warm breeze, like a gust of springtime in the middle of summer. Fresh air seasoned with wildflowers and sunshine. And something else, almost like a voice trying to say something. A warning. Zoe gasped. Gova. Tikul. Grover dropped his coffee cup, which was decorated with pictures of birds. Suddenly, the birds peeled off the cup and flew away. A tiny flock of doves. He collapsed next to his spilt coffee, and the group tried desperately to wake him up. Talia glanced over her shoulder and cursed. Damn it. We need to get out of here. We've got company. Sure enough, they could spot a few skeleton warriors in the distance. The skeletons were wearing blue New Mexico State Police uniforms. The warriors stopped at a distance and then drew their handguns. Talia tapped her bracelet. Aegis spiraled to life on her arm, but the warriors didn't flinch. Her actions did spur the others into drawing their own weapons. Jackson hissed. What about Grover? Ron stepped up. I got this. He pointed his wand at the downed satyr. Wingardium Leviosa. Grover immediately began to float in the air, and the group tried to move, with his still body floating behind them. Unfortunately, more skeleton warriors appeared and surrounded them. Then one of the warriors raised a cell phone to his mouth and spoke into it. Except he wasn't speaking. He made a clattering, clicking sound like dry teeth on bone. A chill ran down Percy's spine as he figured out that the skeletons had called for backup. From his position in the air, Grover's eyes snapped open and he moaned, It's near. The gift. The gift from the wild. The feeling came back once again, but Percy ignored it and charged. The first skeleton fired a bullet, and Annabeth screamed in fear. To everyone's amazement, he deflected it with his sword. The skeleton drew a baton, but he didn't give him time to attack. The boy sliced off the skeleton's arms at the elbows and then sliced his enemy through the waist and cut him in half. With that, the skeleton's bones unknitted and clattered to the tarmac in a heap. Almost immediately, they began to move, reassembling themselves. Percy went to town on the skeletons until one shot him in the back. Percy, Talia, and Annabeth screamed. He landed face down in the street, but immediately realized that he was still alive. The impact of the bullets had been dull, like a push from behind, but they hadn't hurt. Annabeth gasped. The Nemean lion's fur. He's bulletproof. All the others, with the exception of Ron and Grover, charged. The former was still keeping up his spell, and the latter was still airborne, holding his hands out, as if he wanted to hug the trees. Suddenly, one skeleton lunged at Bianca, and she whipped out a hunting knife borrowed from Zoe. She stabbed the skeleton in the chest, and it erupted in flames, leaving a pile of ashes and a police badge. The fight stopped briefly, and everyone stared at her. She nervously chuckled. Maybe it's because I'm the daughter of Hades? Annabeth shrugged. Makes sense. By then, the remaining skeletons were wary of her. As they retreated, Hermione asked, "Do we have a plan?" Annabeth grunted. "Working on it." The trees behind the skeletons were shivering. Branches were cracking. Then, with a mighty roar, a 10-meter-high boar with a snotty pink snout and canoe-sized tusks burst out. "Arnie!" It squealed and raked the surviving skeletons aside with its tusks. The force was so great they went flying over the trees and into the side of the mountain, where they smashed to pieces, thigh bones and arm bones twirling everywhere. From his vantage point, Grover yelled, "Don't kill it. It's a blessing from the wild." Zoe grit her teeth. "That's the Erymanthian boar. I don't think we can kill it." It charged and everyone dived out of the way. The beast came back for another round, and the group split up. Talia raised her shield, and only succeeded in enraging it further. The boar chased her and Jackson up the hill. On the other side, Percy spotted a stretch of train tracks and dragged Talia along. Just ahead was a tunnel, and beyond that was an old trestle bridge spanning a gorge. They sprinted into the tunnel and came out on the other side until Talia screeched to a stop. "No!" she screamed. She turned as white as ice as the two of them stood at the edge of the bridge. Below, the mountain dropped away into a gorge about 20 meters below. The boar was right behind us. He tugged on her arm. "Come on. It'll hold our weight, probably." She shrank back. "I can't." The boar smashed into the covered tunnel, tearing through at full speed. "Now," he yelled at Talia. She looked down and swallowed. He could swear that she was turning green. Then he made a snap decision and tackled her. That sent them both sideways off the edge of the bridge into the side of the mountain. They slid down the mountainside on Aegis. As for the boar, it charged onto the trestle, which buckled under its weight. On cue, it fell into the gorge with an almighty squeal. As the two slid to a stop, he glanced at her. "You're afraid of heights?" She growled. "Breathe a word to anyone, and I will electrocute you." Kelphead. A few minutes later, the rest of the gang joined them. Fortunately, less dangerously, as Ron and Hermione levitated everyone down. They glanced at the boar, which was now out cold. "A blessing of the wild," Grover mused. Zoe nodded. "I agree. We must use it." Talia walked up, having just been healed by Hermione. "Hold up. Explain to me why you're so sure this pig is a blessing." Grover looked over, distracted. "It's our ride west. Do you have any idea how fast this boar can travel?" Jackson grinned. "Fun. Like pig cowboys. The sadder side. Let's go. I just wish we had more time." Sadly, it's gone now. One by one, they mounted its hairy back. Then Ron used his wand to conjure an apple and floated in front of the boar. The boar went nuts, straining to get it. Annabeth grinned. "Automatic steering." "Great." Hermione still looked a bit puzzled. "What did Grover mean?" "This wild blessing." Zoe replied, "I know about it. Did you not feel it in the wind? It was so strong. I never thought I would sense that presence again." Ron asked, "What presence?" She glanced at the witch and wizard. "The Lord of the Wild, of course." Just for a moment, in the arrival of the boar, I felt the presence of Pan. Just like that, they set off once again. The ride was uncomfortable for a few minutes until Hermione solved the issue with a few cushioning charms. The task fell on her. because Ron was preoccupied with floating the apple in front of the boar. The beast kept on running till sunset, and the scenery whizzed by. The mountains faded into the distance and were replaced by miles of flat, dry land. The grass and scrub brush got sparser until they were galloping across the desert. As night fell, the boar came to a stop at a creek bed and snorted. He started drinking the muddy water, then ripped a saguaro cactus out of the ground and chewed it, needles and all. Grover called out, "This is our stop. It's as far as he will go. Let's get off while he's eating." They complied and watched as the boar ripped up 3 cacti before it galloped back towards the east. When the questers turned back, they spotted a two-lane road half blown over with sand. On the other side of the road was a cluster of buildings too small to be a town. A boarded-up house, a taco shop that looked pretty ancient, and a white stucco post office with a sign that said Gila Claw, Arizona, hanging crooked above the door. Just beyond, there was a range of hills made of old cars, appliances, and other bits and bobs of scrap metal. Grover sniffed the wind and had a nervous look on his face. He fished out his acorns and threw them into the sand, then played his pipes. They rearranged themselves in a pattern that looked odd. Ron had a peek, and he grimaced. "Oh, that's not good." Hermione shot him an odd look. "You can tell?" He snapped. "I do pay attention in Trelawney's classes." Also helps that Harry also knew a few things about divination. She raised her hands in defense. Okay. I didn't mean anything by it." Grover ignored the bickering and gestured to everyone to gather around. He pointed to a small cluster of acorns. "That's us right there." Then Ron pointed to another cluster. "That one looks like trouble. Not sure what it is, though." Annabeth guessed. "Monsters?" Grover shook his head. "I don't smell anything, which doesn't make sense. But the acorns don't lie. Our next challenge lies in that junkyard." With night falling, they opted to camp out over there. As they lay in sleeping bags, Zoe pointed to the sky. "Look, the stars are out. Bianca gazed in wonder. Amazing. I've never actually seen the Milky Way." Zoe let out a soft snort. "'Tis nothing. In the old days, there were more. Whole constellations have disappeared because of light pollution from the mortals." Hermione mused. "You talk like you're not human." Zoe turned her head towards the witch. "I am a hunter. I care what happens to the wild places of the world." "Can the same be said for thee?" Talia grumpily corrected. "For you, not thee," the hunter protested. "But you use you for the beginning of a sentence." Talia continued. "And for the end. No thou. No thee. Just you." Zoe threw up her hands in exasperation. "I hate this language. It changes too often." Grover brayed mournfully. "If only Pan were here, he would set things right. He sent us help. I don't know how or why, but it was his presence. After this quest is done, I'm going back to New Mexico. It's the best lead we've got in 2,000 years. I was so close." Unfortunately, sleep was not an option, as a blinding pair of headlights hit them. Everyone rolled out of the way as a white limousine slid to a stop in front of them. The limousine's back door opened, and the next thing that anyone knew, Jackson found a sword pointed at his throat. Zoe immediately drew her bow, followed by the others. A familiar figure stepped out of the limousine with a cruel grin on his face. He sneered. "Not so fast now, are you, punk?" Percy growled. "Ares." The god glanced at the others, who were pointing their weapons at him. He simply snapped his fingers and said, "At ease, people." On cue, their weapons fell to the ground in unison. Ares dug the sword a little deeper. "This is a friendly meeting. Of course I'd like to take your head for a trophy, but someone wants to see you. And I never behead my enemies in front of a lady." Ron blurted. "What lady?" Ares shot him a cursory glance. "Oh, you're one of Hecate's, eh? Never thought I'd see the day." The Grindelwald War was always one of my favorites, though I had to admit that killing curse of yours is cheating. Don't get me wrong, I love a good death, but that instant death crap just robs the fun out of it. Now the torture curse, that's a fun one. Anyway, my guest wants to see the Jackson brat. Why don't you all go get some tacos while you wait? Only take Percy a few minutes. The others looked defiant, but Percy reassured them. "Go on, I'll handle this." They reluctantly headed to the taco joint, which had miraculously opened. As Ares ushered him inside, he snarled, "Get inside, punk. And mind your manners. She's not as forgiving of rudeness as I am." When he entered, The first thing that greeted him was the most drop-dead gorgeous woman he had ever seen. She was wearing a red satin dress, and her hair was curled in a cascade of ringlets. Her face was the most beautiful that he has ever seen. Perfect makeup, dazzling eyes, a smile that would have lit up the dark side of the moon. "Ah, there you are, Percy," the goddess said in a melodious voice. "I am Aphrodite." He slid into the seat across from her and babbled like an idiot. She smiled. "Aren't you sweet? Hold this, please." She handed him a polished mirror the size of a dinner plate and dabbed at her lipstick. Aphrodite asked, "Do you know why you're here?" Percy stammered, and she continued, "Let me rephrase. Why are you on this quest?" He replied, "Artemis and Harry have been captured." Aphrodite rolled her eyes. "Oh, Artemis. Please, talk about a hopeless case. I mean, if they were going to kidnap a goddess, she should at least be breathtakingly beautiful, don't you think? I pity the poor dears who have to imprison Artemis." "Bowring," he protested, "but she was chasing a monster. A really, really bad monster. We have to find it." She was also looking for Harry. She tooted, "Always some monster. But Harry, he is my concern. Did you know, when that silly Dark Lord went to kill him, his mortal mother invoked a protection ritual? That was one of mine. Let me tell you, there is nothing more powerful in the world than a mother's love, especially when the mother is willing to lay down her own life to save her child. That actually tugged at my heartstrings. I cried that hard since I watched Casablanca. But with that ritual, that made Harry my champion. Now, Artemis and I don't normally see eye to eye, but even her own mission was to find Harry. That's the love of a mother for you." She looked outside the window. "Now run along. And do be careful in my husband's territory. Don't take anything. He is awfully fussy about his trinkets." He was about to ask what she meant when Ares opened the door and yanked him out. He growled, "You're lucky, punk. Be grateful that we're being so nice." "If it was up to me, Percy shot back. "So why haven't you killed me?" Ares nonchalantly said, "I'd love to kill you, seriously. But, see, I got a situation. Word on Olympus is that you might start the biggest war in history. I can't risk messing that up. Besides, Aphrodite is really invested in that Potter brat, and she is hoping that you save him. I kill you. That means that you won't be able to have Potter. That makes me look bad with her. But don't worry. I haven't forgotten my promise. Someday soon, kid, real soon. You're going to raise your sword to fight, and you're going to remember the wrath of Ares." He snapped his fingers, and Percy fell to the ground. When he recovered, the limousine had vanished, and the place was a ghost town once again. Annabeth came over. "So who was it that you were talking to, Seaweed Brain?" "Aphrodite," Bianca chipped in. "What did she want with you?" He saw no reason to lie. "Well, she said that she was just as invested in this quest as we are. Apparently, Harry is her champion, whatever that means. She also said that we had to be careful in her husband's junkyard. Don't pick up anything from there." Annabeth mused. "At one point, I would not have believed you. Aphrodite likes to toy with people's emotions, but I know that she has a soft spot for Harry." Ron interrupted. "So, how do we get out of here?" Zoe pointed. "That way. That is west." Ron was gobsmacked. "How can you tell?" She replied, "Ursa Major is in the north, which means that must be west. Come on, it looks like rest shall have to wait for a while." Slowly, they trekked to the junkyard. When they entered, that was when the scale truly hit them. Piles of metal objects glinted in the moonlight. They ranged from broken heads of bronze horses to metal legs of human statues, chariots, shields, swords, and other paraphernalia. Ron was awestruck. "Blimey, is that real gold?" Talia grimly said. "It is. Like Percy said, don't touch anything. This is the junkyard of the gods." They slowly climbed the junk hills without too many incidents. The only significant one was when Annabeth smacked a broken crown from Grover's hands before he could take a bite. Bianca picked up a silver hunter's bow, which turned into a hairclip. However, Zoe made her put it down. In all honesty, it was very difficult to avoid picking up something. It got to a point where Ron and Hermione threatened to use stunning spells on everyone. Eventually, the edge of the junkyard beckoned, about half a mile away. To make matters even better, there was a highway in the distance, but in between them was a massive structure that resembled a set of toes. Zoe, Annabeth, and Talia immediately came to a consensus. "Let's go around." far around. Then Grover scared the crap out of everyone when he flicked a piece of scrap metal at the toes. After several more minutes of walking, they finally neared the highway. Zoe sighed in relief. We made it out. Thank the gods. Suddenly, there was a deafening metallic sound from behind them. The group spun around to see the 10 toes tilting. Connected to the toes was a bronze giant in full Greek battle armor. He was impossibly tall, a skyscraper with legs and arms. He gleamed wickedly in the moonlight. He looked down at us, and his face was deformed. The left side was partially melted off. His joints creaked with rust, and across his armored chest, written in thick dust by some giant finger, were the words, "Wash me." Zoe paled. Talos, one of Hephaestus' creations. Must be a prototype. It's too small to be the original. Talos moved one hand to his sword belt and drew his weapon. The sound of it coming out of its sheath was horrible, metal screeching against metal. The blade was 30 meters long, easy. It looked rusty and dull, but I didn't figure that mattered. Getting hit with that thing would be like getting hit with a battleship. Zoe yelled, "Someone took something." Who took something? She glanced at Percy, who quickly shook his head. He exclaimed, "I'm a lot of things, but I'm not a thief." However, he couldn't help but notice that Bianca looked guilty. Meanwhile, Talos took a giant step towards them, and everyone scattered. Talia drew her shield, and the giant swung his sword, taking out several power lines. Zoe's arrows and Ron's spear clattered harmlessly against Talos' face and body. Percy made his way to Bianca. "You took the bow, didn't you?" She yelped. "I didn't take the bow. Besides, it's too late." Then the area around them darkened as Talos' foot came down, and the two bolted immediately. Then, Bianca dug out a small metal figurine with trembling fingers. She stammered. It was for Nico, the only figurine he didn't have. She dropped the figurine, but the giant's rampage didn't stop. Talia took her own spear, and a blue arc of lightning shot out, striking the giant in the knee. It staggered and fell before getting up to rise again. Then Annabeth yelled, "Percy, look at the foot." There was a hole in his heel like a large manhole, and there were red words painted, reading for maintenance only. They reconvened with Ron and Hermione, who were shooting out spells. Percy said, "I have an idea, a crazy one. There's a hatch for maintenance. There may be a way to control the thing. Switches or something." Hermione shrieked, "How?" "You'll have to stand under its foot. You'll be crushed," he explained, distracted. "I'll just have to time it right." Bianca's jaw tightened. "No, I'll go." He looked at her in askance. "Are you sure?" She nodded firmly. "It's my fault the monster came after us. It's my responsibility." Ron replied, "I don't like this, but we've got no choice. If this goes tits up dash." However, Bianca broke into a sprint. She got right next to the giant's foot, trying to balance herself on the metal scraps that swayed and shifted with his weight. Jackson ran up to its big toe and stabbed it in the foot. Talos looked down at the gash and raised his foot. He didn't have time to check on Bianca, but just turned and ran for it. Talos looked for a new target and saw Grover trip and fall. The monster raised his sword to smash Grover. Then he froze. Talos cocked his head to one side, like he was hearing strange new music. He started moving his arms and legs in weird ways before making a fist and punching himself in the face. "Go, Bianca!" Percy whooped. Zoe looked horrified. "She's inside?" The monster staggered around, and the son of Poseidon realized that the danger was still there. Annabeth and Talia grabbed Grover and ran with him towards the highway. The giant hit itself in the head again and dropped his sword. A shudder ran through his whole body, and he staggered towards the power lines. Suddenly, Hermione raised her wand and bellowed, "Accio Bianca D'Angelo." Nothing happened for a frightening few seconds. Then the hatch by the giant's foot burst open, and Bianca came flying out at high speed. Thankfully, Ron placed himself in front of Hermione and caught Bianca, sending them rolling on the ground. He wheezed, "You all right, mate?" She didn't speak for a few seconds and just took deep breaths. Then she said, I'm okay. Thank you, both of you. I honestly thought I was going to die." Meanwhile, Talos began to come undone in a literal sense. Body parts kept falling until his crumbled to pieces. Zoe came running over and hauled Bianca to her feet before hugging her tightly and crying. She broke the hug and spoke in a thick voice. I thought that I had lost thee. I do not know how I would have faced Harry if thou had perished. He cares for thou and Nico like his own siblings. Come, let us get away from this accursed place. Chapter 48. It took a while, but they eventually managed to find an old Jeep, which was somehow still in working condition. Zoe drove for a while, but her hands were shaking as she gripped the steering wheel. If Ron had to guess, it was because she was still coming to terms with the fact that they had come close to losing Bianca. After some time, Talia took pity on her and elected to take over driving duties. As a 15-year-old, she had a driving license, something that made Hermione a little jealous because the minimum age in England was 17. The good news was that the vehicle's presence meant that they saved a lot of time and cut down on travel distance. However, the bad news was that they did not see any gas stations during the journey. So despite a full tank at the start of the journey, all that fuel eventually ran out and the Jeep juddered to a halt by a river. The group disembarked and scanned the horizon. There wasn't much to see, except for desert in all directions, occasional clumps of barren mountains plopped here and there. The canyon was the only thing interesting. The river itself wasn't very big, maybe 50 meters across, green water with a few rapids, but it carved a huge scar out of the desert. The rock cliffs dropped away below them. Just then, Grover pointed, "Look, there's a path over there." Percy looked at him incredulously. "That's a goat path, dude. Not all of us are goats," he argued. "We can make it, I think." Percy stole a quick glance at Talia, who had gone pale. Knowing his friend's fear of heights, he knew what to do. He firmly said, "We'll go upstream. Buddy, not all of us are as sure-footed as goats." Hermione also squeaked fearfully, "I'm scared of heights." "Sorry, Grover, but I vote against the goat path." He raised his hands placatingly. "That's okay. I'm not offended. We'll head down the river." Percy thought he heard Talia sigh in relief. They walked for about half a mile until they lucked out and stumbled upon a canoe rental station. Percy left a wad of bills on the empty counter with a note, "IOU." For canoes, Ron and Hermione hopped in one. Annabeth and Talia snagged another. Grover hopped in with Bianca, which left Zoe stuck with Percy. The hunter examined the ground before speaking. "We need to go upstream." Hermione looked at her in shock. "But the rapids are too swift." Percy grinned. "We're going to be fine. I'm pretty good in the water." Just before they boarded, Talia pulled him aside. "Thanks for suggesting the river." He shot her a small thumbs up. "Not a problem." The best part of this trip was that his expertise was not needed. When he peered down the side, he spotted a few naiads. They made a bubbling sound that may have been giggling, though he was not too sure. He may have had no problems understanding sea creatures, but naiads were another story. He tried to telepathically send a message. "We're heading upstream. Do you think you could dash?" Percy never got to finish because the naiads each chose a canoe and began pushing them up the river. They were going so fast that Grover fell into his canoe with his hooves sticking up in the air. Ron would have sniggered at the sight, except that he was in the same position. Zoe grumbled, "I hate naiads." On cue, a stream of water squirted up from the back of the boat and hit her in the face. She went for her bow and snarled, "She devils." He barely resisted the urge to restrain her. "Whoa, they're just playing. Cursed water spirits. They've never forgiven me." He tilted his head in confusion. "Forgiven you for what?" She slung her bow back over her shoulder. "It was a long time ago." "Never mind." An awkward silence hung around them. Finally, he said, "We'll find Harry and Lady Artemis." She sighed. "It isn't Harry I'm worried about. He could take care of himself. I should know. I helped my Lady Artemis raise him since he was a year old, until he was 6. I was talking about Bianca. I thank the gods that Ronald and Hermione were there and used their magic. Had she perished, I would have never forgiven myself, nor would I have had the strength to face Harry. Like I told her, he cares deeply for her and her brother, like they were his own siblings." After a while, he absently took Riptide out of his pocket. Zoe spotted the pen and had pained look on her face. He glanced at her, and it dawned on him. "You made this, didn't you?" Her voice had a slight edge to it. "Who told thee?" He hurriedly blurted, "I had a dream about it. Back when we were on the Sun-West line." She studied him carefully and finally spoke. "It was a gift. And a mistake, he curiously asked. Who was the hero? Zoe fought down a scowl. Do not make me say his name. I swore never to speak it again. He hesitantly said, should I know him? She scoffed. You should, hero. Don't all you boys want to be just like him? Her voice held such bitterness that he elected to change the subject. He continued, if I'm not mistaken, your mother was a water goddess? She nodded. Yes, Pleoan. She had 5 daughters. My sisters and I. The Hesperides. Those were the girls who lived in a garden at the edge of the west, with a golden apple tree and a dragon guarding it. She had a wistful look on her face. Yes. Layden, Percy replied. I was under the impression that there were only 4 sisters. Her sigh grew deeper. There are now. I was exiled, forgotten, blotted out, as if I never existed. He was curious. Why? She gestured towards his pen. Because I betrayed my family and helped a hero. You won't find it in the legend either. He never spoke of me. After his direct assault on Layden failed, I gave him the idea of how to steal the apples, how to trick my father, but he took all the credit. The answer slowly dawned on him. But his thoughts were interrupted the naiads, who had stopped and dragged their canoes to the shore. The group disembarked and suddenly, there was an excited squeal from Annabeth. She cheered, Oh my gods! It's the Hoover Dam. Percy rolled his eyes and shot her a fond look. Over 200 meters tall, built in the 1930s. Talia spoke up next. Holds over 5 million cubic acres of water. Grover also sighed. Largest construction project in the United States. Annabeth finished off for them. Was renamed the Boulder Dam during the Roosevelt administration. But the original name was restored in 1947. Zoe stared in shock. How do you know all that? Annabeth's cheeks reddened. Jag gillar architecture. Talia grinned, slung an arm around the blonde, and ruffled her hair. Wise girl here is nuts about monuments. Grover also laughed, loves spouting facts all the time. Gets annoying at times, but we love her for it. Annabeth fixed her hair and then grabbed Percy by the arm and began dragging him. Come on, seaweed brain, let's go visit. I've been dying to see the dam, and I am not letting this opportunity slip through my fingers. The rest had no choice but to follow the pair. They trekked for a while before stumbling upon a path leading up to the road. Grover soon began sniffing the wind, and he looked nervous. Percy glanced at him. How close are they? He shrugged. Maybe not close. The wind on the dam, the desert all around us, the scent can probably carry for miles. But it's coming from several directions. I don't like that. Talia quickened her pace. There's a snack bar in the visitor's center. I've been here once to see the Guardians. She pointed to the far end of the dam. Carved into the side of the cliff was a little plaza with 2 big bronze statues. The daughter of Zeus continued. They were dedicated to Zeus when the dam was built. A gift from Athena. Tourists were clustered all around them. They seemed to be looking at the statue's feet. Ron frowned in confusion. What are they doing? Rubbing the toes, Talia said. They think it's good luck. Blimey, these people are crazy. Zoe gestured. Let us find the damn snack bar. We should eat while we can. Grover fought down a snicker. The damn snack bar? Zoe blinked. Yes. What is funny? Nothing, Grover said, trying to keep a straight face. I could use some damn French fries. Everyone else began to grin, and Talia continued the joke. And I need to use the damn restroom. Annabeth helpfully supplied. I need to use the damn water fountain. Bianca wheezed. I want to buy a damn t-shirt. Suddenly, Percy froze up, and Annabeth looked at him in askance. What's wrong? He tried to reassure her. Nothing, nothing. You guys go on ahead. I need to check something out. The blonde girl eyed him carefully before shrugging and going with the others, though Grover was also looking around. As soon as they were out of sight, Percy jogged to the north edge of the dam and peered over. Sure enough, Bessie the cow serpent was trying to get his attention. He loudly whispered, What are you doing here? More importantly, how did you get here? I thought I told you to stay in Long Island, where it is safe. She swam in a circle and motioned as if she wanted him to come with her. He shook his head. I can't. My friend are inside. With a disappointed moo, she flipped and dove back underwater. Suddenly, he tensed and the hair on his arms stood on end. He turned his head to see the end of the road and spotted 2 men in the distance. They both wore camouflage outfits that flickered over skeletal bodies. Backing away, Percy turned and ran for the visitor center. The situation got worse when a black van screeched to a stop on the west side of the dam. More skeletal warriors poured out from the open doors. Wasting no time, Percy dashed into the museum entrance. He stopped long enough to get checked in, but eventually made it inside safely. He spotted a nearby tour group and stealthily merged into it as they entered an elevator. The cheerful tour guide, a woman with long black hair, pulled back in a ponytail and sunglasses, said, "We'll be going down 222 meters. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, the elevator hardly ever breaks." He sheepishly raised a hand. "Hi, where does this elevator go? I was supposed to meet some friends by the snack bar." The woman's gaze was a little intimidating. "To the turbines, young man," the lady said. "Weren't you listening to my fascinating presentation upstairs? I actually just got here, so I must have missed it. Sorry." The doors opened. "Go right ahead, folks. Another ranger is waiting for you at the end of the corridor." As Percy was leaving, the tour guide called him. He turned back to see that she had taken off her shades, revealing that her eyes were startlingly gray. "Young man, there is always a way out for those clever enough to find it." Percy steadily made his way towards the departing tour group. Suddenly, he turned a corner and ran headlong into Ron. The redhead exclaimed, "Oof. Sorry, mate, you okay? Annabeth and Talia sent me back in case you got lost. Come on, this way." They hurried through a tunnel carved out of solid rock. It seemed to run forever. The walls were moist, and the air hummed with electricity and the roar of water. He and Ron came out on a U-shaped balcony that overlooked this huge warehouse area. 15 meters below, enormous turbines were running. It was a big room, but neither of them spotted any exits. Another tour guide was talking over the microphone, telling the tourists about water supplies in Nevada. They worked their way through the crowd and got to the opposite side of the balcony. Suddenly, the two of them heard a sharp chhh, like the voice of a skeleton, coming from right behind them. Without thinking, Percy uncapped Riptide and spun, slashing with his sword. The girl behind them would have been cleaved in half if Ron hadn't caught the sword inches from her waist. The girl yelped and dropped her Kleenex. She snapped, "Oh my God, do you always kill people when they blow their nose?" Ron saw the girl for the first time and blurted, "Rachel, what the bloody hell are you doing here?" She looked at them in disbelief. "Me? I live here, dummy. What are you doing here? How did your friend get that sword past security?" Percy was taken aback. "Wait, you know her? And you can see that it's a sword?" The girl had bright red hair, a few shades darker than Ron's. She rolled her green eyes. "Well, duh. I'm his cousin from his mom's side. Speaking of which, do Uncle Arthur and Aunt Molly know that you're here? And of course I can see it's a sword, weirdo. Who are you? And whoa, what is that you're wearing? Is that made of lion fur? Oh, I'm Rachel Elizabeth Pruitt. Or, it was until Mom married Warren Dare, so I'm officially Rachel Elizabeth Dare." She turned back to Ron. "Now, answer my questions, or I will scream for security." Ron raised his arms in a panic. "No, don't. Listen, we need your help." Just then, she glanced over their shoulders and her eyes widened. "Bathroom. Behind me. Now." Without question, they slipped into the men's bathroom and waited by the closed door. Percy tightened his grip on his sword, but Ron grabbed his arm. "Look, mate, Rachel will be fine. She can sweet-talk her way out of anything." Outside, she began chattering rapidly. "Oh my God, did you see that kid? It's about time you got here. He tried to kill me. He had a sword, for God's sake. You security guys let a sword-swinging lunatic inside a national landmark? I mean, geez." He ran that way towards those turbine thingies. "I think he went over the side or something. Maybe he fell." As the skeletons moved off, she whispered, "All clear, but you better hurry." What the bloody hell were those things? Tish, they look like skeletons. Ron, you owe me an explanation. Next week I'll catch a flight to Britain and swing by for a visit. Do not weasel your way out of it. Got it, mister? He nodded, and they bolted for the exit. As they ran, Percy asked, "So how's Rachel related to you again? Did Harry ever tell you about squibs?" Yeah, well, her mom is a squib, but Rachel has magic. Of course, since she's based in America, she had the option of going to Ilvermorny. Ilver what? Ilvermorny. It's basically the American counterpart of Hogwarts. I think Harry also had the option to go there as well, but he chose Hogwarts instead. By the way, How the bloody hell did those skeletons catch up? I didn't stick around to ask them, dude. Finally, the two of them managed to burst into the cafeteria. The area was packed with kids, and they spotted their group. Percy ran up. Guys, we need to leave right now. Zoe glanced outside the cafe windows that wrapped all the way around the observation floor. She cursed, he's right, look. Percy counted 2 on the east side of the dam road, blocking the way to Arizona. 3 more on the west side, guarding Nevada. All of them were armed with batons and pistols. Finally, the 3 who had been chasing him and Ron emerged. Then the elevator dinged open to reveal the final 3 skeletons. The questers huddled together when Hermione suddenly had a brainwave. She subtly raised her wand to the nearest group of oblivious kids and whispered, "Confundo." On cue, one of the kids stood up and yelled, "Food fight." From there, the cafeteria descended into pandemonium. Grover grabbed a burrito and flung it at a skeleton. The impact knocked its head off, and the heroes took advantage of the chaos to escape. Percy looked at the beheaded skeleton and quipped, "Well, someone took knocking your block off too literally." Annabeth groaned next to him as she sprinted. "Percy, that was a horrible joke. You've been hanging around Harry way too much, and his sense of humor is rubbing off on you," Talia teased. "Yeah, you're such a blockhead." Annabeth whipped her head back towards her other friend. "Oh no, you don't have room to talk. You are even worse," Zoe yelled in frustration. "'Tis not a good time for witty banter." Sure enough, she was right, as they burst onto the plaza with the winged bronze statues. Unfortunately, all exits were blocked off, and the 11 skeletons began advancing threateningly. Zoe muttered, "For against 11. And they cannot die." Ron simply blustered. Can't we just sick Bianca on them?" "I mean, she managed to kill one of them." Said girl shot him an outraged look. "Excuse me, in case you hadn't noticed, there are 11 of them and 1 of me. I'm not as good with a bow as Harry. Also, I almost freaking died. So, do excuse me for not wanting to risk my life again so soon." Properly cowed, Ron stammered an apology. Meanwhile, Percy had been eyeing the statue's toes. Wow, their toes are really bright. As he stared at the statue's feet, he remembered what Talia said about people rubbing them for good luck. Then he remembered the tour guide, and remembered why she was so familiar. Leveling his sword, he called to his friend. "Talia, pray to your dad." She glared at him. "He never answers." Annabeth caught on to what he was trying to do and began helping him convince her. For a few frightening moments, nothing happened. The skeletons advanced, and they all hefted their weapons, ready for a final stand. A shadow fell over the group, the shadow of an enormous wing. The skeletons looked up too late. A flash of bronze, and 5 skeletons, all of whom were wielding batons, were swept aside. The other skeletons opened fire. Percy raised his lion coat, but it was not needed. The bronze angels stepped in front of the 8 of them and folded their wings like shields. Bullets pinged off them like rain off a corrugated roof. Both angels slashed outwards, and the skeletons went flying across the road. The first angel spoke up in a tinny and rusty voice. "Man, it feels good to stand up," his buddy exclaimed. "Will you look at my toes? Holy Zeus, what were those tourists thinking?" Talia shook off her initial shock and called up to them. "Hi, can you get us out of here?" Both angels looked down at her. "Zeus's kid." "Yes, could we get a please, Miss Zeus's kid? Please." The angels looked at each other and shrugged. Could use a stretch, one decided. A moment later, one of them grabbed Talia, Annabeth, Percy, and Ron. The other had picked up Zoe, Bianca, Grover, and Hermione. With strong flaps of their wings, they flew straight up, over the dam and the river with their cargo. The skeleton warriors rapidly shrank to tiny specks, and the sound of gunfire echoed off the sides of the mountains. Talia and Hermione were freaking out, but Ron solved that issue by stunning them with his wand. The angels were pretty fast, because in no time, Zoe yelled that they had passed the Sierras. At the rate at which they were traveling, they would reach San Francisco in a few hours. The angel carrying Percy's group cheered. Hey, Frisco. Yo, so we could visit those guys at the Mechanics Monument again. They know how to party." "Oh man," Chuck exclaimed. "I am so there." Percy was incredulous. "You guys have visited San Francisco," his statue taxi replied. "We automatons got to have some fun once in a while, right?" our statue said. Those mechanics took us over to the De Young Museum and introduced us to these marble lady statues, see. And dash, Chuck quickly interrupted. Hank, they're kids, man. Hank sounded very sheepish. Oh, right. Back to flying. As they flew, Grover passed the time by playing his pipes. Meanwhile, Zoe began shooting arrows at random billboards. She was especially excited every time they passed a Target department store. Night soon fell, and Percy tried his best to get some sleep and somehow succeeded. Soon afterwards, Hank woke him and his group up at dawn, asking them to choose a landing spot. Zoe called out, "Put us down by the Embarcadero building." Before long, the 8 were back on solid ground, and Ron had revived Talia and Hermione. Percy went over to see if the daughter of Zeus was all right. He shot her an encouraging smile. "You did good back there." Zeus listened. She shrugged. "Maybe. I heard from Ron that both of you were trapped in the generator room." "How did both of you get out?" He motioned towards Ron. "Met a cousin of his. She's also a witch and was able to see through the mist." Talia mused. "Some people are like that, especially mortals. No one really knows why." Fortunately, the area around the Embarcadero building was empty, save for a random homeless man. Hermione quickly obliviated him before he could kick up a fuss. They had finally reached the West Coast and were one step closer to finding Artemis and Harry. Outside a local deli, Annabeth called for a strategy meeting. She explained, "I've been thinking, maybe if we find out more about this mysterious monster, it could give us a clue. Who do we have to contact again?" Percy spoke up. "Nereus. That's what Apollo said. Find the old man of the sea. We have to find him and force him to tell us what he knows." "But where do we look?" Zoe screwed up her face in an expression of disgust. "Old Nereus, eh? I know him. My mother was a sea goddess. He's not too hard to find. Just follow the stench. Come, I will show thee." They followed her as she explained her plan. The key to this is to appear as a homeless person. Nereus would not feel threatened under such a ruse. She glanced at Percy. "Perseus, thou art perfect as the one to play the role." He scowled. "Oh, come on. Why me? Thou art a son of Poseidon. You stand a better chance of identifying him. He never travels very far from the water. He likes to sun himself during the day. Sneak up, act homeless. You will easily identify him by his smell." He groaned, not liking the plan at all. Then Ron stepped up holding something in his hand. "Oi, listen. I somehow discovered this in my bag. I'm guessing this is a pranking attempt from Fred and George. This is a dung bomb. And yes, it is exactly what it sounds like. Now I'm going to throw it at your t-shirt." Percy growled, "Just get it over with." In a few minutes, he was dressed up in a ragged flannel shirt and jeans 3 sizes too big, bright red trainers, and a floppy rainbow hat. Then Ron stood at a distance and lobbed the dung bomb at him, staining his clothes and emitting an awful stench. Seeing himself in the mirror, Percy would have guessed that Aphrodite would have burned these eyesores in a flash. Zoe ignored the snickering from everyone else and led the way to the waterfront. After a long time spent searching the docks, Zoe finally stopped in her tracks. She pointed down a pier where a bunch of homeless guys were huddled together in blankets, waiting for the soup kitchen to open for lunch. Percy grumbled, "I hate this plan." Plugging her nose, Hermione said, "Sorry, Percy, just bear with it for a while longer. I'll clean it up afterwards, I promise." The son of Poseidon trudged down the pier, muttering curses under his breath. Looking around him, there were several homeless people milling about, but none looked or smelled off. Finally, there was a really ancient-looking geezer passed out in a patch of sunlight. He wore pajamas and a fuzzy bathrobe that probably used to be white. He was fat, with a white beard that had turned yellow, kind of like Santa Claus, if Santa had been rolled out of bed and dragged through a landfill. Then the smell punched him in the face. The man smelt like hot seaweed, dead fish, and brine. If the ocean had an ugly side, this guy was it. Percy slipped into a seat next to him, trying not to gag. Santa cracked an eye open and stared suspiciously. To throw off suspicion, Percy muttered something about stupid school and stupid parents. Buying the ruse, Santa Claus went back to sleep. Percy tensed and went over the plan in his head. There were some people milling about, and according to Ron, Muggle-repelling charms weren't going to be taught until their 5th year. So the straight-up assault was definitely going to make him look bad. Nevertheless, Percy steeled himself and jumped Santa Claus. Predictably, The man screamed, but somehow managed to grab Percy instead of the other way around. It was as if he'd never been asleep at all. He certainly didn't act like a weak old man. He had a grip like steel. A few passersby noticed, but didn't say anything as the two rolled around. They went tumbling down the pier, and Percy's head smacked a post. The impact dazed him for a few seconds, and Nereus' grip slackened. Realizing that he was trying to get away, Percy scrambled to his feet and tackled him from behind. He wailed, "I don't have any money." Percy called back, "I don't want money. I'm a half-blood. I want information." Nereus struggled harder. "Heroes. Why do you always pick on me?" "Because you know everything." He growled and wriggled even more, but Percy grit his teeth and squeezed tighter. The squabbling pair staggered towards the edge of the pier, and an idea struck Percy. He adopted a look of fake terror. "Oh no, not the water." The plan worked. Immediately, Nereus yelled in triumph and jumped off the edge. Together, they plunged into San Francisco Bay. Safe to say, he was in for the surprise of his life when Percy tightened his grip. As the son of Poseidon, the ocean filled him with extra strength. But Nereus had a few tricks left, too. He changed shape, turning into a sleek black seal. Nereus plunged straight down, wriggling and thrashing and spiraling through the dark water. Percy kept holding on like his life depended on it. The old sea god wasn't about to give up, though, as he turned into a killer whale. Instantly, Percy latched onto his dorsal fin as he burst out of the water. Tourists standing by the pier simply went wide-eyed and cheered. Back underwater, Nereus turned into an eel. This time, Percy went for a different tactic. He started to tie him in a knot, and Nereus changed back into human form. He wailed, "Why won't you drown? I'm the son of Poseidon." He whined, "Curse that upstart. I was here first." In the end, he collapsed on the edge of the boat dock, heaving away. The others soon came rushing up to meet them. Hermione pointed her wand and dried him before casting a Scourgify charm. Percy took an experimental sniff, and luckily, the stench was gone. Nereus moaned, "Oh, wonderful. An audience for my humiliation. The normal deal, I suppose? You'll let me go if I answer your question?" Percy replied, "I've got more than one question." The sea god said, "Only one question per capture. That's the rule." Percy locked eyes with his friends, as if they were deciding what to ask. They needed to know whether Artemis or Harry were alive. They also needed to find out about the doomsday creature. He sighed, "All right, Nereus. Tell me where to find this terrible monster that could bring an end to the gods." The one Artemis was hunting. The old man of the sea smiled, showing off his mossy green teeth. "Oh, that's too easy," he said evilly. "He's right there." Nereus pointed to the water around them. Percy was confused. "Where?" Nereus gloated. "The deal is complete." With that, he turned into a goldfish and did a backflip into the sea. In anger, Percy yelled, "Hey, you tricked me." Suddenly, Talia exclaimed, "Wait, what is that?" "Mo." Percy glanced down to see the cow serpent swimming next to the dock. The creature nudged his shoe and gave him the sad brown eyes. The boy sighed, "Oh, Bessie, not now, buddy." The cow serpent mooed again, and Grover translated, "He says his name isn't Bessie." Annabeth asked, "You can understand him?" Grover nodded. "It's a very old form of animal speech. But he says his name is the Ophiotaurus." Hermione repeated, "The Ophi what?" Talia explained, "It means serpent bull in Greek." "But what's it doing here?" The bull serpent responded. "Mo." Once again, Grover translated, "He says Percy is his protector, and he's running from the bad people. He says they are close." Zoe looked at him suspiciously. "Wait, you know this cow?" He nodded, "Yeah. Remember when Blackjack, my Pegasus, carried me off somewhere? I had to rescue this fellow after he got caught in a net." Then Zoe stood ramrod straight. "I am a fool. I know this story from the War of the Titans. My father told me this tale millennia ago. This is the beast that my lady was hunting." Ron leaned down and stroked the Ophiotaurus. "But this thing's too cute to destroy the world." Zoe explained, "Nay, not on its own. It can only happen through a sacrifice." The cow serpent slithered a bit uncomfortably. Percy reached over and scratched the sea creature's ear, and it leaned into his touch. The hunter continued, "There is power in killing innocents. Terrible power. The fates ordained a prophecy eons ago when this creature was born. They said that whoever killed the Ophiotaurus and sacrificed its entrails to fire would have the power to destroy the gods. The Ophiotaurus began to freak out, and it took everything in Percy's power to calm it down. Talia stared at it. The power to destroy the gods, how? I mean, what would happen? Zoe's face was grim. No one knows. The first time, during the Titan War, the Ophiotaurus was in fact slain by a giant ally of the Titans. But Lord Zeus sent an eagle to snatch the entrails away before they could be tossed into the fire. 'Twas a close call. Now, after 3,000 years, the Ophiotaurus is reborn. Talia sat down on the dock. She stretched out her hand, and it went right to her. The girl placed her hand on his head, and he shivered at her touch. Percy slowly stepped forward protectively, not liking the look on her face. He said sternly, "We have to protect him. If Luke gets hold of him, dash." She nodded and muttered, "Luke wouldn't hesitate. The power to overthrow Olympus. That's huge." Suddenly, a French-accented voice interrupted them. "Yes, it is, my dear. And it is a power you shall unleash." On cue, the Ophiotaurus submerged with a whimpering sound. Percy felt like kicking himself. They were so busy talking that an ambush walked right up to them. Everyone drew their weapons, and Ron gripped his spear. The voice belonged to Dr. Thorne, the Manticore himself. The man gloated. "This is just perfect. Long ago, the gods banished me to Persia. I was forced to scrounge for food on the edges of the world, hiding in forests, devouring insignificant human farmers for my meals. I never got to fight any great heroes. I was not feared and admired in the old stories. But now that will change. The Titans shall honor me, and I shall feast on the flesh of half-bloods." With a signal, 2 armed security guys stood on either side of him. Along with them were some mortal mercenaries. Another 2 stood on the next boat dock over, just in case we try to escape that way. There were tourists, but they mostly ignored the group. Percy risked a glance around. "Where were the skeletons? I thought you never left without them." He sneered. "Pa, I do not need those foolish undead. The general thinks I am worthless. He will change his mind when I defeat you myself." Percy knew that they needed to escape. But how could 8 demigods and a 200-kilogram cow escape? Zoe notched an arrow and aimed it straight at the Manticore's head. She growled, "Where are Lady Artemis and her son? Tell us, you scullion." The guards raised their guns threateningly, and Percy gestured. "Wait, Zoe, don't." The Manticore smiled. "Je boyish right, Zoe nightate. Put away your bow. It would be a shame to kill you before you witnessed Talia's great victory." Talia snarled. "What are you talking about?" He laughed. "Surely it is clear, mon chéri. This is your moment. This is why Lord Kronos brought you back to life. You will sacrifice the Ophiotaurus. You will bring its entrails to the sacred fire on the mountain. You will gain unlimited power. For your 16th birthday, you shall overthrow Olympus." No one spoke for a while. Talia would turn 16 at around December. She was a child of the Big Three. And here was a choice, a terrible choice that could mean the end of the gods. It was just like the prophecy said. Percy wasn't sure if he was relieved, horrified, or disappointed. Maybe he wouldn't be the prophecy kid after all, though that didn't make it any better, as it was looking as if it was going to be one of his friends. Talia, for her part, looked stunned. The Manticore smelled a close victory and goaded her. "You know it is the right choice. Your friend Luke recognized it. You shall be reunited with him. You shall rule this world together under the auspices of the Titans. Your father abandoned you, Talia. He cares nothing for you, and now you shall gain power over him. Crush the Olympians underfoot, as they deserve. Call the beast. It will come to you. Use your spear." Percy looked at Annabeth, but she also looked terrified. He yelled, "Talia, snap out of it. Listen, he's lying. Your father did help you. He was the one to send the metal angels. He was also the one to turn you into a tree to save your life." Talia was still frozen in place, and Percy looked to his friends for help. Luckily, Grover understood his message and played a quick tune on his pipes. The guards had been targeting Zoe all this time, so they were slow to switch to a new target. Grover took advantage of that by playing on his pipes. The wooden planks by the mercenaries' feet sprouted new branches and tangled their legs. Zoe responded by firing a couple of fart arrows. The Manticore fired a few spines, but Percy shielded everyone with his coat, telling Grover to get the Ophiotaurus to a safe place. The 8 of them sprinted out of there, with Annabeth dragging a dazed Talia. The good news was that the Ophiotaurus obeyed orders, but the bad news was that they reached the end of the pier and were cornered. Zoe told him, "Go over the side. You can escape in the sea. Call on thy father for help. Maybe you can save the Ophiotaurus." Percy shook his head. "I'm not leaving you all. We fight together." Grover yelled, "Get word to camp. Let them know what's going on." Annabeth noticed some crystals from a nearby kiosk, making rainbows. There was also a drinking fountain next to Percy. She yelled, "Percy, fountain!" He understood what she was asking and slashed the top off. Water burst out of the pipe, spraying everyone. Talia finally snapped out of it and yelled at him, "Are you crazy?" Annabeth was already fishing her pockets and flung a drachma into the rainbows. She yelled, "Oh goddess, accept my offering. Show me Camp Half-Blood." The mist shimmered and showed Mr. D, wearing his leopard skin jogging suit and rummaging through the refrigerator. He looked up lazily. "Do you mind?" Annabeth said as calmly as she could. "Lord Dionysus, could you please tell us where Chiron is? It's a matter of life and death." Mr. D took a swig from a jug of grape juice. "How noble. What is the problem?" The others fought off the guards while Annabeth and Percy talked to Mr. D. Percy was losing his patience with Dionysus' blasé attitude. In the distance, Dr. Thorne and his mercenaries were coolly advancing, and time was running out. Percy told him about the Ophiotaurus, and the god of wine looked absolutely disinterested. Mr. D mused, "Life or death? How exciting. I'm afraid Chiron isn't here. Would you like me to take a message?" Percy slumped. "We're dead. Sorry, guys." Talia gripped her spear and snarled, "Then we'll die fighting." Dr. Thorne and his army soon surrounded them. The man then transformed into his real self and sniggered, "Excellent. Alone and without any real help. Wonderful." Dionysus helpfully quipped to Percy, "You could try asking for help." Percy bit back a snarky retort and gazed at his friends in what could be their final stand. He thought he spotted a tear running down Talia's cheek. It then hit him that this was all too familiar for her, making a final stand to save her friends. But this time, it was hopeless. He pleaded, "Please, Mr. D, help us." Nothing happened, and the Manticore grinned. "Spare the daughter of Zeus. She will join us soon enough. Kill the others." As the men raised their guns, a strange feeling rushed through Percy. He could also tell that the others felt it too. The sunlight had a purple tinge, and the smell of grapes and wine permeated the air. Suddenly, there was a snap, the sound of many minds breaking at the same time. The sound of madness. One guard put his pistol between his teeth like it was a bone and ran around on all fours. 2 others dropped their guns and started waltzing with each other. The 4th began doing what looked like an Irish clogging dance. Ron fought down his laughter, and even Hermione giggled a little. The only one who didn't find the scene funny was the Manticore. He roared, "No, I will deal with you myself." His tail bristled, but the planks under his paws erupted into grapevines that immediately began wrapping round the monster's body, sprouting new leaves and clusters of green baby grapes that ripened in seconds as the Manticore shrieked, until he was engulfed in a huge mass of vines, leaves and full clusters of purple grapes. Mr. D nonchalantly closed the refrigerator. "Well, that was fun. Don't worry, the mortals will come out of it. Too much explaining to do if I made their condition permanent. I hate writing reports to father." He addressed Talia. "I hope you learned your lesson, girl. It isn't easy to resist power, is it? Now to get going, you lot. I'll buy you a few hours at most. As for the beast, I do not transport livestock. That's your problem." Bianca asked, "Mr. D, do you know where we can go?" His eyes flicked to Zoe. "Oh, I think the Huntress knows. You must enter at sunset today, you know, or all is lost. Now goodbye. I'm in the mood for pizza tonight." He waved his hand, and the image disappeared in the mist. Meanwhile, everyone glanced at an ashen-faced Zoe. She pointed across the bay, past the Golden Gate Bridge. In the distance, a single mountain rose up above the cloud layer. The girl murmured, "The garden of my sisters. I must go home." Chapter 49. They walked along the pier for a while, heading towards the Golden Gate Bridge. Zoe grimaced. Our progress is too slow. The longer we take, the less time Lady Artemis and Harry have. We also need to deal with the Ophiotaurus and reach the garden by sunset. Ron asked, why? What's so special about reaching by sunset? Zoe explained. The Hesperides are the nymphs of the sunset, so they only allow passage into their garden as day changes into night. Hermione tilted her head curiously. What happens if we miss it? Talia replied, that we've got to wait another day to enter. I don't know if Harry will be alive for much longer. Besides, don't you guys have school later on? It's what? Mid-August. Hermione paled. Oh no. You're right. Nobody would take it well if Harry was missing. We also need a car, though. But where are we going to find one? Suddenly, Percy had a brainwave. Hey, Annabeth. Grover. Remember back on the quest for the lightning bolt? Harry's uncle summoned that crazy purple bus. Ron perked up, but then deflated. The night bus. Yeah, that's a solid plan in theory, but you'd need a specific location or address for Stan. I remember Harry told us about that quest. The bus only got you there because you actually had an address to work with. Telling the driver to take us to the mountain means that he could drop us anywhere. Percy then spoke up again. What about the Ophiotaurus? Grover grinned. I have an idea. The Ophiotaurus can appear in different bodies of water, right? So maybe we could coax him back too. Long Island Sound, Grover said. Then Chiron could help us get him to Olympus. Percy nodded. Good idea, but one flaw. He has been following me. Would he know where he's going without me? Grover shuffled his hooves. I'll go with him. I can show him the way. Besides Harry, I'm the only one who can talk to animals. The demigod was still hesitant, knowing that Grover couldn't swim well with his hooves. So as Grover latched onto the Ophiotaurus, Percy uttered a small prayer to his father, asking him to grant safe passage for his friend. Talia glanced at him. Percy, a prayer like that requires a sacrifice. Something big. He thought for a bit and then began shucking off his lion pelt coat. Grover bleated, Percy, are you sure? That lion skin, that's really helpful. Heracles used it. A thought struck the son of Poseidon, and he glanced at Zoe. Said girl was eyeing him very carefully. He immediately knew the hero who ruined her life, got her kicked out of her family, and never even mentioned how she'd helped him. Heracles, a hero that he had admired his whole life. Percy spoke up, if I'm going to survive, it won't be because I've got a lion skin cloak. I'm not Heracles. With that, he flung the coat into the bay. It turned back into a golden lion's skin, flashing in the light. Then, as it began to sink beneath the waves, it seemed to dissolve in a sunlight on the water. Still clinging to the Ophiotaurus, Grover quipped, well, no time like the present. In a few minutes, the Ophiotaurus and his passengers submerged and were soon out of sight. Bianca let out a sigh. Well, that's one thing taken care of. What do we do about transport? Carjacking. Annabeth had an uncomfortable look on her face. No, I have a better idea. Zoe's not the only one who's going to have an uncomfortable homecoming. The blonde girl led them down the streets, through several alleys and more, until she stopped in front of a non-assuming house with a letterbox reading, Chase. She took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Percy had heard Annabeth complain about her father a lot, so his expectations were flushed down the toilet when a man wearing an old-fashioned aviator's cap and goggles opened the door. He was looking at a piece of paper and not really paying attention to them. Mr. Chase casually said, hello, are you delivering my aeroplanes? I need 3 more Sopwith camels. Oh, Idadi. That got his attention, and his eyes flicked to his sheepishly waving daughter. He straightened up. Annabeth, are you all right? Has something happened? He ushered everyone in, taking off his cap and goggles, revealing sandy-colored hair and intense brown eyes. The interior looked like it was fairly lived in, with Lego robots on the stairs and 2 cats sleeping on a sofa in the living room. The coffee table was stacked with magazines, and a child-sized jacket lay spread-eagled on the floor. Ron's stomach grumbled as the aroma of freshly baked chocolate chip cookies hit their noses. They could also hear jazz music from the kitchen. Then a little boy burst in screaming, Dad, he's taking apart my robots. Mr. Chase still looked absent-minded, so Annabeth stepped in. Placing her hands firmly on her hips, she yelled out, Matthew Chase, How many times have I told you not to take apart Bobby's robots? Another boy's voice, probably Matthew, yelled back, Okay, sorry. Annabeth, when did you get back? Finally, a pretty Asian woman with red highlights in her hair walked out of the kitchen, wiping her hands on a dish towel. She asked, Frederick, I thought I heard, Oh, hello, Annabeth, dear. Who are your friends? Come sit at the dining table. I got cookies and sandwiches. Frederick Chase waited until they had eaten and introduced themselves, then invited them to his study. When they stepped inside, Hermione nearly freaked out at the sight of the wall-to-wall books. Meanwhile, Percy's attention was drawn to a huge table with miniature tanks and toy soldiers. They were strategically placed along a blue-painted river with hills and fake trees. Old-fashioned biplanes hung from the ceiling, tilted at crazy angles like they were in the middle of a dogfight. Dr. Chase saw him looking and smiled. Yes, the Third Battle of Ypres. I'm writing a paper, you see, on the use of sop with camels to strafe enemy lines. I believe they played a much greater role than they've been given credit for. Hermione perked up. Right. I learned about the battle in primary school. Zoe also observed the map. The German lines were further from the river. Dr. Chase gaped at her. How do you know that? She shrugged. I was there. Lady Artemis wanted to show us how horrible war was, the way mortal men fight each other. And how foolish, too. The battle was a complete waste. He rambled. You saw the sop with camels? How many of them? What were the formations? Annabeth giggled. Daddy, focus. We need your help. His excited tirade died down. Of course, tell me everything. She cleared her throat. Daddy, remember I told you about my friend Harry? He's in trouble. Harry got kidnapped, and it is up to us to find him. Our intel says that he is most likely being held captive at Mount Tamalpay. He collapsed on a leather recliner and breathed out. Of course, of course. I'll help you in any way I can. Zoe spoke up. Sir, we require transportation there, and we need it immediately. I'll drive you there. My camel would be quicker, but it only seats two. Zoe stood up. With all due respect, sir, I think it would be better if I drove. I am far older than I look, and where we're headed is no place for mortals. By then, Mrs. Chase had also joined the conversation. She pursed her lips. Well, I suppose you all better get going. Right. Dr. Chase jumped up and started patting his pockets. My keys. His wife sighed. Frederick, honestly. You'd lose your head if it weren't wrapped inside your aviator hat. The keys are hanging on the peg by the front door by the SUV's keys. Annabeth groaned exasperatedly. Dayawad, how many times have I told you to sell the SUV to the scrapyard? That thing is super old. And remember the last time I was here? You got a ticket for it? Her mother sighed. I told him as well, but as you can see, he never got around to it. Annabeth? Could you be a dear and take care of it after you find your friend? She nodded, and her father sprang into action once again, and the group followed him. However, Annabeth was stopped at the front door by her stepmother. She said, Listen, Annabeth, we haven't gotten along well in the past. I just want us to have a fresh start. Remember, you still have a home here. Now go and save your friend and come back home safely, promise? Annabeth swallowed a lump in her throat. I promise. Mom. Finally, the quest members were zooming out onto the streets. Zoe weaved in and out of traffic on the Golden Gate Bridge. The sun was sinking on the horizon when the SUV finally got into Marin County and exited the highway. The roads were insanely narrow, winding through forests and up the sides of hills and round the edges of steep ravines. However, Zoe kept her foot on the throttle. Since the windows were down, they could barely hear themselves, and Annabeth yelled from her seat next to Percy, I'm surprised that Dad hadn't sold this thing yet. Just then, Ron's eyes watered. What the bloody hell is that smell? Zoe gestured from the driver's seat. Eucalyptus. Monsters love chewing the leaves, especially dragons. Ron joked to Hermione, Hermione, think we should tell Hagrid? She giggled in response. Soon, the mountain loomed in front of them. Hermione pointed. So that's the Mountain of Despair? Why is it called that? Zoe was quiet for a bit, mulling her words. After the war between the Titans and the gods, many of the Titans were punished and imprisoned. Kronos was sliced to pieces and thrown into Tartarus. Kronos' right-hand man, the general of his forces, was imprisoned up there on the summit just beyond the Garden of the Hesperides. Percy gazed up the mountain, which had thick clouds swirling around its peak. Talia grit her teeth. We need to concentrate here. The mist is really strong here. Percy turned to her. The magical kind or the natural kind? Both. The SUV left the eucalyptus forest behind and began driving on wide, open spaces of cliffs and grass and rocks and fog. Annabeth tugged Percy's shirt and pointed out of the window. The boy cursed. Oh, damn. Luke's ship is here, docked near the beach. They continued driving when suddenly, the hairs on the back of Percy's neck stood on end. Talia yelled, "Stop the car. Now!" On cue, Zoe slammed on the brakes and the SUV spun wildly before stopping. Everyone scrambled out, and not a moment too soon. There was a deafening boom, and in a flash of lightning, the car exploded. Luckily, Ron bellowed Protego, erecting a shield over the group. The shrapnel and flames licked around the shield protected them. Talia muttered, "One shall perish by a parent's hand. Curse him. He would destroy me?" Me? Percy gingerly got up. "Everyone okay?" Zoe took in her surroundings and breathed out. "We're close. Follow me. Do not make a sound, or you shall wake Layden." The fog thickened, and it was difficult trying to keep track of Zoe. Together, they stepped through the fog, and when it cleared, the road changed from tarmac to dirt. The grass was thicker. The sunset made a blood-red slash across the sea. The summit of the mountain seemed closer now, swirling with storm clouds and raw power. There was only one path to the top, directly in front of the group, winding through a lush meadow of shadows and flowers. The Garden of Twilight. If Percy had to guess, it looked exactly like the one in his dream. The only thing ruining the beautiful image was an enormous sleeping dragon. The grass shimmered with silvery evening light, and the flowers were such brilliant colors they almost glowed in the dark. Stepping stones of polished black marble led round either side of a 5-story tall apple tree, every bough glittering with literal golden apples. The fragrance was so strong that it took all of their willpower to not pick one. Bianca mused, "Kind of glad Grover isn't here, or he would have raided the trees." Ron trembled when he saw the dragon. The thing was a far cry from the hatchling in their first year, and the various pictures that Charlie often sent back. The serpent's body was twice as thick as an acromantula's body, glinting with coppery scales. It had multiple heads, as if 100 deadly pythons had been fused together. Then, there came a sound of beautiful, eerie singing. Percy was stopped from bringing out his sword, as 4 figures shimmered into existence. 4 young women who looked very much like Zoe. They all wore white Greek chitons. Their skin was like caramel. Silky black hair tumbled loose around their shoulders. Zoe stepped forward, "Sisters." However, one of the girls coldly said, "We do not see any sister. We see 4 half-bloods, 2 magicals, and a hunter, all of whom shall die." Then the girls focused on Percy, and one said, "Perseus Jackson. They say that you are a threat. They fear thee. They are unhappy that the daughter of Zeus has not yet killed thee." Talia replied with a smirk aimed at Percy. "Tempting sometimes, but no thanks. He's my friend." The girl snapped. "There are no friends here, daughter of Zeus. Only enemies. Go back." Annabeth snapped, "Not without Harry." Zoe picked up where she left off. "And Artemis. We must approach the mountain." The Hesperid shook her head. "You know he will kill thee. You are no match for him." Zoe stubbornly said, "Artemis must be freed. Let us pass." Her former sister sneered. "You have no power here anymore. We have only to raise our voices and Layden will wake." The hunter declared, "He will not hurt me." The Hesperid smiled dangerously. "No? And what about thy so-called friends?" Suddenly, in one of the gutsiest moves ever, Zoe yelled, "Layden, wake!" On cue, the dragon stirred, glittering like a mountain of pennies. The Hesperides yelped and scattered, and the lead sister hissed to Zoe, "Are you mad?" Zoe scoffed. "You never had any courage, sister. That is thy problem." The dragon Layden was writhing now, 100 heads whipping around, tongues flickering and tasting the air. Zoe took a step forward, her arms raised. Talia hissed, "Zoe, don't. You're not a Hesperid anymore. He'll kill you." Without taking her eyes off the dragon, Zoe said, "Layden is trained to protect the tree. skirt round the edges of the garden, go up the mountain. As long as I am a bigger threat, he should ignore thee. It is the only way. Even the 7 of us are no match for him." Layden opened his mouth and hissed loudly. Ron murmured, "And here, I thought that facing the basilisk was scary." Hermione muttered, "What do we do?" Percy spoke up, "Frontal assault is not going to work. Heracles tried it and it failed. I trust Zoe's judgment." Everyone sneaked away as Zoe continued approaching the dragon. She cooed, "It's me, my little dragon. Zoe has come back." Layden was clearly conflicted, as some of the heads were hissing and others were a bit docile. Zoe ignored her former sister's cries of fool. She continued, "I used to feed thee by hand. Do you still like lamb's meat?" Percy's group was halfway through the garden when Hermione turned around, facing Zoe's direction, with her wand pointed. Just as they were out of the meadow, the dragon's mood shifted. He lunged at Zoe, who was probably a bit too close for his liking. Luckily, she dodged and tumbled to the ground. She sprinted back towards them, and Hermione reacted immediately. Accio, Zoe Nightshade. Zoe's body zoomed towards them, and not a moment too soon. She did bite back a wince as a fong grazed her side. Bianca and Annabeth braced themselves and caught the hunter. They ran up the mountain, and fortunately the dragon decided not to pursue them. At the top of the mountain were ruins, blocks of black granite and marble as big as houses. Broken columns. Statues of bronze that looked as though they'd been half melted. Talia whispered, "The ruins of Mount Othries." Zoe nodded grimly. "Yes. It was not here before. This is bad." Hermione asked curiously, "Mount Othries?" Zoe explained, "The mountain fortress of the Titans. In the First War, Olympus and Othries were the 2 rival capitals of the world. Othries was Dash." She winced and rubbed her side. Percy stepped forward. "You're hurt." "Let me see." She held up a hand. "Nay, it is nothing. I was saying, in the First War, Othries was blasted to pieces. It moves in the same way that Olympus moves. It always exists on the edges of civilization. But the fact that it is here, on this mountain, is not good." Ron was confused. "Why?" Taking a shuddering breath, Zoe ominously said, "This is Atlas Mountain, where he holds up the sky." Suddenly she froze, or used to hold up the sky. Everyone turned to where she was facing, and a worrying sight greeted them. They had reached the summit, and ahead of them, gray clouds swirled in a heavy vortex, making a funnel cloud that almost touched the mountaintop. The only thing keeping that separated were 2 familiar figures. One was a 12-year-old girl with auburn hair and a tattered silvery dress. The other was Harry Potter himself, as both were chained to rock. Zoe rushed forward. "My lady!" Harry. Artemis spotted them and cried out, "Stop! It is a trap! You must leave now." Zoe ignored the goddess and began tugging at the chains. The others also joined in, and then a voice boomed behind them. It crooned, "Ah, how touching." They turned to see the general standing there in his brown silk suit. At his side were Luke and half a dozen Dracini bearing the golden sarcophagus of Kronos. Luke had a black eye and his smile was weak and pale. "Hello, Percy, Beth, Talia. Good to see you again." Annabeth snapped, "Hey, only Harry gets to call me that." Talia spat in his direction and the general chortled, "So much for old friends." "And you, Zoe. It's been a long time. How is my little traitor? I will enjoy killing you." Percy leveled his sword. "You want her, you have to go through us first." He boomed, "You have no right to interfere, little hero. I am Atlas, the general of the Titans and terror of the gods. I will kill you and your friends as soon as I deal with this wretched girl. This is a family matter." Hermione tilted her head in confusion. "Family matter?" Zoe sighed. "Yes. Atlas is my father." She leveled her bow at the Titan. "Now let Lady Artemis and Harry go." Atlas chuckled as he casually walked up to the chained goddess and her son. He gestured to the pair. "Oh, by all means. Perhaps you would like to shoulder the sky from them? Be my guest." Straining from under the weight of the sky, Harry bit out, "Zoe, don't you dare." Atlas smirked and reached his hand out to try and stroke Artemis' face. The goddess of the moon bit at him, nearly raking off his fingers. He boomed in laughter. "Hoo-hoo! You see, daughter? Lady Artemis and her spawn love their new job. Perhaps I will have all the Olympians take turns sharing the burden. Once Lord Kronos rules again, this will be the center of our palace. It will teach those weaklings some humility, still clutching their respective weapons. Ron and Hermione got a good look at the struggling Harry. His raven-black hair was now streaked with gray. Annabeth whispered, "If you're wondering about the hair, that's from holding up the sky. The weight should have killed him." Hermione squeaked, "I don't understand. Why can't they just let go of the sky?" Atlas' booming laughter rang out once again. "Oh, child, how little you understand. This is the point where the sky and the earth first met, where Auranas and Gaia first brought forth their mighty children, the Titans. The sky still yearns to embrace the earth. Someone must hold it at bay, or it will crash down upon this place. The impact would flatten the mountain and everything within 100 leagues. Once one assumes the burden, you cannot let go, unless someone takes it from your shoulders." The general paced back and forth, observing the heroes. He mused, "So these are the best heroes of the age, eh? Not much of a challenge." Percy raised his sword. "Fight us and find out." Atlas scoffed. "Have the gods taught you nothing? An immortal does not fight a mere mortal directly. It is beneath our dignity. I will have Luke crush you instead." Percy sneered. "So you're another coward?" Atlas glowered at him before turning to Talia. "As for you, daughter of Zeus, it seems that Luke was wrong about you." Luke clenched his fist and bit out, "I wasn't wrong. Talia, you still can join us. All you have to do is summon the Ophiotaurus. It will come to you." He then waved his hand, creating a pool of water next to the group. It was large enough for the Ophiotaurus, and Percy could just imagine the serpent cow in the pool. Suddenly, he heard Grover's panicked voice in his mind, courtesy and empathy link that the satyr set up a long time ago. He pleaded, "Don't think about him. I'm losing the Ophiotaurus. Block the thoughts." Percy desperately attempted to distract himself from thinking about the monster. Luke called out again, "Talia, call the Ophiotaurus, and you will be more powerful than the gods. Don't you remember all those times we talked? All those times we cursed the gods? Our fathers have done nothing for us. They have no right to rule the world." Talia adopted a fighting stance and snarled, "First, you free Harry. Let him go." Luke continued pleading his case. "If you join me, it could be like old times, the three of us together, fighting for a better world. Please, Talia, if you don't agree, it's my last chance. He will use the other way if you don't agree. Please." Zoe gripped her bow and warned, "Do not listen to him. We must fight." Luke ignored her and waved his hand again. This time, he created a bronze brazier with a fire burning on top of it. On cue, the golden sarcophagus began to glow. As it did, Percy could have sworn that he saw images in the mist surrounding him and his friends. Namely, black marble walls rising, the ruins becoming whole, a terrible and beautiful palace rising around them. Luke gestured around him. "We will raise Mount Othries right here. Once more, it will be stronger and greater than Olympus. Look, Talia, we are not weak." He then pointed towards the ocean, where the Princess Andromeda was docked. Percy's heart sank as he spotted a massive army of Draceni, Laestrygonians, monsters, half-bloods, hellhounds, harpies, and many more monsters, all pouring out of the ship and marching up the mountain. Luke grinned maliciously. "This is just a taste of what's to come. Soon, we will be strong enough to storm Camp Half-Blood. Olympus will be next. All that we need is your help." For a few frightful moments, Talia hesitated. Then she screwed up her face and leveled her spear. "You are not Luke. I don't know you anymore." He pleaded. "Yes, you do, Talia. Please, don't make him destroy you." Percy suddenly noticed Harry, trying to silently get his attention. They locked eyes, and an understanding passed between them. Percy glanced at Talia, Annabeth, Zoe, Bianca, Ron, and Hermione. He yelled, "Now!" With that, the 7 demigods and magicals charged. Talia and Annabeth double-teamed against Luke. Zoe and Bianca went to help Artemis, while Ron and Hermione went to rescue Harry. As for Percy, he was left with one target, Atlas himself. The Titan's laughter boomed as the demigod approached. "Go on then, little hero." A huge javelin materialized in his hands, and his silk suit melted into full Greek battle armor. Zoe warned, "Percy, beware." Knowing that Atlas was free to retaliate when attacked, he swung his sword. In response, the Titan knocked him aside with the shaft of his javelin. The impact sent Percy flying and slamming into a black wall. Zoe fired an arrow at her father. He swatted it aside and screamed gleefully, "Fool! Did you think, simply because you can challenge that petty war god, that you can stand up to me?" Suddenly, Percy felt a jolt, but he shook it off and continued his charge. However, the javelin bore down on him rapidly. The demigod raised his sword to cut the weapon at the shaft, but his movement was sluggish. Far too late, he remembered Ares' warning and curse. He mentally pleaded, "Oh gods, not now, not now." Of all times, the javelin struck him in the chest, and he was sent flying once again. When he regained his bearing, he found himself at the feet of Artemis. Still straining under the weight of the sky, she called out, "Run, child. You must run." Percy weighed his options, as his sword had gone skittering away and went over the cliff. Talia and Annabeth were still attacking Luke. Zoe and Bianca were going after Luke's minions. Meanwhile, Ron and Hermione had given up on trying to convince Harry to let go of the sky. Atlas took his sweet time to approach the downed Percy. He towered over the demigod and, grinning maliciously, raised his javelin. The Titan crowed, "Die, little hero!" Zoe screamed, "No!" before firing a volley of silver arrows. Her aim was true, and many of them buried themselves in a chink of his armor at the armpit. Atlas bellowed in pain and turned towards his estranged daughter. Percy felt Riptide return to his pocket, but a thought struck him. The prophecy said, "The Titan's curse must one withstand." He knew that he had no chance in Tartarus to beat Atlas, but there was one person who could. He turned to the chain goddess. "My lady, please let me take the sky's burden." She shook her head rapidly, her forehead beaded with metallic sweat. Artemis breathed, "No, child. You don't know what you're asking. It will crush you. My son also begged me, saying that he could do it alone. However, I know that a demigod's strength has its limits. Had he taken the burden alone, he would have died. I love my son, so I cannot bear to lose him. So I stayed and shared his burden." Percy stubbornly insisted, "No, my lady. I assure you I can take it. I will not let anything happen to Harry. If I can ease the burden on him, I will." He did not wait for her answer, so he took out Riptide and slashed through her chains and Harry's as well. Percy then stepped next to her, braced himself on one knee, and held up his hands. His hands touched cold, heavy clouds which threatened to crush him. For a while, the three of them held the sky, until Artemis slipped out, leaving Percy and Harry. The pain was excruciating, like every muscle in both of their bodies were on fire and their bones were melting. They both felt like screaming, but lacked the strength to open their mouths. Both boys felt their knees sinking into the ground as the sky threatened to crush them. Suddenly, Percy felt his and Grover's empathy link light up. The satyr bleated, "Fight back. Don't give up." Percy concentrated on breathing and heard Harry do the same. They caught glimpses of the battle as it raged around them. Atlas in full battle armor, jabbing with his javelin, laughing insanely as he fought. Lady Artemis, a blur of silver. She had two wicked hunting knives, each as long as her arm, and she slashed wildly at the Titan, dodging and leaping with unbelievable grace. She seemed to change form as she maneuvered. She was a tiger, a gazelle, a bear, a falcon. Percy couldn't tell if it was real or just his stressed brain playing tricks on him. Zoe shot arrows at her father, aiming for the chinks in his armor. He roared in pain each time one found its mark, but they affected him like bee stings. He just got madder and kept fighting. Harry wheezed under his breath, but loud enough for Percy to hear, "Bloody hell, my mum's a bad arse." Meanwhile, Talia and Annabeth were battling fiercely against Luke. The son of Hermes was not immune to Talia's shield, wincing every so often at the sight of Medusa's face. Talia yelled, "Yield! You never could beat me, Luke." He bared his teeth. "We'll see, my old friend." Annabeth was slashing away and begging him in tears, "Luke, stop this. It's not too late. If you're still the old Luke, you know that what you're doing is wrong. Ron and Hermione were somehow holding their own. There was a brief moment when Hermione stabbed a Dracena, killing it, her first one. The bushy-haired girl staggered away, wide-eyed and practically in shock. She would have been cleaved by Harpy if Ron hadn't jumped in and parried the claw with his javelin. He muttered to her, "First kill? Trust me, I was the same way when I killed an Acromantula last year." Back with Atlas and Artemis, they were still tightly locked in combat. She was fast, but his strength was unstoppable. His javelin slammed into the earth where Artemis had been a split second before, and a fissure opened in the rocks. He leaped over it and kept pursuing her. Percy couldn't help noticing that she was slowly backing up towards himself and Harry. Evidently, Harry had noticed the same thing and somehow managed to shift closer to Percy. He wheezed, "Get ready, mate." Atlas finally cornered her and laughed. He boomed, "You fight well for a girl, but you are no match for me." He feinted with the tip of his javelin, and Artemis dodged. Percy could guess what the Titan was trying, and Artemis fell for it. His javelin swept round and knocked the goddess' legs off the ground. She fell, and Atlas brought up his javelin tip for the kill. Zoe screamed, "No!" The hunter leaped between her father and Artemis and shot an arrow straight into the Titan's forehead, where it lodged like a unicorn's horn. Atlas bellowed in rage. He swept aside his daughter with the back of his hand, sending her flying into the black rocks. Bianca rushed over to check on her immediately. Harry had just enough strength to yell her name. Meanwhile, the Titan turned on Artemis with a look of triumph in his face. Artemis seemed to be wounded. She didn't get up. He gloated, the first blood in a new war. With that, he stabbed downward, but Artemis was quicker. She grabbed his javelin shaft and redirected it to hit the earth right next to her, and she pulled backwards, using the javelin like a lever, kicking the Titan Lord and sending him flying over her. The boys saw him flying towards them and braced themselves. They loosened their grip on the sky, just as the Titan crashed into them. The impact was enough to knock them both out of the way, and they flopped around like rag dolls. The weight of the sky dropped onto Atlas's back, almost smashing him flat until he managed to get to his knees, struggling to get out from under the crushing weight of the sky. But it was too late. He roared in rage, and oh, not again. Percy lay there, dazed in pain, but Harry was worse off, twitching around. Meanwhile, Talia backed Luke to the edge of a cliff, but still they fought on, next to the golden coffin. She had tears in her eyes while Luke had a bloody slash across his chest, and his pale face glistened with sweat. He lunged at Talia, and she slammed him with her shield. Luke's sword spun out of his hands and clattered to the rocks. Talia put her spear point to his throat. He grinned at her. "Well, finish it. Finish it." Annabeth raised her knife, but told Talia, "Don't kill him." Talia snarled, "He's a traitor. A traitor." The blonde girl continued pleading, "We'll bring him back, Talia. It's not too late. We'll bring him to Olympus. He could be useful." Luke taunted, "Is that what you want, Talia? To go back to Olympus in triumph? To please your dad?" The punk girl hesitated, and her grip slackened on her spear. Sensing an opportunity, Luke tried to grab it, but she instinctively kicked out at him. Luke tottered as he tried to keep his balance, but it was too late. With a look of terror on his face, he toppled down. Annabeth screamed his name, and she rushed over to the cliffside. Ron, Hermione, Bianca, and Percy joined her. Below, the monster army stopped and stared at Luke's broken form in amazement. One giant looked up at them and growled, "Kill them!" The group scrambled away, barely avoiding a hail of javelins, though Percy had to drag Annabeth and Talia's weeping forms. Percy looked around and spotted Artemis kneeling on the ground. The prone form of Zoe Nightshade lay on her lap, and Harry had somehow dragged himself to the two and had his arms around Zoe. The hunter was breathing, but her breaths were shallow. Artemis morosely said, "The wound is poisoned." Percy hesitantly asked, "Did Atlas?" She shook her head, "Nay, not Atlas." The goddess revealed the wound that Layden had given her earlier. Zoe murmured, "The stars, I cannot see them." Ron scrambled to unzip his backpack and pulled out a healing potion. He approached her, but Zoe raised a weak arm to stop him, and he hesitantly obeyed. Percy was firmly aware that Kronos' army was still coming, But he and everyone were too grief-stricken. Suddenly, there was a strange sound, which steadily grew louder. Just as the army of monsters came over the hill, a Sopwith camel swooped down out of the sky. In the pilot's seat, Dr. Chase yelled, "Get away from my daughter!" His machine guns burst into life, peppering the ground with bullet holes and startling the whole group of monsters into scattering. Annabeth gaped at her father. "Daddy?" Artemis shook herself out of her grief and stared at the plane. She murmured with newfound respect, "A brave man indeed. Come, we must get Zoe away from here." She raised her hunting horn to her lips and blew a loud, clear blast. Meanwhile, the Sopwith camel continued to wreak havoc on the monster army. Judging by the fact that monsters were being vaporized, he must have gotten his hands on some celestial bronze. Just then, the moonlight brightened and a beautiful silver chariot appeared from the sky. It was drawn by the most beautiful deer that Percy had ever seen. The chariot landed next to the group, and Hermione breathed. "It's like Santa Claus' sleigh." Artemis had a small smile. "Indeed. Where do you think the legend came from?" Though the presents were mostly Hermes' jurisdiction. With a wave of her hand, she turned the chariot into a silvery minivan. Artemis scooped up Zoe in a bridal carry and stepped inside while Ron and Hermione half-dragged Harry. The others also boarded, and the minivan took off for the sky, with Dr. Chase following them like an honor guard. Far below, Kronos' army roared in fury, but Atlas' swears drowned them out. Close to midnight, they landed at Chrissy Field, and Annabeth rushed over to her father as he disembarked. She gushed, "Dad, you flew, you shot. Oh my gods, that was the most amazing thing I've ever seen. But the celestial bronze bullets, how did you get those?" He chuckled nervously. "Well, not bad for a middle-aged mortal. Also, you did leave a few weapons back home in Virginia. When you left, I decided to try melting some down to make bullet casings. Just a little experiment. Anyway, I'll leave you to it. I'll be home if you want to return, that is." The girl turned to see the rest of the group gathered around the prone Zoe. Harry was slowly gaining his strength and was sitting on the ground with Zoe's head on his lap. Percy looked at the goddess. "Could you heal her with your magic? Or even call Apollo?" "What about you guys? Don't you have some healing potions or something?" Ron replied softly. "I tried, mate." She said no. "Can't really heal someone against their will." Artemis spoke sadly. "Perseus, life is a fragile thing. If the fates will the string to be cut, there is little that I can do." She reached out a hand towards Zoe's side, but the hunter stopped her. She whispered, "My lady, have I served thee well?" "With great honor," Artemis replied softly. "The finest of my attendants." Zoe's face relaxed. Rest. At last, she took Talia's hand. "I am sorry we argued. We could have been sisters." Talia blinked hard. "It's my fault. You were right about Luke, about heroes meant everything." Zoe craned her neck towards Harry, Percy, and Ron. "Perhaps not all men. Percy, do you still have the sword?" Percy wordlessly handed her his pen/sword. She gripped it and smiled. "You spoke the truth, Percy Jackson. You are nothing like Heracles. I am honored that you carry this sword." She coughed. Harry tearfully stroked her forehead. "I'm here, big sister. Please, fight this. You can't die like this. Please. All my life, I looked up to you. You were Zoe Nightshade, lieutenant of the Hunters of Artemis, immortal badass, and more importantly, my big sister." She reached out a trembling hand and stroked his now salt and pepper hair. "Oh, Harry, I am proud to call you my brother. You were the one who helped me and your sisters change the way we see men. Remember this always, I love you, and nothing can change that. However, it is my time." Finally, she turned to Artemis. "My lady, a word in private?" Artemis sat down and cradled Zoe's head. Harry and the others moved away to give them some privacy. Then the floodgates opened for Harry, and he sobbed. Hermione hugged him tightly, and Ron rubbed his back as his best mate balled into Hermione's shoulder. Finally, Artemis took Zoe's circlet from her dying lieutenant's trembling fingers. Zoe's last words were, "Stars. I can see the stars again, my lady." A tear trickled down Artemis's cheek. "Yes, my brave one. They are beautiful tonight." "Stars," Zoe repeated, her eyes fixed on the night sky, and she did not move again. Artemis cupped her hand above Zoe's mouth and spoke a few words in ancient Greek. A silvery wisp of smoke exhaled from Zoe's lips and was caught in the hand of the goddess. The girl's body shimmered and disappeared. Artemis stood, said a kind of blessing, breathed into her cupped hand, and released the silver dust to the sky. It flew up, sparkling, and vanished. Suddenly, Annabeth gasped in amazement. Everyone looked up in the sky to see that the stars were brighter now. They made a new pattern, a gleaming constellation that looked a lot like a girl's figure, a girl with a bow, running across the sky. Artemis intoned, "Let the world honor you. Live forever in the stars. My son, would you like to do the honors and name it?" Harry's sobs stopped briefly, and he choked out, "The Huntress. A worthy tribute to one of the bravest people I ever knew." Chapter 50. There was no sound from the group, save for Harry's soft sobs as his mother comforted him. Finally, she let go of him and stood up. "I must go to Olympus immediately." She turned back to the group and approached them, starting with Annabeth, who knelt in respect. The goddess placed a hand on her shoulder and said, "My dear girl, you are brave beyond measure. When the time comes, I am sure that you will do the right thing." Talia was next, and she knelt as well. Lady Artemis didn't say anything, but simply sized her up. Turning to Percy, she said, "You did well. For a man, I am honored that my son treasures your friendship." Turning to Ron and Hermione, she said, "I was right about both of you. You have been loyal friends, and I am honored to have known you." When she spoke to Bianca, she said, "In another life, you would have been a great hunter, but you have a bigger destiny to fulfill." Finally, she turned to Harry. "My son, you have shown incredible strength in this ordeal." Zoe knew the risks of this quest, but she did it anyway because she loved you. I will ensure that she is sent to Elysium, and I am sure James and Lily would agree that she did a fine job of raising you to be the man you are today. Goodbye, my son. I shall see you shortly. She stepped away and began to glow brightly. Everyone instinctively averted their eyes to avoid being incinerated. Moments later, she was gone, and that left Annabeth, Talia, Percy, Bianca, Harry, Ron, and Hermione. After a while, two different sounds were heard, the flapping of large wings and the galloping of hooves. Percy's black Pegasus swooped down, along with two other Pegasi. Then Mistmane galloped up along with 3 unicorns. Hermione and Talia hollered in unison, "Dibs on the unicorns!" Harry, Talia, Hermione, and Bianca mounted their unicorns, while Percy, Ron, and Annabeth were on the Pegasi. Percy appeared to listen to his Pegasus and suppressed a laugh. "Esnikere, Dohari. I think Blackjack's got a bit of a crush on Mistmane." Harry chortled as well. "Ha ha ha. We'll leave the lovebirds together later. Now come on. We got to get to Olympus." The two groups galloped for a while in reasonable silence. After a few hours, they were in New York, which was surprising for Harry. However, Mistmane confirmed to him that it was the inert magic of the unicorns and Pegasi that allowed them to move faster. They eventually gathered together outside the Empire State Building and walked inside. From there, Harry successfully negotiated with the security guard to allow them to the 600th floor. When they reached, it was close to dawn, and in the early morning darkness, torches and fires made the mountainside palaces glow 20 different colors, from blood red to indigo. Finally, the 7 of them found themselves standing in front of a pair of huge silver gates. Those gates eventually opened on their own, and they hesitantly walked inside into the throne room. Inside, 13 enormous thrones made round a central hearth, just like the placement of the cabins at camp. The ceiling above glittered with constellations. Even the newest one, Zoe the Huntress, making her way across the heavens with her bow drawn. All seats were occupied, and in the center of the room was a large sphere of water. Inside the sphere was the Ophiotaurus, and Grover was knelt next to it, facing Lord Zeus. Surprisingly, Hades was also present. It seemed as if Grover was just wrapping up a report. Lord Zeus made a dismissive motion, and the satyr stood up. He spotted them and trotted over as fast as he could. He gave each of them a massive hug and bleated, "Man, we made it, but you have to convince them. They can't do it." Then, Artemis called out from her throne, "Heroes, the council has been informed of your deeds. They are aware that Mount Othrys is rising in the west. They know of Atlas's attempt for freedom and the gathering armies of Kronos. We have voted to act at my lord Zeus's command, my brother Apollo, and I shall hunt the most powerful monsters, seeking to strike them down before they can join the Titans' cause. Lady Athena shall personally check on the other Titans to make sure they do not escape their various prisons. Lord Poseidon has been given permission to unleash his full fury on the cruise ship Princess Andromeda and send it to the bottom of the sea. And as for you, my heroes, she turned to face the other immortals. These half-bloods have done Olympus a great service. Would any here deny that? The gods simply stared at them poker-faced, not giving away anything. Then Apollo broke the silence. I got to say, these kids did okay. Heroes when laurels dash. Hermes hurriedly interrupted. Yes, first class. All in favor of not disintegrating them. A few tentative hands went up. Demeter, Aphrodite. Ares growled and pointed at Talia and Percy. Wait just a minute. These two are dangerous. It'd be much safer. While we got them here, Poseidon interrupted. Ares, they are worthy heroes. We will not blast my son to bits. Zeus grumbled. Nor my daughter. She has done well. Hades also snapped. Nor my children. Athena was the one to speak next. I am proud of my daughter as well. But there is a security risk here, with 3 of them, as well as the other. Annabeth tried to protest. Mother! Athena cut her off with a firm look. It is unfortunate that Lord Zeus and Lord Poseidon chose to break the oath. Also, I am aware that Lord Hades' children were born before the oath, but they are no less dangerous. As thick-headed as he is, Ares has a point. Ares looked briefly smug. Right? Then he frowned. Hey, wait a minute. Who are you calling ? A grapevine wrapped around him, and Dionysus sighed. Oh, please, Ares. Save the fighting for later. Ares snarled. You want to talk? You old drunk. You seriously want to protect these brats? Dionysus gazed down at the wary group. I have no love for them, I admit. Athena, do you truly think it's safest to destroy them? Athena crisply replied, I do not pass judgment. I only point out the risk. What we do, the council must decide. Artemis snapped, I will not have them punished. I will have them rewarded. If we destroy heroes who do us a great favor, then we are no better than the Titans. If this is Olympian justice, I will have none of it. Apollo raised his hands placatingly. Calm down, sis. Jeez, you need to lighten up. Don't call me sis. I will reward them. Zeus grumbled, perhaps. But the monster at least must be destroyed. We have agreement on that. Several gods nodded in unison. Percy was aghast. The Ophiotaurus? You want to destroy the Ophiotaurus? He's just a sea creature. A really nice sea creature. We can't destroy him. Poseidon shifted uncomfortably. Percy, the monster's power is considerable. If the Titans were to steal it, or Percy interrupted. Father, you can't. Lord Zeus, controlling the prophecies never works. Isn't that true? Besides, the Ophiotaurus is innocent. Killing something like that is wrong. It's just as wrong as Kronos eating his children, just because of something they might do. It's wrong. Zeus didn't speak for a while, and then he said, and what of the risk? Kronos knows full well. If one of you were to sacrifice the beast's entrails, you would have the power to destroy us. Do you think we can let that possibility remain? You, my daughter, will turn 16 in December, just as the prophecy says. Annabeth cried out, My lord, you have to trust them. Artemis backed her up. Annabeth is right, which is why I must first make a reward. Father Zeus, I must speak to you privately. The two of them whispered for a bit, and then sat back. Artemis announced, Talia, daughter of Zeus, will you join the hunt? Stunned silence filled the room. Annabeth smiled and squeezed Talia's hand. Talia stepped forward stiffly and replied, I will. Father, I will not turn 16 in December. I will never turn 16. I won't let this prophecy be mine. I stand with my sister Artemis. Kronos will never tempt me again. She knelt before the goddess and recited the oath. I pledge myself to the goddess Artemis. I turn my back on the company of men. Then Artemis announced, Harry Potter, step forward, my son. Harry nervously stepped forward and knelt before his mother with his head bowed. She gazed down at him and said, My son, this is in accordance with Zoe Nightshade's final request before she passed on. Harry James Potter, I hereby appoint you as Lieutenant of the Hunters of Artemis. Harry's head snapped up in surprise. Mother? Are you sure? As far as I'm aware, no male has ever dash. She gently cut him off. My son, Zoe, and I have raised you to be a fine warrior and a good man. She knew that one day you would be ready to be the leader. Knowing how far you have come since then, I agreed with her. He bowed his head again and stood up. In that case, I will honor that. Mother, I promise to fulfill my duty to the best of my ability. Artemis reached into her dress and took out Zoe's circlet. With a wave of her hand, she changed it into a badge. She stepped off her throne, morphed into a mortal form, and approached him. Stopping in front of him, she pinned the badge to his t-shirt. Before long, she was back on her throne, and he robotically walked back to his friends. Annabeth, Talia, Bianca, and Hermione took turns hugging him. Percy, Grover, and Ron also congratulated him. When they were done, Harry and Talia went to stand by Artemis' side. Harry whispered to her, "Hey mate, I need you to do something for me. I won't be around all the time because I still have to attend Hogwarts. In my absence, will you take over as the leader?" She nodded. "I will. It's the least that I can do." Artemis nodded approvingly before she announced, "Now, for the Ophiotaurus." Dionysus warned, "This boy is still dangerous. The beast is a temptation to great power. Even if we spare the boy dash." Percy looked at the gods. "No, please, keep the Ophiotaurus safe. My dad can hide him under the sea somewhere, or keep him in an aquarium here in Olympus. But you have to protect him," Hephaestus rumbled. "And why should we trust you?" Percy reasoned. "I'm only 14. If this prophecy is about me, that's 2 more years." Athena warned. 2 years for Kronos to deceive you. Much can change in 2 years, my young hero." Annabeth cried out exasperatedly. "Mother," Athena told her, "it is only the truth, child. It is bad strategy to keep the animal alive. Or the boy." Poseidon stood abruptly. "I will not have a sea creature destroyed if I can help it. And I can help it." He held out his hand, and a trident appeared in it. A 6-meter-long bronze shaft with 3 spear tips that shimmered with blue, watery light. "I will vouch for the boy and the safety of the Ophiotaurus." Zeus also stood up and summoned his lightning bolt. "You won't take it under the sea. I won't have that kind of bargaining chip in your possession." The atmosphere was thick with tension as the 2 gods glared at each other. Then, Harry raised a hesitant hand. "My lords, I think I have an idea." All eyes turned to him, and he flushed at the attention. Ignoring his embarrassment, he said, "My lord, what if my friends and I took the Ophiotaurus with us to the wizarding world? We can hide him in Hogwarts." Hermione gasped. "The Black Lake." "Harry, that is perfect. The wizarding world is neutral territory, and the Ophiotaurus will have plenty of space to swim around, as opposed to an aquarium here at Olympus." Zeus and Poseidon locked eyes and came to a silent agreement. Zeus called out, "All in favor?" It was an overwhelming majority, with only Athena, Dionysus, and Ares abstaining. Zeus boomed, "We have a majority. And so, since we will not be destroying these heroes, I imagine we should honor them. Let the triumph celebration begin." As the party continued, Percy was overwhelmed by the numerous gods swarming up to congratulate him. Few others even went to congratulate Harry for his appointment as lieutenant of the hunt. After successfully fending off Apollo's invitations to have some archery lessons with him, the demigod came face to face with his father. Poseidon smiled at his son. "You won't let me down, I hope. You've done well so far." "Thanks, Dad." The Poseidon's face turned grave. "Perseus, about your former friend, Luke. He once made big promises and was Hermes' pride and joy. I have a feeling that he's not dead." Percy was a little taken aback. "Dad, are you sure? I mean, that fall was pretty hard. Very few can survive that." Poseidon nodded. "I'm afraid it is the truth. It's just a feeling that I have. His boat sails from San Francisco with the remains of Kronos even now. He will retreat and regroup before assaulting you again. I will do my best to destroy his boat with storms, but he is making alliances with my enemies, the older spirits of the ocean. They will fight to protect him." Percy asked, "What about Atlas? What's to prevent him from escaping again? Couldn't he just force some giant or something to take the sky for him? His father snorted in derision. If it were so easy, he would have escaped long ago. No, my son. The curse of the sky can only be forced upon a Titan, one of the children of Gaia and Uranus. Anyone else must choose to take the burden of their own free will. Only a hero, someone with strength, a true heart, and great courage, would do such a thing. No one in Kronos' army would dare try to bear that weight, even upon pain of death. Which is why it is admirable that you and Harry lasted this long. Their conversation was interrupted by some frantic mooing. They turned to see the Ophiotaurus water sphere being pushed back and forth over the top of the crowd. Poseidon grumbled, "We'd better take care of that. Can't have the Ophiotaurus be tossed around like a beach ball." They made their way over, just as Hermione came to the rescue and the Magicals took the sphere away. Percy watched in fascination as she, Harry, and Ron somehow stuffed the giant water sphere into Hermione's bag, whose opening seemed too small for it. Percy demanded, "Whoa, how the heck did you do that?" She preened, "Harry's Uncle Sirius gifted it to me before our quest. This thing has an extension charm in it, so I can fit in anything, no matter how big. I call it my Mary Poppins bag." Satisfied, Percy turned away, only to come face to face with Athena. In all honesty, he tried everything in his power not to sound resentful as he addressed her. After all, it did sting when she practically wrote him off. Athena simply gave him a wry smile. "Do not judge me too harshly, Half-Blood. Wise counsel is not always popular, but I spoke the truth. You are dangerous." He tilted his head curiously. "You never take risks?" She shrugged. "I concede the point. You may perhaps be useful, and yet, your fatal flaw may destroy us as well as yourself. Kronos knows your flaw, even if you do not. He knows how to study his enemies. Think, Percy, how has he manipulated you? First, your mother was taken from you. Then your best friend, Grover. Now he tried it on Harry. It could have so easily been my daughter, whom you care for a lot. Your friends and loved ones have been used to lure you into Kronos' traps. Your fatal flaw is personal loyalty, Percy. You do not know when it is time to cut your losses. To save a friend, you would sacrifice the world. In a hero of the prophecy, that is very, very dangerous." He was starting to get a little angry. "With respect, that's not a flaw. I just want to help my friends." She countered with, "The most dangerous flaws are those which are good in moderation. Evil is easy to fight. Lack of wisdom, that is very hard indeed. I hope the Council's decisions prove wise. But I will be watching, Percy Jackson. I do not approve of your friendship with my daughter. I do not think it wise for either of you. And should you begin to waver in your loyalties." They watched as Annabeth came running over, only to slow when she spotted her mother. Athena said, "I shall take your leave. For now." She walked away, and Annabeth came in looking worried. "You okay? She didn't give you a hard time, did she?" He shrugged. "We're fine." Annabeth didn't look convinced, but she ran her hand through his hair, only stopping to finger a streak of gray in his hair, a parting gift from holding up the sky. Then he changed the subject. "Care to dance?" She smiled slowly. "All right, seaweed brain, you're on. Step on my toes and I will kill you." After what seemed like hours, the group decided to leave Olympus and part ways. Percy, Grover, and Annabeth split from the group and headed to Camp Half-Blood. The others stayed back as Artemis was going to rejoin the Hunters and induct Talia into the ranks and introduce Harry as the new lieutenant. From there, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Bianca would head to Hogwarts. Apollo was kind enough to let them hitch a ride in his chariot, and he dropped them at number 12 Grimmauld Place. As soon as Harry stepped inside, he was seized and wrapped in an octopus hug from Mackenzie, Sirius, and Remus. Molly Weasley wrapped Ron and Hermione in a big hug. Bianca also got tackled into a tight hug from Nico. Then came the hard part, gathering the Hunters and breaking the news of Zoe's death. None of them took it well, and Phoebe even swore that if Atlas ever got free, she would kill him herself. On a brighter note, the Hunters welcomed Talia into their ranks. When Talia told them that Harry was the new lieutenant of the Hunters, they emitted a loud cheer. The next thing Harry knew, he was buried under several girls hugging him. Finally, Katie helped him up and ruffled his salt and pepper hair. She joked, "So should we call you boss from now on?" Harry swatted her hand away. Stop that. Besides, I'm only the leader until we head to Hogwarts. Beyond that, Talia will take over in my absence. Over the next few weeks in the build-up to September 1st, Harry and the Hunters train hard. Then in the last week of August, Talia and the Hunters left, leaving only Harry and Katie. Before she did, Harry unpinned his badge. It transformed into a silver circlet, which he gently placed on Talia's head. Sirius had been kind enough to buy all of his, Ron's and Hermione's fourth-year books, as well as Bianca and Mackenzie's third-year books, while they were on the quest. Then Harry spotted something odd on his checklist. Dress robes? What for? Remus shrugged. Those are for formal occasions. There's something big happening this year at Hogwarts. Unfortunately, we can't tell you what it is. Dumbledore made us promise not to tell. It's a surprise. In the next room, they could hear Ron yelling in horror. You've got to be kidding. I'm not wearing that. No way. Molly's cross voice snapped. Everyone wears them, Ron. They're all like that. Your father's got some for smart parties. I'll go Starkers before I put that on, said Ron stubbornly. Don't be so silly, Mrs. Weasley replied. You've got to have dress robes. They're on your list. Sirius chuckled from the doorway. Just saw the robes that Molly's given Ron. For words to describe it, kill it with fire. I wanted to buy you a tuxedo because F***K tradition, but the bloody shops at Diagon Alley have no idea what that is. Remus snapped, Sirius. Language. Sirius waved him off. He's 14, Mooney. Harry would have heard a lot worse in the dorms. Harry laughed as he wrestled with his snapping monster book of monsters. He casually asked, so what's been happening while I was missing? Sirius replied, well, there was an intruder at Mad Eye Moody's a couple of days ago. Lots of carnage, and poor Arthur was worked to the bone to clean up that mess. Finally, September 1st arrived, and they were on their way to King's Cross Station. Bianca stared blankly at the pillar between Platform 9 and Platform 10. She deadpanned. Let me get this straight. You two want me to run right at that pillar? Are you crazy? Harry pat her back. Trust me, Bianca. I wouldn't lie to you. She took a deep breath. Okay then, the girl charged and soon disappeared through the portal. Harry and Mackenzie followed her and grinned at Bianca's odd look. Meanwhile, the older Weasley siblings were busy teasing the younger ones with hints about the special things that awaited them that year. Harry, Ron, and Hermione soon walked into the Hogwarts Express and found a compartment. Mackenzie and Ginny had dragged Bianca away to meet their friends. Before long, Neville showed up with his parents and grandmother. The boy looked like he had lost a fair amount of weight and looked more fit. He clapped Harry firmly on the back as he took a seat next to him. Neville said, Hey Harry, good to see that you're okay. Mom, everyone is talking about the World Cup fiasco. Ministry tried to bury it, suggesting that it was a bunch of drunk wizards playing a practical joke. However, Madame Bones later issued a statement saying that you were kidnapped. The prophet was all over it. And what the hell happened to your hair? Harry cast a privacy spell and replied, to make a long story short, a Greek monster called a Manticore kidnapped me. Bloke was a mercenary and was hired by some Death Eaters. Later on, I found out that the traitor Luke had outbid the Death Eaters. So the Manticore killed the Death Eaters and delivered me to Luke. I was imprisoned at Mount Tamalpay in San Francisco. The special thing about that place is that it is where the sky almost touches the earth. However, they cannot be allowed to meet. Otherwise, the weight of the sky would flatten the earth for thousands of miles. Neville's eyes were wide. Whoa. What happened next? Well, I was forced to hold up the sky for days. Bloody hell. It was insanely heavy. Felt like my whole body was on fire. Ron and Hermione teamed up with some of my demigod friends and rescued me. Neville's eyes bugged out. You held up the sky. Ron mumbled, yeah, we were right there. The quest wasn't without casualties, though. At this, Harry's face grew sad, and Hermione wrapped a comforting arm around him. Ron continued hollowly. Zoe Nightshade, one of the Hunters of Artemis and sister figure to Harry, died. Neville patted Harry's arm sympathetically. Sorry to hear that, mate. Harry let out a deep sigh. Yeah, it still hurts, but I'll probably get over it after a while. I knew that being a demigod was dangerous, but this is the first time someone close to me has died. They sat in silence for a while, and outside the window, it began to rain. Harry soon took down the privacy spell, and they talked about more mundane things. Several off their friends dropped by, Feel like Seamus commented on Harry's hair. Then, the door burst open to reveal Malfoy and his cronies. He sneered, heard a rumor that Potty was sporting a new look. Had to see it for myself. You old geezer. Harry shot him a cool look. You like it? Would you like me to give you a makeover as well? Malfoy ignored him. So Weasley, are you going to enter? Going to try and bring a bit of glory to the family name? Heard from my mum that there's money involved. You'll probably be able to afford decent robes. What are you talking about? Snapped Ron. Are you going to enter? Malfoy repeated. I suppose you will, Potter. You never miss a chance to show off, do you? Hermione looked up from a book that she was reading and said icily, Either explain what you're on about or go away, Malfoy. He sneered and flounced away, followed by Crabbe, Goyle, Snide, and Merk. Ron muttered darkly under his breath. Wish I could see him take the weight of the sky. Wanker wouldn't last a second. Finally, after a long journey, they reached Hogsmeade Station. Bianca split from them, joining the first years as they approached Hagrid. Harry and his friend left the train, heads bent and eyes narrowed against the downpour. The rain was now coming down so thick and fast that it was as though buckets of ice-cold water were being emptied repeatedly over their heads. Hermione shivered. Oh, I wouldn't fancy crossing the lake in this weather. Harry and Neville boarded a carriage, with Ron and Hermione joining them after a few seconds. The redhead murmured, Bloody hell. It's not easy seeing Thestrals. Finally, the bedraggled students trudged up the marble staircase. Suddenly, Harry activated his wand holster shield and braced himself as a red water balloon impacted against it. A second balloon also hit the shield, and Peeves blew a raspberry. He complained, "Aw man, shields are no fair. Spoil sport." Footsteps echoed across the floor, and McGonagall yelled, "Peeves! Peeves, come down here at once." The deputy headmistress suddenly slipped, but Harry managed to steady her. She nodded gratefully. "Thank you, Mr. Potter." She ushered everyone inside the Great Hall, as they narrowly avoided more water balloons. Once inside, Harry turned his shield back into a wand holster. Harry and his friends then took their seats, and he heard Colin Creevey from across the table. The boy, excited, chattered, "Guess what, Harry? My brother's starting this year. His name is Dennis. He's really excited. I just hope he's in Gryffindor. Keep your fingers crossed, Harry." Harry smiled at him. "We'll do so, Colin." He gazed at the head table and saw 3 empty seats. Harry observed that one was probably for Hagrid, another for McGonagall, who was supervising the cleaning of the corridor. So the last one was probably for the Dada professor after Remus voluntarily vacated the position to help Dumbledore with the Horcrux problem. According to Sirius, they managed to remove one from the Hufflepuff Cup some time ago. Lord Thanatos had shown up to aid them, and with his help extracted the Horcrux without destroying the cup. Harry was brought out of his musings by the doors opening. McGonagall walked in, leading the first years to the other end of the Great Hall. All of them were soaked to the bone, and Bianca also stood out as the tallest of the lot. Dean motioned towards her. "Who's she? Another late bloomer?" Ron replied, "Guess so. Same situation as that Alves girl last year." McGonagall placed the sorting hat in front of everyone, and it burst into song as usual. "1,000 years or more ago, when I was newly sown, there lived 4 wizards of renown, whose names are still well known. Bold Gryffindor from Wildmoor, fair Ravenclaw from Glen, sweet Hufflepuff from Valley Broad, shrewd Slytherin from Fun. They shared a wish, a hope, a dream. They hatched a daring plan to educate young sorcerers. Thus Hogwarts School began. Now each of these 4 founders formed their own house, for each did value different virtues in the ones they had to teach. By Gryffindor, the bravest were prized far beyond the rest. For Ravenclaw, the cleverest would always be the best. For Hufflepuff, hard workers were most worthy of admission. And power-hungry Slytherin loved those of great ambition. While still alive, they did divide their favorites from the throng, yet how to pick the worthy ones when they were dead and gone? 'Twas Gryffindor who found the way. He whipped me off his head. The founders put some brains in me, so I could choose instead. Now slip me snug about your ears. I've never yet been wrong. I'll have a look inside your mind and tell where you belong." Harry mused to Hermione. "We really need to get the hat to meet Apollo. Maybe they can improve each other's lyrics." She giggled in response. Then the sorting began in earnest. students were spread out a little unevenly between the four houses. Dennis Creevy soon joined his big brother and excitedly began telling him about falling in the lake. That jogged Harry's memory, and he got Hermione's attention. He whispered, "You still have him?" She nodded and whispered back, "We'll do it tomorrow at dawn." Finally, Dumbledore stood up and called for silence. He announced, "Students, as you can probably see, we have another late transfer this year. I would like to welcome Miss Bianca D'Angelo, who will be joining the third years." The slightly mortified girl sat down on the stool and had the hat plopped on her head. Everyone waited with bated breath until it called out, "Gryffindor." Harry and his housemates emitted a loud cheer, and she made her way over to sit between Harry and Mackenzie. She excitedly whispered, "He said that it was a toss-up between Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. But the fact that I went on the quest, and he saw what I did, convinced him to put me in Gryffindor." At last, Dumbledore gave the order to tuck into their meals. As they ate, Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington floated over. He noted, "You're lucky that there was a feast tonight. Trouble in the kitchens from Peeves. He wanted to attend the feast, but he normally wreaks havoc. The Friant wanted to give him a chance, but the Bloody Baron put his foot down. Damn, nearly scared the house elves to bits." Harry glanced at Hermione, half expecting her to throw a fit. During their stay at Grimmauld Place, she got the impression that the house elves were slaves. That lasted until Sirius and Remus sat down with her and explained that the house elves' payment came in the form of their owner's magic. Fortunately, she didn't say anything and kept eating. Once all the food was magically cleared away, Dumbledore stood up again. He announced, "So, now that we are all fed and watered, I must once more ask for your attention while I give out a few notices. Caretaker Filch has asked me to tell you that the list of objects forbidden inside the castle has this year been extended to include screaming yo-yos, fanged frisbees, and ever-bashing boomerangs. The full list comprises some 437 items, I believe, and can be viewed in Mr. Filch's office if anybody would like to check it. As ever, I would like to remind you all that the forest on the grounds is out of bounds to students, as is the village of Hogsmeade to all below third year." Then he said, "I would also like to inform you that in addition to the Quidditch Cup and the Capture the Flag games, we will be announcing a new tournament." That got everyone talking, and Dumbledore continued, "This event will be starting in October and continuing throughout the school year, taking up much of the teachers' time and energy, but I am sure you will all enjoy it immensely." Before he could speak any further, the doors of the Great Hall banged open. A man stood in the doorway, leaning upon a long staff, shrouded in a black traveling cloak. Every head in the Great Hall swiveled toward the stranger, suddenly brightly illuminated by a fork of lightning that flashed across the ceiling. He lowered his hood, shook out a long mane of grizzled, dark gray hair, then began to limp toward the teacher's table. Each step echoed with a dull clunk until he reached the end. Lightning flashed as the storm outside continued to rage. The lightning illuminated a very grisly-looking face. Every inch of skin seemed to be scarred. The mouth looked like a diagonal gash, and a large chunk of the nose was missing. Had Harry not gone up against scarier monsters, he would have been intimidated by the man's eyes. One was dark and beady, and the other was large, round as a coin, and a vivid electric blue. The blue eye was moving ceaselessly, without blinking, and was rolling up, down, and from side to side quite independently of the normal eye, and then it rolled right over, pointing into the back of the man's head so that all they could see was whiteness. The man limped up to Dumbledore and stretched out a scarred hand. After a brief exchange, the man sat down in the only empty seat at the head table. Everyone watched as he served himself, sniffed his food, and began eating. Meanwhile, Dumbledore cheerily said, "May I introduce our new defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Alastair Moody." There was scattered applause, as the entire student body just seemed shell-shocked. Dumbledore cleared his throat. "As I was saying, we are to have the honor of hosting a very exciting event over the coming months, an event that has not been held for over a century. It is my very great pleasure to inform you that the Triwizard Tournament will be taking place at Hogwarts this year." There was an audible gasp, and Fred loudly proclaimed, "You're joking." The tension was broken with everyone bursting into peals of laughter. Dumbledore chuckled. "I am not joking, Mr. Weasley. Though now that you mention it, I did hear an excellent one over the summer about a troll, a hag, and a leprechaun who all go into a bar. Professor McGonagall cleared her throat loudly. He sheepishly tapered off. But maybe this is not the time, no. Where was I? Yes, the Triwizard Tournament. Well, some of you will not know what this tournament involves, so I hope those who do know will forgive me for giving a short explanation and allow their attention to wander freely. The Triwizard Tournament was first established some 700 years ago as a friendly competition between the three largest European schools of wizardry: Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. A champion was selected to represent each school, and the three champions competed in 3 magical tasks. The schools took it in turns to host the tournament once every 5 years, and it was generally agreed to be a most excellent way of establishing ties between young witches and wizards of different nationalities, until, that is, the death toll mounted so high that the tournament was discontinued. An outraged Hermione whispered harshly, "Death toll." Harry grimaced, "Seriously? I already risked my life enough, but now, to do it to entertain others." However, the other students were whispering excitedly. Dumbledore explained, "There have been several attempts over the centuries to reinstate the tournament, none of which has been very successful. However, our own departments of international magical cooperation and magical games and sports have decided the time is right for another attempt. We have worked hard over the summer to ensure that this time, no champion will find himself or herself in mortal danger. The heads of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will be arriving with their shortlisted contenders in October, and the selection of the 3 champions will take place at Halloween. An impartial judge will decide which students are most worthy to compete for the Triwizard Cup, the glory of their school, and 1,000 galleons personal prize money. That got the buzz in the crowd to grow even louder. Once again, Dumbledore called for silence. He continued, "Now, I can see that you are all excited. However, there are some stipulations. Owing to the danger that this tournament presents, there will be an age restriction. Initially, the Ministry of Magic proposed that only students who are of age would participate. That piece of news was met with hundreds of groans and boos. The headmaster spoke up once again. However, I managed to convince them that the limit should be lowered a bit, since there are younger students who are just as talented and capable. It took some negotiation, but now, students who are of the age of 14 or above are eligible to participate." There was a mixed reaction to that, but majority were satisfied. Dumbledore wound up his speech. "The delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will be arriving in October and remaining with us for the greater part of this year. I know that you will all extend every courtesy to our foreign guests while they are with us, and will give your wholehearted support to the Hogwarts champion when he or she is selected. And now, it is late, and I know how important it is to you all to be alert and rested as you enter your lessons tomorrow morning. Bedtime. Chop, chop." As they walked back, Harry looked a bit thoughtful. His 3 friends noticed, and Ron nudged him. "Canute for your thoughts?" He murmured, "Later, when we're in the common room." Eventually, they reached Gryffindor Tower. They moved to an isolated corner of the common room, and then Harry spoke. "I'm kind of in 2 minds about this. On one hand, I just got back after getting kidnapped and holding up the sky for several days straight. Do I really want to risk my life so soon? On the other hand, I want to enter because it will be great training for me. Kronos' forces are rising. Ron, Hermione, you 2 were there at Mount Tam. Look, I honestly don't care about the money. I need to get stronger for the final battle against Kronos." Ron shivered. Blimey, that army was freaking terrifying. Thousands of giants, monsters, and even other demigods. We would have been overwhelmed for sure. Their little conversation was interrupted when one of the prefects called out, "Okay, everyone, in bed now. We'll discuss our nominations tomorrow night after classes end." The next morning dawned, and it was time for classes to begin. Before that, Harry was up at the crack of dawn, and he woke up Ron and Neville as well. The 3 boys patted down silently and met with Hermione, who had her Mary Poppins bag. They sneaked out, making their way to the Black Lake, avoiding Filch and Mrs. Norris. Harry and Ron waded into the lake until the frigid water was up to their waists. Hermione and Neville then reached into the bag and, with some difficulty, pulled out the water sphere which contained the Ophiotaurus. Neville's eyes widened in amazement at the sight of the cow serpent. Harry then carefully opened the large capsule and allowed the creature to slither out. It then doubled back and coiled around him, with the cow's head nuzzling him. Uncoiling itself, it swam off deeper into the black lake and was soon out of sight. Hermione dried everyone off, and they all sneaked back to their common room. Chapter 51. When the day officially began, they had herbology as their first lecture. In all honesty, it was an uncomfortable lesson, as they were dealing with bubotubers and they had to extract the pus from the plant. It was a very squeamish couple of hours, but everyone endured. Unfortunately, care of magical creatures was not any better. Hagrid proudly displayed some creatures who looked like absolute abominations of nature. They were deformed, shell-less lobsters, horribly pale and slimy-looking, with legs sticking out in very odd places and no visible heads. There were about 100 of them in each crate, each about 6 inches long, crawling over one another, bumping blindly into the sides of the boxes. The creatures gave off a very powerful smell of rotting fish. Every now and then, sparks would fly out of the end of one of the creatures, and with a small foot, it would be propelled forward several inches. Hagrid proudly grinned. "Blast ended scruts. Only just hatched, so you'll be able to raise them yourselves." Thought that this would make an excellent long-term project. The cold voice of Malfoy sounded. "And why would we want to raise them? I mean, what do they do? What is the point of them?" Hagrid was a little cowed and replied, "That's next lesson, Malfoy. You're just feeding them today. Now, you want to try them on a few different things. I've never had them before. Not sure what they'll go for. I got ant eggs and frog livers and a bit of grass snake. Just try them out with a bit of each." In the end, Harry and the gang were forced to grin and bear it. At the same time, they were forced to listen to Malfoy's petulant whining. On the bright side, Harry's natural affinity for animals meant that his script gave him an easier time. The next lesson was divination, and Harry really was not looking forward to it. As he sat on his chair, Trelawney ambled up to him. She spoke. "You are preoccupied, my dear. My inner eye sees past your brave facade to the troubled soul within. And I regret to say that your worries are not baseless. I see difficult times ahead for you, alas, most difficult. I fear the thing you dread will indeed come to pass, and perhaps sooner than you think. You have been most brave to survive such an ordeal, and your altered appearance is proof of your strength." She stepped back and continued her lecture. "My dears, it is time for us to consider the stars. The movements of the planets and the mysterious portents they reveal only to those who understand the steps of the celestial dance. Human destiny may be deciphered by the planetary rays, which intermingle with each other. Saturn is slowly getting in a position of power in the heavens." The gears in his head spun, and then it clicked for him. Saturn is the Roman equivalent to Kronos. He scribbled furiously on his parchment, and then his mind began to wander as his ADHD kicked in. A small nudge from Ron jerked him back to his senses, noticing that the class was over and he had accidentally doodled battle plans. He hurriedly crumpled it up before anyone could notice. That evening in the common room, the Gryffindor prefects gathered everyone and announced, "Okay, so this is what we're going to do. Each of you discuss with your year mates and choose one person to represent you. In essence, one person from 7th year, one from 6th, one from 5th, and one from 4th. Harry and the other 4th-year Gryffindors clustered together. Lavender was the first to speak. "I think it should be Hermione. She is the smartest of us all." Hermione scoffed. "Sorry to burst your bubble, but I mostly excel from a theoretical basis. I still struggle with practical magic. Also, if I had to face off against 7th years, I would be completely out of my depth." Then Ron jumped in. "I think Harry should do it. Look, he can match Hermione in the theory, and you all know what he's like in data. I think we should have Harry represent the 4th years." After much debate, the rest of the 4th years were in agreement. Harry sighed. "Fine, I'll do it. I'll submit my name in the pool." A few minutes later, the prefect consulted his list. "Okay, so we've got Blenkinsop from the 7th years, Johnson from 6th, Hackett from 5th, and Potter from 4th. All right, now that that's done, good night, everyone." The next couple of days passed by without much incident. McGonagall got them started on the beetle to button transfiguration. Then it was time for the first defense against the dark arts lecture. For the first time ever, all 4 houses would be attending the same lecture. Harry and his friends followed the other Gryffindors to the Dada classroom and saw the other students gather outside. Peeping in the open door, they didn't see Moody anywhere, so they all reluctantly walked in with Harry bringing up the rear. Just then, the hairs on the back of Harry's neck pricked up and his wand shot into his left hand. He quickly transferred it to his right hand. Then he spun around, tapping his holster. His shield instinctively unfurled itself. And just in time, too. Ron and Hermione instantly took cover behind the shield as a stinging hex impacted against it and was redirected skywards. More hexes rained down on the students, coming from behind the open door. Finally, Mad-Eye Moody hobbled out from his hiding place. He roared, "Dead. All of you are dead. 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 You there, Potterite? Good call with the shield. Excellent transfiguration. 10 points to Gryffindor. You too. 10 points each for taking cover. Those kind of reflexes would have saved your arses," Malfoy protested. "Wouldn't a Protego spell have worked better?" Moody replied, "Aye, that's true. But then again, multiple spells will eventually break down a Protego spell. A real shield is a solid object. Now, put your books away. You won't need them because this is a practical demonstration." He took the roll, and once he was done, growled, "Right then. I've had a letter from Professor Lupin about this class. Seems you've had a pretty thorough grounding in tackling dark creatures. You've covered boggots, redcaps, hinkypunks, grindylows, kappas, and werewolves. Is that right?" Everyone murmured in assent. He continued, "But you're behind. Very behind. On dealing with curses," said Moody. "So I'm here to bring you up to scratch on what wizards can do to each other. I've got 1 year to teach you how to deal with dark arts. Yeah, I'm staying just the 1 year. Special favor to Dumbledore. 1 year, and then back to my quiet retirement." He clapped his hands once, so straight into it. "Curses. They come in many strengths and forms. Now, according to the Ministry of Magic, I'm supposed to teach you counter curses and leave it at that. I'm not supposed to show you what illegal dark curses look like until you're in the 6th year. You're not supposed to be old enough to deal with it till then. But Professor Dumbledore's got a higher opinion of your nerves. He reckons you can cope, and I say, the sooner you know what you're up against, the better. How are you supposed to defend yourself against something you've never seen? A wizard who's about to put an illegal curse on you isn't going to tell you what he's about to do. He's not going to do it nice and polite to your face. You need to be prepared. You need to be alert and watchful. You need to put that away, Miss Brown, when I'm talking." Lavender yelped and hurriedly tucked away her completed horoscope under the desk. Moody ignored the chuckles from the students and continued his lecture. "So, do any of you know which curses are most heavily punished by wizarding law?" Several hands rose tentatively into the air, including Harry's, Ron's, and Hermione's. Moody pointed at Ron. "Air," said Ron tentatively. "My dad told me about one. Is it called the Imperious Curse or something?" "Ah, yes," said Moody appreciatively. "Your father would know that one. Gave the ministry a lot of trouble at one time, the Imperious Curse." The man got up and opened a desk drawer. Reaching a gnarled hand in, he withdrew a large glass jar. Ron recoiled, and Harry couldn't blame him at all. That was because 3 large black spiders were scuttling around inside it. Moody deftly caught one and held it for everyone to see. Pointing his wand, he intoned, "Imperio." The spider leapt from Moody's hand on a fine thread of silk and began to swing backward and forward as though on a trapeze. It stretched out its legs rigidly, then did a back flip, breaking the thread and landing on the desk, where it began to cartwheel in circles. Moody jerked his wand, and the spider rose onto 2 of its hind legs and began to tap dance. There were several chuckles, except for Harry and Ron. Moody growled, "Think it's funny, do you? You'd like it, would you, if I did it to you?" The laughter died away almost instantly. "Total control," said Moody quietly as the spider balled itself up and began to roll over and over. "I can make it jump out of the window, drown itself, throw itself down one of your throats." Moody quietly and sinisterly said, "Years back, there were a lot of witches and wizards being controlled by the Imperious Curse. Some job for the ministry, trying to sort out who was being forced to act and who was acting of their own free will. Fortunately, the Imperious Curse can be fought. I'll be teaching you how, but it takes real strength of character, and not everyone's got it. Better avoid being hit with it if you can. Constant vigilance." Chucking the spider back in the jar, he asked, "Anyone else know one? Another illegal curse?" Hermione and Neville's hands flew up, and Moody picked Neville. The boy gulped and said, "There's the C. Cruciatus Curse." "Moody's good," I focused Neville. "Longbottom, eh?" Yeah, I know about that. Good to see that they're up and about. Moody cleared his throat and removed the next spider. He pointed his wand at it and spoke up. Needs to be a bit bigger for you to get the idea. Engorgo. Now, it was a little bigger than a tarantula, and Ron froze up. Moody raised his wand and muttered Crucio. At once, the spider's legs bent in upon its body. It rolled over and began to twitch horribly, rocking from side to side. No sound came from it, but it was writhing in agony. Hermione's green face yelled, "Stop it. I think you've made your point." Moody stopped, to everyone's relief. Harry did notice that Neville was trembling and pat his arm discreetly. Moody softly said, "Pain. You don't need thumbscrews or knives to torture someone if you can perform the Cruciatus curse. That one was very popular once, too." Harry thought to himself, "Yeah? Try holding up the sky for several days on the trot, even with the help of a goddess." Moody straightened up. "Any others?" Harry's hand went up and Moody's eyes zeroed in on him. Harry hollowly spoke. "The killing curse, Avada Kedavra." Moody nodded grimly. "Ah, the last and the worst." He withdrew the last spider, which freaked out a little. Moody raised his wand and roared, "Avada Kedavra." In a flash of blinding green light, the spell struck the spider. It instantaneously rolled over onto its back, unmarked but unmistakably dead. Moody ominously said, "Not nice. Not pleasant. And there's no counter curse. There's no blocking it. Only one known person has ever survived it, and he's sitting right in front of me. Avada Kedavra is a curse that needs a powerful bit of magic behind it. You could all get your wands out now and point them at me and say the words, and I doubt I'd get so much as a nosebleed. But that doesn't matter. I'm not here to teach you how to do it. Now, if there's no counter curse, why am I showing you? Because you've got to know. You've got to appreciate what the worst is. You don't want to find yourself in a situation where you're facing it. Constant vigilance." Everyone jumped again. Now, those three curses, Avada Kedavra, Imperius, and Cruciatus, are known as the unforgivable curses. The use of any one of them on a fellow human being is enough to earn a life sentence in Azkaban. That's what you're up against. That's what I've got to teach you to fight. You need preparing. You need arming. But most of all, you need to practice constant, never-ceasing vigilance. Harry raised a hand, and Moody called on him, "Professor. This is a hypothetical situation. Suppose you see someone who is about to take their own life, say by jumping off a bridge, and you use the Imperius curse to save them. Then what happens?" Moody paused, and everyone stared at Harry in amazement. The man mused. Never thought about it that way. Must bring it up with Amelia and Sirius one of these days." The rest of the lesson continued without interruption. Finally, the bell rang, and everyone cleared out. As they walked, Harry, Hermione, and Ron closed ranks around Neville, who was still shaking. Afterwards, they made their way back to the common room, where Harry saw Hedwig waiting for him with a letter. He took it and read, "Hey Harry, the search is getting along all right. We found a locket belonging to Salazar Slytherin. Well, Nico found it at Grimmauld Place and managed to negotiate with my house elf, Creature. Kid took a wicked-looking black sword, touched the locket with it, and sucked out the Horcrux. I'll be in touch soon. Think we got a lead on another one, which is supposedly a ring. Sirius." Over the next 2 weeks, school went about as normal, though the lessons got tougher. Then one day, Moody surprised everyone when he announced that he got permission to demonstrate the Imperius curse. This invited a storm of protest until he roared back, "If you'd rather learn the hard way, when someone's putting it on you so they can control you completely, fine by me. You're excused. Off you go." That shut everyone up, and the demonstrations began. Dean Thomas hopped 3 times around the room, singing the national anthem. Lavender Brown imitated a squirrel. Neville performed a series of quite astonishing gymnastics. Not one of them seemed to be able to fight off the curse, and each of them recovered only when Moody had removed it. Then Moody called Harry up, and he reluctantly shuffled up. Moody pointed his wand at Harry and intoned, "Imperio." Immediately, a floating sensation overtook Harry. It was as if every thought and worry in his head was wiped gently away, leaving nothing but a vague, untraceable happiness. Then he shook his head and strengthened his occlumency shields. This blocked out Moody's voice, ordering him to jump on the desk. The order came back stronger, but Harry firmly held up his mental shields. Moody lowered his wand and smiled approvingly. He spoke. "Now that's more like it. Look at that, you lot. Potter fought. He fought it, and he beat it. We'll try that again. Potter, and the rest of you, pay attention. Watch his eyes. That's where you see it. Very good, Potter. Very good indeed. Anyone will have trouble controlling you. I heard about what happened at the World Cup. I suppose your ordeal has toughened you up." A few days later, there was a large notice at the foot of the marble staircase. It read, "The delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will be arriving at 6 o'clock on Friday, the 30th of October. Lessons will end half an hour early. Students will return their bags and books to their dormitories and assemble in front of the castle to greet our guests before the welcoming feast." When the day arrived, the Great Hall had been decorated overnight. Enormous silk banners hung from the walls, each of them representing a Hogwarts house. Red with a gold lion for Gryffindor, blue with a bronze eagle for Ravenclaw, yellow with a black badger for Hufflepuff, and green with a silver serpent for Slytherin. Behind the teacher's table, the largest banner of all bore the Hogwarts coat of arms. Lion, eagle, badger, and snake united around a large letter H. It seemed that the professors were going all out to impress their guests. That day's lessons went by in a bit of a blur, and 6 o'clock was rapidly approaching. The heads of the respective houses arranged all the students in different rows. The first years within front, followed by the second years behind them, then the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh years. They waited for a long time, and Harry was growing fidgety. His ADHD was driving him crazy. Luckily, Katie solved that by standing behind him and giving his shoulders a massage. No one batted an eye, because the two were still pretending as though they were dating. Bianca was also looking uncomfortable with her own ADHD issues until Mackenzie reached out and squeezed her hand. Ron muttered next to Harry, "How do you reckon they're coming? The express?" Katie shrugged, not sure. Maybe they have their own methods of transportation. Then a random sixth year pointed excitedly above the Forbidden Forest. Sure enough, a gigantic black shape skimmed over the treetops of the Forbidden Forest. Soon, the lights shining from the castle windows hit it. They saw a gigantic, powder blue, horse-drawn carriage, the size of a large house, soaring toward them, pulled through the air by a dozen Abraxan. The horses did a few loops and then landed. The hooves hit the ground with a crash, and the carriage soon followed. The door of the carriage bore a coat of arms, 2 crossed, golden wands, each emitting 3 stars, before it opened. A boy in pale blue robes jumped down from the carriage, bent forward, fumbled for a moment with something on the carriage floor, and unfolded a set of golden steps. He sprang back respectfully. Then Harry saw a shining, high-heeled black shoe emerging from the inside of the carriage, a shoe the size of a child's sled, followed, almost immediately, by the tallest mortal woman he had ever seen in his life. The size of the carriage, and of the horses, was immediately explained. A few people gasped. Dumbledore clapped, prompting the Hogwarts students to clap as well. He stepped forward to the tall woman and said, "My dear Madame Maxime, welcome to Hogwarts." "Dumbledore," said Madame Maxime in a deep voice. "I hope I find you well?" "In excellent form. I thank you," said Dumbledore. Behind here, about a dozen shivering boys and girls were standing behind her. "Has Karkaroff arrived yet?" Madame Maxime asked. "He should be here any moment," said Dumbledore lightly. "Would you like to wait here and greet him, or would you prefer to step inside and warm up a trifle?" "Warm up, I think," said Madame Maxime. "But the horses dash." Dumbledore raised his hands placatingly. "Not to worry. I can have one of my students take care of them. Unfortunately, our care of magical creatures professor is a touch busy with some of his other charges." Madame Maxime primly said, "My steeds require forceful handling. They are very strong." Dumbledore motioned to Harry, who dutifully stepped out. "Like I said, there is no need to worry. Young Harry here is said to be a prodigy in care of magical creatures. He even helped rescue one of the last wild golden snidgets from smugglers. Dare I say, the little fellow is rather devoted to him." Maxime's beady eyes bore down on Harry, and she was a little impressed. She smiled thinly. "Very well. Just remember that horses only drink single malt whiskey. Harry bowed and slowly approached the horses. The horses were a little unruly until they spotted him approaching and stilled. Hermione could have sworn that he had a silvery aura around him in the darkness. Harry softly neighed. "All right, calm down. I know you've had a long journey. Don't worry, I can help you." He pet one of the Abraxan, and it instantly leaned down at his touch. It nuzzled him and neighed, "Son of the moon goddess. Thank you for your hospitality. Please take us to some shelter." Everyone except for Ron, Hermione, and Neville watched in awe as Harry led the docile Abraxan to some makeshift stables. He deftly filled one trough with oats. Then he whistled, prompting a house elf to pop next to him. He asked the little elf to fetch some single malt whiskey, and she popped away. A minute later, she was back with a large pitcher and popped away. He poured the whiskey into another trough, and the Abraxan nearly galloped towards the troughs. One Beauxbatons girl screamed, thinking that he was in danger, but Harry emitted a sharp whistle. That was enough to stop the horses in their tracks. He neighed sharply, "Hey, slowly. Don't rush it. There is plenty for everyone. Now come in a nice, orderly fashion." With the horses situated, he stepped back in line and waited for the Durmstrang contingent. Then Lee Jordan exclaimed, "The lake! Look at the lake!" Sure enough, in the center of the black, murky waters, great bubbles were forming on the surface. Waves were now washing over the muddy banks. Then, a whirlpool appeared in the middle of the lake, as if a giant plug had just been pulled out of the lake's floor. Then a ship's mast emerged from the heart of the whirlpool. Slowly, magnificently, a ship rose out of the water, gleaming in the moonlight. It had a strangely skeletal look about it, as though it were a resurrected wreck, and the dim, misty lights shimmering at its portholes looked like ghostly eyes. Finally, with a great sloshing noise, the ship emerged entirely, bobbing on the turbulent water, and began to glide toward the bank. A few moments later, they heard the splash of an anchor being thrown down in the shallows, and the thud of a plank being lowered onto the bank. Harry joked, "Where did they get that one?" "From Davy Jones' locker." There were small snickers from a few Muggleborns in earshot. However, everyone was distracted by several students disembarking. All of the students were fairly bulkily built at first glance. However, as they drew closer, they noticed that the students were bundled up in thick, shaggy cloaks. The man leading them up to the castle was wearing furs of a different sort, sleek and silver, like his hair. "Dumbledore," he called heartily as he walked up the slope. "How are you, my dear fellow?" "How are you?" "Blooming. Thank you, Professor Karkaroff," Dumbledore replied. Karkaroff gave a smile that did not quite reach his eyes. He spoke, "Dear old Hogwarts. How good it is to be here. How good. Victor, come along. Into the warmth, you don't mind, Dumbledore?" Victor has a slight head cold. Ron's eyes bugged out, and he hissed in Harry's ear, "Bloody hell. It's Victor Crumb." Harry grinned. "Yep, I noticed." The Hogwarts students shuffled behind the Durmstrang contingent, whispering excitedly. Many were bemoaning that they did not have stationery on hand. While the visitors gathered outside the Great Hall, the home students took their seats. Then they walked in, with Durmstrang sitting at the Slytherin table, prompting Ron to sulk. Meanwhile, the Beauxbatons students were situated at the Ravenclaw table. Karkaroff and Maxime took their places at the head table, and there were 2 empty chairs as well. Dumbledore stood up and called for silence. He said, "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, ghosts, and most particularly guests. I have great pleasure in welcoming you all to Hogwarts. I hope and trust that your stay here will be both comfortable and enjoyable. The tournament will be officially opened at the end of the feast. I now invite you all to eat, drink, and make yourselves at home." On cue, the plates in front of them filled with food as usual. The house elves in the kitchen seemed to have pulled out all the stops. There was a greater variety of dishes in front of them than Harry had ever seen, including several that were definitely foreign. Harry and Ron helped themselves to the food. As they ate, Ludo Bagman and Bartemius Crouch Sr. had joined the head table, taking the 2 empty seats. Suddenly, a hush fell over the Gryffindor table. Harry looked up from his black, pudding to see everyone staring at him in awe. He tilted his head curiously and groaned. "Are you all still staring at my hair? It's been a month. Haven't had enough." Suddenly, A dainty pair of hands covered his eyes, and he felt a familiar aura. A melodious voice sing-songed. "Gisa," a grin formed on his face. "Frenchie, I was wondering where you were." One hand withdrew from one eye and smacked the back of his head, and he yelped. The unknown assailant snapped. "Canard, how many times have I told you? Don't call me Frenchie." He spun around in his seat to come face to face with a stunningly beautiful older girl. She had a flawless face with 0 blemishes. A long sheet of silvery blonde hair fell almost to her waist. She had large, deep blue eyes and very white, even teeth. The teeth disappeared as the girl pouted. He grinned at her pouting face. "Ah, come on. Don't be like that. You're still my 3rd favorite big sister. Well, 2nd favorite now." She turned up her nose. "And don't you forget it." He looked around at the Gryffindor table, and the boys were close to being reduced to drooling messes. The girls had visibly relaxed, and then it hit him. He turned back to the girl. Fleur, you're projecting." Her deep blue eyes blinked in surprise. "Oh, pardon. Force of habit. Also, I was craving some bouillabaisse." Harry smirked and passed the dish to her as she concentrated. Finally, the boy's expressions changed back to normal. He said, "Here you go, just don't hog the thing like you usually do." She stuck her tongue out at him and walked back to the Ravenclaw table after serving herself. Ron snapped out of it. "Bloody hell. Cheese. Avila." Harry shrugged. "Yeah, I know." Hermione tilted her head curiously. "I read about Vila. No one is sure about their origins, but they can sort of hypnotize men. We saw that at the World Cup. But why weren't you affected, Harry?" He replied, "That's Fleur Delacour. Met her at summer camp. She normally stays at cabin 10. Ron and Hermione's eyes lit up in understanding. Harry continued, "I went to camp when I was 5, and she used to babysit me. Later on, she explained about her allure. Initially, I wasn't affected because I was too young. She said that it usually starts affecting boys who are 11 or older. Then as I grew older, you could say I developed a bit of an immunity to her allure, especially since I've been around her for so long." Everyone listening in was satisfied with the explanation and continued eating. Once the plates were wiped clean, Dumbledore stood up again. He announced, "The moment has come. The Triwizard Tournament is about to start. I would like to say a few words of explanation before we bring in the casket, just to clarify the procedure that we will be following this year. But first, let me introduce, for those who do not know them, Mr. Bartemius Crouch, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, and Mr. Ludo Bagman, head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports." There was polite applause for Crouch, and a more enthusiastic one for Bagman. Dumbledore continued, "Mr. Bagman and Mr. Crouch have worked tirelessly over the last few months on the arrangements for the Triwizard Tournament, and they will be joining myself, Professor Karkaroff, and Madame Maxime on the panel that will judge the champions' efforts." He motioned to Argus Filch, who was standing in a far corner of the hall. Filch disappeared behind a door, and then emerged with a great wooden chest encrusted with jewels. It looked extremely old. Dumbledore announced, "The instructions for the tasks the champions will face this year have already been examined by Mr. Crouch and Mr. Bagman. They have made the necessary arrangements for each challenge. There will be 3 tasks spaced throughout the school year, and they will test the champions in many different ways: their magical prowess, their daring, their powers of deduction, and of course their ability to cope with danger. As you know, 3 champions compete in the tournament, 1 from each of the participating schools. They will be marked on how well they perform each of the tournament tasks, and the champion with the highest total after Task 3 will win the Triwizard Cup. The champions will be chosen by an impartial selector, the Goblet of Fire." Dumbledore took out his wand and tapped 3 times upon the top of the casket. The lid creaked slowly open. Dumbledore reached inside it and pulled out a large, roughly hewn wooden cup. It would have been entirely unremarkable had it not been full to the brim with dancing blue-white flames. Dumbledore closed the casket and placed the goblet carefully on top of it, where it would be clearly visible to everyone in the hall. He cleared his throat. Anybody wishing to submit themselves as champion must write their name and school clearly upon a slip of parchment and drop it into the goblet. Aspiring champions have 24 hours in which to put their names forward. Tomorrow night, Halloween, the goblet will return the names of the 3 it has judged most worthy to represent their schools. The goblet will be placed in the entrance hall tonight, where it will be freely accessible to all those wishing to compete. Finally, I wish to impress upon any of you wishing to compete that this tournament is not to be entered into lightly. Once a champion has been selected by the Goblet of Fire, he or she is obliged to see the tournament through to the end. The placing of your name in the goblet constitutes a binding, magical contract. There can be no change of heart once you have become a champion. Please be very sure, therefore, that you are wholeheartedly prepared to play before you drop your name into the goblet. Now, I think it is time for bed. Good night to you all. With this, the Durmstrang and Beauxbaton students got up. As Victor Crumb passed him, Harry felt something flutter onto his lap. Next to him, Ron didn't notice, as he was too busy gazing admiringly at Crumb. Harry peeked down at the parchment, which had a simple message: meet tonight at 11 p.m. where the owls roost, and bring anyone in the know. Harry crushed the note and made his way up to the dorms. Inside the common room, he motioned to Ron, Hermione, and Neville. Harry even managed to get Katie, Bianca, and Mackenzie's attention. He whispered, "We have a meeting tonight at 11. Let's wait for everyone to fall asleep." After an agonizing couple of hours, they snuck out of the portrait. Harry and Katie were once again leading, while the other 5 were following them under the invisibility cloak. They steadily made their way to the Ollery, where they found Fleur waiting for them. However, she was not alone, as Victor Crumb was also there. Harry snickered and used a finger to close Ron's dropped jaw. He said, "Everyone, I'd like you to meet Fleur Delacour, daughter of Aphrodite, Greek goddess of love and beauty. And this is Victor Crumb, son of Nike, Greek goddess of victory." Fleur, Victor, these are my friends, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, and Neville Longbottom. This is my cousin Mackenzie Dursley. This is Katie Bell, Hunter of Artemis, and finally, Bianca D'Angelo, daughter of Hades. The two's eyes widened and Fleur gasped. "Harry? Is she?" He shook his head. She and her brother Nico were born before the pact, but were hidden away at the land of the Lotus Eaters. Crumb nodded in understanding and said in a thick Bulgarian accent, "Duh, I remember Perseus mentioning that you were in for a few minutes, but when you came out, 5 days passed." Ron, Hermione, and Neville could only wordlessly wave at them. Then Harry grew serious. "Fleur, Victor? What news from camp?" Crumb shook his head and spoke up. "We're holding up for now. We had 3 demigods defect to the enemy. All of them are children of minor gods. Now, Potter, I've had to make it very clear. I may be the son of minor goddess as well, but I have no intention of betraying the camp. Fleur and I plan to enter this tournament to get stronger. I am assuming you are entering to do the same?" Harry nodded. Then Fleur spoke up in an icy voice. "Oh, and Harry, when were you going to tell us that you were kidnapped after the Quidditch World Cup?" He chuckled nervously. "Sorry, Fleur," she interrupted. "You silly boy. You had all of us worried. Silena was extremely close to breaking out of camp and finding you herself." Finally, she hugged him. "I'm just happy that you are safe, mon petit frère." Crumb coughed deliberately to break up the coddling. He spoke. "So, we are decided then? I suspect your headmaster Dumbledore deliberately lowered the age limit so that you could also enter. I have no complaints about that if you were chosen. Good night. We speak tomorrow." Chapter 52. The next day at breakfast time, the Durmstrang and Beauxbaton students submitted their names, including Victor and Fleur. Then from Hogwarts, Cedric Diggory and another Hufflepuff submitted their names. Draco Malfoy swaggered over and put his name in, the lone Slytherin candidate. All the while, he was wearing a cocky smirk on his face. Ravenclaw sent 3 candidates from different years. Finally, Harry, Angelina, Blenkinsop, and Hackett put their names in the goblet. Harry then turned to his fellow Gryffindors. "Let's make one thing clear. If one of us gets selected, no hard feelings." Angelina and the others nodded firmly. His Quidditch teammate even leaned in and whispered conspiratorially. "Heard some rumors about how the other houses chose their champions." The Puffs voted on it. The Claws conducted a pop quiz, and the top 3 highest scores were chosen. In Slytherin, Malfoy pulled a power move and went full dictator. Cassius Warrington's quite miffed at him because he wanted to submit his name. Harry snorted quietly. "Can't say that I'm surprised." Later after lessons, the 4 friends were hanging around in the courtyard when a shadow passed over them. Harry looked up to see Pansy standing and fidgeting a little in front of him. Along with her were Cassandra, Daphne, Tracy, and Blaze. The girl spoke. "Potter, can we have a word? It's important and it's been bugging me for a long time. Meet in the library, like last time." 10 minutes later, Ron, Hermione, and Neville were in the library with the Slytherins. They were just waiting for Harry, who told them that he had something important to take care of. Finally, he showed up, but with Professor Daly in tow. The professor led them to a far corner of the library, where they all congregated. Pansy shifted uncomfortably in her seat before speaking. "Listen, Potter. I wanted to ask you about what had happened after our first year. My parents quickly forgot about it, but it's still been bothering me. What the hell was that thing that you saved me from?" I tried asking Tuttle, because she's crazy about magical creatures. She didn't know what that thing was, so I went to Barnaby Lee. You do know that his uncle works in the Department of Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, right? Hermione murmured. "We do now," Pansy continued. Even he had no idea what that thing was. Harry glanced up at the only adult present, and she gave a subtle nod. In response, he took a deep breath. "Okay, fair enough. You deserve to know, but I'm warning you all. Whatever I tell you does not leave this room, no matter what. The gods of ancient Greece are real. For centuries, many of them have been taking mortal forms, and some have born children with regular humans, sometimes even witches and wizards. Those children are known as demigods." Blaze drawled. "Okay, so what does that have to do with you? Are you suggesting?" "It started when my mother was hit with a curse that rendered her barren. She and my father hunted for spells to remove the curse. My godfather, Sirius Black, stumbled upon a summoning ritual, which he mistook for a fertility one. When my parents performed it, Lady Artemis, goddess of the hunt and the moon, answered the call. She helped my mother get pregnant with me, but the condition was that Lady Artemis is also counted as my mother. I am the only child of Artemis, because she is a virgin goddess. She vowed to never fall in love and have children. My conception was a loophole to her sacred oath." Daphne scoffed. "Please, Potter, are you saying that you are the son of a goddess? Are you trying to prove Malfoy's idiotic ramblings? That you are arrogant and liar?" Professor Daly's eyes narrowed and allowed some of her raw magic leak through. She spoke icily. "I can assure you, Ms. Greengrass, that Mr. Potter is telling the truth. His accolades as a demigod are also extremely impressive for his age. I know this because Then, before their very eyes, she transformed into a more regal look. She spoke with authority. "I am Hecate, Greek goddess of magic." The Slytherins clutched each other in fear, as Hecate was looking terrifying. Mercifully, she calmed down and everyone relaxed. Then Pansy said, "Potter, you still haven't answered my question." He nodded. "I was getting to that. Just like there are Greek gods and goddesses, there are also Greek monsters. Now, regular mortals or muggles cannot see them. There is a magical veil, known as the mist, that distorts the view of mortals. So if there is a monster wandering around on the streets, the mortals will not see them, but they will see something else. Pansy, you were attacked by a Greek monster known as the Chimera. It has the head and mane of a lion, body and hooves of a goat, and a snake acting as the tail. Yes, it is as grotesque as it sounds. Yes, the lion's head breathes fire, and the snake is venomous. The other monster is Echidna, who is known as the mother of monsters, and the Chimera is her son." Cassandra patted pale Pansy's back and chimed. "Well, can't say I don't blame you for getting nightmares. But why should we keep it a secret?" Hecate fielded that one. "The wizarding world is not ready to learn of the existence of gods. Additionally, the demigod world is on the brink of war. I created the wizarding world, and I do not wish for it to be dragged into the conflict, woefully unprepared." Tracy asked, "What war?" Hecate explained. "Centuries ago, there was a war between the gods and their predecessors, the Titans. The gods of Olympus defeated the Titans and imprisoned them in the deepest pits of Tartarus. Tartarus is a place so evil that it makes the wizarding prison of Azkaban look like a vacation home." The Slytherins collectively shuddered in fear. Hecate continued, "Now the Titans are rising again and planning to overthrow the gods. Several monsters have already been recruited, And last I heard, some of the minor gods are allying with the Titans, as well as a few demigods. Unfortunately, I cannot tell you the origins of the First Titan War, else we will be here for a long time. Perhaps at a later date. Anyway, I trust that none of you shall speak a word of this unless I say so. I only allowed Mr. Potter to let you in on the secret, because I was beginning to notice that Ms. Parkinson was getting suspicious. Satisfied with the explanation, the Slytherins left, along with Hecate, who had transformed back into her Professor Daly guise. Meanwhile, Harry's group split up to do their own thing until the goblet chose the champions. That evening before dinner, the Great Hall was full. Not many were really in the mood to eat, as they were busy craning their necks to see who would be chosen. At last, everyone was finally convinced to eat their fill, and the empty golden plates were cleared. All eyes were on the goblet, as Dumbledore stood up. Then, the flames turned red and spat out a charred piece of parchment. Before Dumbledore could open it, it coughed out 5 more pieces of parchment. With one white-haired eyebrow raised, he deftly caught the other fluttering parchments. As he read them, both eyebrows raised so high that they disappeared under his wizard's hat. Dumbledore mused loudly. Well, it seems that the goblet is full of surprises. Apparently, it has bent the regulations, so to speak. There were confused murmurs, which only grew louder. Harry muttered to Ron, I got a bad feeling about this. Dumbledore cleared his throat. Representing Durmstrang in the Tri-Wizard Tournament are Victor Krum and Yulia Popov. Krum stood up, along with a brown-haired girl who looked a year younger. They walked up towards Dumbledore, turned right, and entered another room. Then Dumbledore announced, representing Beau's Batons are Fleur Delacour and Marion Hubert. Fleur stood up gracefully and helped another girl to her feet. The second girl was also blonde-haired, but had a more golden sheen to it. They too disappeared into the chamber, and Dumbledore looked at the final 2 pieces of parchment. He intoned, finally, representing Hogwarts are Cedric Diggory and Harry Potter. In unison, the Hufflepuff and Gryffindor tables exploded in cheers. Harry stood up and marched confidently towards the head table. He and Cedric met each other, and the latter grinned. Good luck, Harry. Harry grinned back. Back at you, Cedric. Then, Cedric seized Harry's hand and raised it in the air, as if they were in a boxing ring after a bout. In response, the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff cheers grew louder. On the back of that reception, they followed their fellow champions into the side chamber. Once inside, Dumbledore stroked his long white beard. Incredible. Absolutely unprecedented. I do not remember the last time there were more than 3 champions. On the bright side, no one can accuse the other school for gaining an advantage. Karkaroff looked like he wanted to protest, but held his tongue. Meanwhile, Mr. Crouch spoke curtly. We must follow the rules, and they clearly state that those people whose names come out of the Goblet of Fire are bound to compete in the tournament. Dumbledore, in hindsight, I am glad that you insisted on lowering the age limit. Think of the scandal it would have caused the Ministry. Meanwhile, Ludo Bagman looked like Christmas had already arrived, instead of being 2 months away. He rubbed his hands in glee. Well, shall we crack on then? Got to give our champions their instructions, haven't we? Barty, want to do the honors? Crouch slowly walked up. In the dull light of the fireplace, he looked ill. There were dark shadows beneath his eyes and a thin, papery look about his wrinkled skin. The man explained, the first task is designed to test your daring, so we are not going to be telling you what it is. Courage in the face of the unknown is an important quality in a wizard. The first task will take place on November 24th, in front of the other students and the panel of judges. The champions are not permitted to ask for or accept help of any kind from their teachers to complete the tasks in the tournament. The champions will face the first challenge armed only with their wands. They will receive information about the second task when the first is over. Owing to the demanding and time-consuming nature of the tournament, the champions are exempted from end-of-year tests.